Chapter 365. The next day, June 23rd. The wedding date was set for the 25th of June, and there were only 2 days left. The Li family attached great importance to Li Zishuan's marriage. Although Han Yushi was not from a prestigious family, she was the newly adopted daughter of Qin Qiong and his wife. Compared to the old aristocratic families, the Qin family and the Qing family were upstart groups that belonged to the imperial court. This was a force that could not be ignored. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that Han Yushi's identity had indeed increased a lot of attention for this marriage. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zishuan liked Han Yushi very much. Since their son liked her, what else did Li Jingma and Mrs. Li have to say? As the saying goes, love the house, love the crow. They also cared about this marriage very much. It must be a big event. It must be lively. The extravagance must not be lacking. Otherwise people will laugh at us. This was what Li Jingma said a month ago. In fact, he did do so. These days, old man Li and Madame Li's faces were glowing with health and vigor, as if they had been rejuvenated. The whole mansion was also filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The red cloth and red curtains had been hung up in advance. Madame Li had organized the servants to clean the mansion several times. Every place had been cleaned several times. Basically, there was no blind spot. Not to say that the mansion was spotless, but if you looked at it with the naked eye, you wouldn't see a speck of dust in any room. This caused Li Zishuan to have to take off his shoes every time he returned to his room. Otherwise, the wooden floor in the house would definitely have to be cleaned again. Fortunately, it was summer now. Otherwise, there would be no floor heating. Wouldn't he freeze to death with bare feet? Half a month ago, the Li family had already sent the betrothal gifts to the Han family. Just the copper coins alone were used to pull 30 ox carts, which amounted to a total of 30,000 strings of cash. 50 jars of the drunken immortal, which was popular in Chang, and were pulled. When Qing Yaojin found out about this, he was extremely envious. He secretly hated himself for not having a daughter. Qing Yaojin did not have a daughter in the official history, but of course the TV dramas could not be trusted. He sent 3 of the new horse carriages, Don't Touch Me, 1,000 mu of fertile land and various other gifts. Such a huge betrothal gift shocked the onlookers. The entire Chang'an city was in an uproar. The people of the Han family manor and the neighboring villages were still talking about it after such a long time. They were envious of Han Tianhu for finding such a son-in-law. Many people who had daughters were also wondering if they should bring their daughters to Li Zishuan to have a look. If Li Zishuan took a fancy to them, then wouldn't their family be rich? Li Zishuan did not know what others were thinking. Anyway, when he thought about the tedious wedding process in the next few days, he could not help but have a headache. He actually felt that the wedding should be simple, but he had to consider for Han Yushi. If the wedding was simple, the one who would be embarrassed would not be him, but Han Yushi. Although Han Yushi was not the kind of person who despised the poor and loved the rich, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event for a woman. Who would not want to be grand and happy? Therefore, when his parents said that they wanted to hold a grand wedding, Li Zishuan also followed suit and said that they wanted to hold a grand wedding. He was not afraid of spending money. In order to give face to Han Yushi, this new daughter-in-law, it was worth spending any amount of money. The current Li family did not lack money at all. Yesterday afternoon, the Han family had sent someone to deliver a message saying that they would be sending people over to make the beds today. Thus, Lady Li had woken up early in the morning to make preparations. Naturally, the entire residence was cleaned up once again. None of the servants complained. Instead, each and every one of them was overjoyed and worked hard without complaint because they would be rewarded. Making the bed, also known as making the house or making the bed, was usually done a few days before the wedding by a lucky person who would move the new bed to the appropriate position. Then, the lucky woman would be responsible for making the bed. She would spread the mattress, bed sheets and dragon and phoenix quilt on the bed and sprinkle all kinds of wedding fruits, such as red dates, longans, dried lychees and red mung beans. After making the bed, no one was allowed to enter the new room or touch the new bed until the newlyweds entered the room on the night of the wedding. Ever since the wedding date was confirmed, Madame Li had been nagging Li Zishuan about the wedding process. Otherwise, how would Li Zishuan know about these complicated formalities? After breakfast, Li Zishuan leaned back on the recliner leisurely looked at the freshly printed Datang Daily, allowing his parents to busy themselves in the courtyard and command him. It was not that he did not want to help, but that he would only make things worse. Regarding this point, Father Li and Madame Li had a deep consensus. Li Zishuan was also fortunate to be at ease. Diske, it's great not to have to go to work. Li Zishuan thought contentedly. Stinky brother is slacking off again. Suddenly Lan'er's legs sank, and he saw Lan, sitting horizontally on Li Zixuan's thighs. Her two hands reached over to pinch Li Zixuan's face. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan's face was too handsome or something else, but Lan liked to pinch Li Zixuan's face the most, other than often pulling Li Zixuan's arm. Li Zixuan hurriedly slapped the little girl's hands away and said unhappily, "Get off. What are you doing?" He really had a headache when it came to Lan. This girl was almost 7 years old. In this era where girls were generally married at the age of 11 or 12, this age was not considered young. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it was rare for siblings to be so intimate. Li Zixuan, who came from the modern era, did not think much of it, but his parents had scolded him and the little girl many times over this matter. No. Brother, are you reading the newspaper again? Why don't you go and chat with Sister Yushi? Lan shook her head and used her two white and tender little arms to resist Li Zixuan's pull. She was unwilling to get off. Li Zixuan was afraid that he would hurt her, so he was too lazy to care. In any case, his parents were so busy right now. He glared at the little girl and said, "Don't worry. You still have the nerve to say that? You're hogging the telegraph machine every day. How can I use it?" The little girl was getting more and more thick-skinned. It was all because of her that Li Zixuan's chat time with Han Yushi sharply decreased. Of course, when it came to this little tyrant, at home, Li Zixuan could only tolerate it. How can there be? Lan won't hog it in the future. Brother can use it now. Lan giggled embarrassedly. Why? Li Zixuan looked at the little girl suspiciously and asked. Brother, your telegraph machine is not good. It can only transmit words and it can't hear Sister Yushi's voice. It's really too bad. Lan feels that it's meaningless. Also, I heard from Mother that from the day after tomorrow, Sister Yushi will be living in our house forever. When that time comes, I can play with Sister Yushi every day. Why do I still need to use this broken telegraph machine? It's too tiring. You can't do this. It's too bad. Broken telegraph machine. Li Zixuan's face darkened. This communication tool that transcended eras was actually despised by the little girl. Lan had developed a sense of superiority from playing with the telegraph machine. There was no one else who had higher standards than her now. Chapter 366. Broken telegraph machine? How can you play with a broken telegraph machine for so long? Li Zixuan said angrily as he reached out to pinch the little girl's cheeks. Isn't there nothing else to play with? Brother and Iron Egg used to go to the Imperial College every day. It's boring for Lan to be alone at home. Lan kept shaking her little head as she tried to get away from her brother's evil grip. It's boring for Lan to be alone at home. When Li Zixuan heard this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The hand that was going to pinch Lan cheeks gently landed on the little girl's hair bun. Li Zixuan said gently, "It's my fault. Brother will accompany Lan often in the future." And Lan nodded happily. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said mischievously, I don't want to. When the time comes, Sister Yushi will play with Lan. I don't need you anymore, brother. Li Zixuan was speechless. This little girl was worried for nothing. Young master. The Han family's betting team has arrived. Master wants you to go out quickly. Just when Li Zixuan wanted to teach this little girl a lesson, Xiaoxi ran over in a panic. The little girl might have run too fast as her face was red. Lan had been scolded by Madame Li many times. She knew that her current appearance was indecent. When she saw Xiaoxi come in, she quickly jumped down from Li Zixuan's lap and stood at the side, pretending to be an obedient girl. This obviously deceiving action made Xiaoxi smile. Actually, she was already used to this phenomenon. Even if she saw it, she wouldn't go out and say anything. You're here so soon? Okay, I'll go and take a look. Li Zixuan patted his thigh, got up and said a few words before leaving the room. Lan wants to go too. Brother, wait. When they arrived at the front yard, they saw that the yard was filled with all kinds of gifts, from silk and cloth to porcelain, gold and silver, to carriages and horses for food. There were 8 pieces of each, and 8 large carriages were pulled by copper coins. It wasn't that the Han family was stingy, but that these were just gifts to settle down in bed and not part of the dowry. The dowry was calculated separately. According to the etiquette, the bride's dowry would only be sent over after the bed was set up. Master. Iron Egg came over and cupped his hands in salute. After Li Zixuan announced his independence at the Imperial College yesterday, Iron Egg didn't need to go to the School of Mathematics anymore. Moreover, he went back to the Han family village yesterday afternoon. After all, his father was busy at home and it was hard for him. He could help out when he went home. It had to be said that after studying at the School of Mathematics for a few months, Iron Egg had become much more sensible. Today the Han family came over to settle the bed. It was inconvenient for Han Tianhu to come, so Iron Egg came along. Hee Iron Egg, you can't call me master anymore. You should call me brother-in-law. A chubby woman walked out. It was Lu Yue. It was rare for her to say something witty in front of Li Zixuan on this festive day, but no one blamed her. She and Old Hu were both wearing bright red clothes today, and they looked very festive. Unlike other big families which had a lot of direct relatives, Han Tianhu came to the Han family village after experiencing war. The Han family was really a small family. They didn't have a matriarch, so Han Tianhu could only invite Hu Hanyun and Lu Yue over to settle the bed. Logically speaking, he could also invite Qin Qiong and old Madame Qin. After all, they were Han Yushi's adoptive parents. However, those two's status was too high, and Han Tianhu couldn't bring himself to invite them. You silly woman, how dare you make a joke about young master? Old Hu tugged at his wife's arm and said angrily. Ah, Yui is right. Old Hu, don't blame her. And all of you, come in and have some tea and pastries. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Jingma quickly waved his hand and said to the people in the courtyard with a smile. Thank you, old master. This time the Han family brought a lot of gifts. Other than a few carts of copper coins, the rest of the things were all picked by people. Half of the Han family village's youths came to help. Ah, yes. Annie Lu is right. Uncle Hu, you guys have worked hard. Li Zixuan hadn't seen Old Hu for a long time. When he saw him today, he felt very close to him. Back then, when Han Yushi was robbed at Rhinoceros Slope, Old Hu stepped forward regardless of his own safety and delayed for a while. In the end, Li Zixuan successfully rescued Han Yushi. Li Zixuan would not forget this kindness. It's not hard. Young master, what are you talking about? This is what I, Old Hu, should do. Putting aside the benefits that Li Zixuan brought to the Han family village, his son and daughter's illness were cured with Li Zixuan's help. Li Zixuan was grateful to him, but he was even more grateful to Li Zixuan. As expected, how are you guys doing recently? I haven't seen the two of them in a long time. Li Zixuan saw that his father had called the rest of the people in for tea and pastries, so he chatted with Old Hu as they walked. Good. Thanks to you, young master, everything is fine. Now this child is running around the Han family village. There are many farmers there who want to learn his skills. Yui and I really miss this child. Old Hu scratched his head and chuckled. Then he said with a face full of nostalgia. What? She hasn't come back yet? Li Zixuan frowned and asked worriedly. He couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that Yui met some evil people outside and encountered some danger? Young master, don't worry. That girl just replied to me a few days ago. Yui and I are illiterate. We only understood after we found Yui from the Han family. The letter said that Great Immortal Sun wanted to refine a type of medicine and lacked one ingredient. She and Great Immortal Sun have been picking herbs in the Taibai mountain area recently and helping the villagers there to treat their illnesses. There's no danger. Old Hu looked at Li Zixuan's expression and quickly waved his hand with a smile. Taibai Mountain was also known as Changbai Mountain. The name of Changbai Mountain had changed many times in history. Before the Qin dynasty, it was known as Buxian Mountain, meaning mountain with God. The classic of mountains and seas recorded, in the vast wilderness, there was a mountain named Buxian because of the reverence of the people. That was Changbai Mountain. In the Han dynasty, it was known as Dandan Daling. In the Wei dynasty, it was known as Gaima Mountain. In the later Wei dynasty, it was known as Tutai Mountain. In the northern and southern dynasties, it was known as Tsongtai Mountain and Taihuang Mountain. In the Tang dynasty, it was known as Taibai Mountain. In the Qing dynasty regarded Changbai Mountain as the birthplace of their ancestors. They sealed the mountain and offered sacrifices to the gods. They also designated it as a forbidden area and forbade ordinary people from entering. It became a place where no one could enter. Even in the 21st century, the Changbai Mountain still maintained its primitive state. It was almost like the time when Pangu first created the world. Ah, that's good. Uncle Hu, come in and have a seat. Li Zixuan smiled in relief. After everyone rested in the front hall for a while, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li brought Hu Hanyun, Lu Yue, and the others to the western courtyard and began the bedding ceremony. They chose the room that Li Zixuan usually slept in because it was the largest and most luxurious room. However, in the next 2 days, Li Zixuan could only sleep in the other small guest rooms. After the bedding ceremony, no one was allowed to enter the new room or touch the new bed until the wedding night. When they arrived at the door, Old Hu took off his shoes and was about to go in to place the new bed. A few young men from the Han family village nimbly covered their mouths and noses and jumped far away before Old Hu bent over. Old Hu was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to scold them but was afraid of offending them. He could only say angrily, "Nyo de zhuang Han Eru, why did you guys jump so far away? I've been soaking my feet for 2 hours every day since half a month ago just to be here to make the bed today." Aha. Old Man Li and the people who came with him laughed. Lu Yue looked at Old Hu's face and was so angry that she stomped her feet. Li Zishuan also couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that Old Hu still had some funny genes in him. Chapter 367. Due to a lack of supplies, the new carriage, Don't Touch Me, will be temporarily suspended for the next few days. It is estimated that sales will resume on the 26th of this month. 30 carriages will be available on that day. It's gone? Why aren't there any carriages for sale today? The unlucky fellow who was behind Lu Yun in line yesterday and almost got the chance to buy the new carriage had come to line up as soon as the East Market opened this afternoon. In the end, he saw this notice and couldn't help but want to curse. That's right. Why aren't there any more? Hurry up and call your shopkeeper out. I want to buy a carriage today. I don't care if you give me a discount. Just sell me one first. Damn it, the carriage that Hu Wangfu's family bought yesterday is too grand. I have to buy one today no matter what. That's right, I can also pay in full. Just give me one first. 2 people behind him immediately chimed in. If Li Zishuan heard this, he would be very happy. The new carriage's hidden attribute, which was to compete with the rich, had finally been discovered by others. In the future, those rich people who like to pay attention to extravagance might habitually use the new carriage as their first choice for showing off. Oh, shopkeeper's son is out. Shopkeeper's son, do you have any more carriages for sale? Sun Huayuan looked at the lineup in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. As for the new carriages, the workshop did have some in stock. However, they couldn't sell them because Li Zishuan was going to get married the day after tomorrow. He needed to borrow the stock to show off. Thus, the Curious Pavilion could only lie to the public that they were out of stock. Fortunately, he had a backup plan yesterday. Otherwise, where would Li Zishuan find a carriage? Dear customers, please calm down. Ahem, I'm sure that most of you have personally experienced our Curious Pavilion's carriages yesterday. Everyone knows the superiority of these carriages. However, the better the quality, the more complicated it is to make. Thus, I ask that everyone wait a few more days. Our workshop is already rushing to make them. Everyone, please forgive me, please forgive me. Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and said apologetically. However, the people around him didn't buy it. In this day and age, money was everything. How could there be a situation where money couldn't buy anything? Shopkeeper's son, I won't say anything more. I'll add 200 strings of string on top of your original price. Sell me a carriage now. I don't believe that there isn't a single carriage left in your workshop. An old man in luxurious clothes pulled Sun Huayuan and said, "Sai, Boss Chow, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but we really don't have any stock these days." Sun Huayuan cupped his hands and said with a bitter face. This was Chow Wendong, the biggest silk merchant in Chang'an. His family was not much weaker than Li Zishuan. They could not afford to offend him. 500 strings. It's impossible that your workshop doesn't have a single one in stock. Chow Wendong stretched out 5 fingers and insisted. Whoosh. The surrounding people were in an uproar. 500 strings of string of cash could almost be sold for half a carriage. He was really rich and willful. Chow Wendong was indeed not lacking in money. A few hundred strings of string of cash was really a drop in the ocean for him. The reason why he wanted to buy a carriage today was because he had a business acquaintance who bought a new carriage from Curious Pavilion yesterday. How could he fall behind? On the other hand, Curious Pavilion's carriages were indeed high-end and comfortable. Putting aside the fact that he was angry, he also wanted to buy this carriage. This way, when he went out for business in the future, not only would he be able to go back and forth faster, but he would also be able to avoid the pain of a bumpy carriage on the road. As for shopkeeper's son saying that there was no stock, he believed him. However, he also didn't believe that there wasn't a single extra carriage. He was also a businessman. He knew that businessmen would more or less keep some stock at the bottom of their chests. Therefore, Chow Wendong directly used the simplest and most crude method, throwing money at him. He didn't believe that Sun Huayuan wouldn't be tempted. Boss Chow, say no more, I'll add 1,000 strings of string of cash. Shopkeeper's son, quickly think of a way to get a carriage for me. Sun Huayuan was indeed tempted. Just as he was about to say that he could use a carriage, Chao Wendong mistakenly thought that Sun Huayuan was going to refuse again and directly added 1,000 strings of cash. 1,000 strings of cash. Boss Chao is so rich. Boss Chao is so generous. The onlookers were shocked. No one would spend nearly twice the price to buy a carriage. No, no, no. Sun Huayuan waved his hand and hurriedly said, Boss Chao, this old man didn't mean it that way. To be honest, the workshop does have a few carriages in stock, but those are for my Lord Ju's wedding. This old man really doesn't dare to act on his own initiative and sell them. As for the remaining carriages, there's only one left in front of the door. Speaking up to here, Sun Huayuan pointed at the carriage in front of Curious Pavilion that was previously used for customers to try out. So County Li's man is getting married. This is truly worthy of celebration. When the time comes, this Chao will shamelessly go to the Li estate and ask for a toast. Back in the day, Lord Li had a lot of business dealings with this Chao. Chao Wendong nodded and smiled as he stroked his beard. He wasn't spouting nonsense. The Li family had a few ready-made clothing stores, and it was inevitable that they would have dealings with him, the largest silk merchant in the capital. Of course, if he could use this opportunity to build a relationship with a Lord Ju, Chao Wendong felt that it would be worth it even if he had to spend an extra 2,000 strings of cash today. Therefore, he wasn't particularly interested in the carriage in front of him now. He was thinking about whether he could build a relationship with the Li family at the wedding banquet the day after tomorrow and get familiar with him. So Lord Li is getting married. Boss son, congratulations. Yes, that's right. Congratulations. Congratulations. When the time comes, we have to ask for a toast. The rest of the people also laughed and said happy words. Most of them were businessmen, and no one was willing to offend a Lord Ju for no reason. Thank you. Thank you. My Lord Ju has always been hospitable. He will definitely welcome Boss Chao and all of you. Boss Sun clasped his hands and said politely. He looked at the carriage in front of the door again and said hesitantly, If Boss Chao doesn't mind, I can sell this carriage to you at its original price. Don't worry, I will first send this carriage to the workshop for refurbishment. It will be sent to your residence in the afternoon. When the time comes, I guarantee that it will be exactly the same as a new carriage. When Chao Wendong heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Boss Sun and said with a forthright smile, Ha! Boss Sun's words are very good. This Chao wants this carriage. However, this Chao said earlier that I will increase the price by 1,000 strings of cash. How can I go back on my words? This Chao will buy this carriage for 2,199 strings of cash. I will have to trouble Boss Sun to send it to this old man's residence in the afternoon. Hearing him say this, the eyes of the surrounding people who were looking at the carriage suddenly dimmed. If Chao Wendong didn't want it, they would also be willing to buy this carriage at its original price. But now that Chao Wendong had raised the price so high, they were a bit hesitant. After all, the Strange Interest Pavilion would have stock in a few days. There was no need for them to waste money. Chao Wendong glanced at the expressions of those people and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The reason he increased the price was to make the other hidden competitors withdraw. After being in the business world for so many years, how could he not see through these people's little schemes? Of course, he also had another intention, and that was to use this opportunity to gain favor in front of Li Zishuan and show his face. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Sun Huayuan was still a bit inexperienced in the business world. How could he understand the open and covert struggles between these people? When he heard Chao Wendong's words, he was dumbfounded. These days, there was still a customer who would take the initiative to pay more? What? Boss Sun, are you going back on your words? Chao Wendong asked with a smile. No, it's just that. Haha, since you aren't going back on your words, then it's a deal. This Chao will send someone to deliver the money to you. Boss Sun, please send this old man's greetings to Lord Li. Chao Wendong laughed and said directly without giving Sun Huayuan a chance to refute. Good. This Sun will definitely pass on your words. Sun Huayuan seemed to understand something as he cupped his hands and said. A sky-high price transaction was easily concluded. The two of them didn't know that this bizarre transaction had shocked everyone and spread to every corner of Chang and city at the speed of a hurricane. Chapter 368. Did you hear? Mr. Chao from the Heshing Silk Shop in the West City bought a carriage from the Curious Pavilion for over 2,000 strings of cash. In a restaurant, a burly man smacked his lips and savored the wine in his mouth as he whispered to his companion. What? Over 2,000 strings of cash? What kind of carriage is that expensive? Another person at the same table exclaimed. Hey, you're so ignorant, aren't you? The Curious Pavilion released a new type of carriage yesterday. Not only is it spacious, but it's also very comfortable to sit in. There's almost no bumps. Also, it said that this carriage is 30% faster than other carriages. Yesterday, this carriage was sold for 1,199 strings of cash. That's almost 1,200 strings of cash. That's already very expensive. Why is it sold for more than 2,000 strings of cash today? TSK. I heard that the Curious Pavilion is out of stock. Mr. Chow insisted on buying the carriage today, so he had to add another 1,000 strings of cash to buy the carriage on display in front of the Curious Pavilion. This Mr. Chow is really rich. Who said he isn't? But his carriage is really comfortable. Is it worth that much? What? Brother Fong, have you sat in it before? Ahem. I went to try it yesterday, but I was a little late. The carriage was sold out before it was my turn. Actually, even if there was stock yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. He was just curious and couldn't help but try it out for free. Similar exclamations could be heard in every corner of Chang'an City. Chow Wendong's actions had inadvertently hyped up, "Don't touch me." The reason why the value of many things was so high in the end was because of hype. Just like the modern Bitcoin, it was extremely cheap at the beginning in 2009. At that time, someone used 10,000 Bitcoins to exchange for a hamburger. But in less than 8 years, the value of Bitcoin skyrocketed by 100,000 times. The highest exchange price for RMB reached $30,000. Wasn't this all hype? Pity for the unlucky kid who used 10,000 Bitcoins to exchange for a hamburger. After this incident, the value of "Don't touch me" in the eyes of many people was much higher than the original price. When the Strange Taste Pavilion sold "Don't Touch Me" again, there would be even more people who wanted to buy carriages at the Strange Taste Pavilion with the intention of picking up a bargain. West City Drunken Immortal Inn. Brother Zhang, how was it? Then don't touch it. You won't regret it if I buy it, right? Liao Shifan smiled proudly. No regrets. No regrets. Sitting in that carriage was simply too comfortable. My humble wife is overjoyed. Now, she won't have to suffer the hardships of running around when she visits her parents every year. Zhang Jingyang replied with a flushed face. Looking at this fellow's expression, she knew that he must have had a wonderful time last night. Brother Zhang, you're really flushed with success. Liao Shifan teased with a smile. Ahem. Brother Liao, please don't laugh at me. Zhang Jingyang coughed awkwardly and then cupped his hands mysteriously. Brother Liao, now that you've asked this question, I do regret it. I regret that I bought too little yesterday. Oh? What do you mean by that? I just heard that the Strange Interest Pavilion won't be selling any carriages. And Chonghua Square's Chow Wendong increased the price by 1,000 strings of cash today and bought the carriage in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion for exhibition. TSK, if I could buy one more carriage yesterday and sell it today, wouldn't I be able to earn 1,000 strings of cash? Zhang Jingyang said greedily. He was just a small businessman and couldn't be compared to Liao Shifan and Chow Wendong. To him, a deal that could earn him 1,000 strings of cash was already very tempting. Since that's the case, why don't you sell the carriage in your hands? After all, the Strange Interest Pavilion will still be selling carriages like this in the future. Liao Shifan, who had been in the business world for a long time, disagreed. He guessed that Chow Wendong was willing to pay 1,000 strings of cash because he wanted to curry favor with Li Zixuan. If Zhang Jingyang were to resell the carriage, he might not be able to earn 1,000 strings of cash. However, he could only think about it in his heart and couldn't say it out loud. Their relationship wasn't that close yet. That won't do. What if I can't buy it in the future? Wouldn't my wife cause trouble at home? I can't sell it. I definitely can't sell it. Zhang Jingyang was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. Sister-in-law is really good at managing a household. TSK, little Xian is still the best. This carriage is worth more than 2,000 strings of cash in the blink of an eye. I can show off in front of Fang Yai and Du He later. Uncle Fang and Uncle Du definitely won't give them so much money to buy a carriage. After lunch, Cheng Chimo came to his backyard and touched the carriage that Li Zixuan gave him and laughed. Obviously, he had also heard about what happened in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion. However, this idiot even knew how to show off now. He was really a genius. Young master is amazing. Cheng Chimo's page boy Jiang Wuyun came over and flattered him. After spending so much time with Cheng Chimo, he knew this joker's character very well. Everything had to be coaxed, otherwise, everyone would have a hard time. Jiang Wuyun, Won't you feel honored to be driving a carriage that costs 2,199 strings of cash in the future? Other pages don't have this kind of treatment. Cheng Chumo patted Jiang Wuyun's shoulder and laughed smugly. It's my honor. I'm deeply honored. Thank you, young master. Jiang Wuyun was stunned. When he saw the smile on Cheng Chumo's face gradually freeze, he hurriedly echoed. He was completely convinced by Cheng Chumo's brain circuit. He always thought of things that others wouldn't think of. Then do your best. I have high hopes for you. Jiang Wuyun? High hopes, my asked. Yongla Lane, Li residence. After a bustling morning, the bedding ceremony was finally completed in a joyous and warm atmosphere. One had to admit that it was really troublesome to get married in ancient times. If it was in modern times, who would have the time and effort to find a wedding company and get everything done in one go? Although that was the case, they had nothing to do anyway. It was quite refreshing to go through the entire process of an ancient wedding. It was just a little tiring. But for the sake of this white and tender girl, everything was worth it, Li Zixuan thought to himself. After setting up a few tables and entertaining Hu Hanyun and his wife, as well as the youths of the Han family manor, they completed their mission today and returned to the Han family manor. Xin, since you've resigned, you should stay at home and prepare for the wedding these 2 days. Don't go out and cause trouble. Li Jingma glanced at his son and said worriedly after sending off the betting team sent by the Han family manor. Li Zixuan wasn't the only one who was busy with the marriage between the Han family and the Li family. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were even busier. The two elders were handling everything. Old man Li, who was already in a terrible fix, was really afraid that his son would cause trouble at this crucial time. Father, am I the kind of person who likes to cause trouble? Don't worry. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. No matter how he heard it, it didn't sound right. Hey, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Remember, don't cause trouble these 2 days. Li Jingma waved his hand in annoyance and went on to do other things. Li Zixuan felt even more wrong than Do Yi at this moment. Chapter 369. Since his father wanted him to stay at home obediently and wait for the bride to enter the house, Li Zixuan followed his father's wishes and continued to be an otaku at home. Comfortable. Shall she use more strength? Shall he? Don't stop. Continue reading. Our upright male protagonist didn't do anything shameful. He was just lying on the bamboo bed, enjoying Xiaoxi's massage while listening to Xiaohi reading the story in the newspaper. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua's journey to immortality written by Outer Beauty became more and more exciting as it went on. After all, the writer was not a transmigrator like Li Zixuan. She looked at the problem from the perspective of the Tang people. Although the opening part imitated a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, there were many original plots in the later parts of the story, which was very good to pass the time. Young master, is this strength okay? Xiaoxi increased her strength and asked softly. And then, yes. Shall he continue reading? Feeling the soft and boneless hands on his back moving around his various acupuncture points, Li Zixuan moaned comfortably. He then instructed Xiaohi, who was next to him. Xiaohi helplessly rolled her eyes. This young master at home was becoming more and more like a master, but what could she do? She could only obediently read. Oh! Jiang Tianwu's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and cursed, but he still fled into the distance. Although he was cruel and evil, he was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. He definitely couldn't block the attack of a core condensation cultivator's thunder palm. Seeing that the other party was about to escape, Yuning waved her hand and cast a spell into the blue light. Suddenly, the whole blue light boiled like a ladle of water being poured into boiling oil. A bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bowl whizzed towards the other party. June 24th, early morning. The people from the Han family came to deliver the dowry. Although the Han family was not as rich as the Li family, Han Yuxi's mother used to come from a rich family. When she was alive, she naturally left her rich dowry to her daughter. Gold, silver, and silk were filled with 10 large carriages. It was so dazzling that it blinded the eyes of others. Han Yuxi didn't use this dowry during the most difficult time in her life. Now that she brought it to the Li family, it was enough to show how much the Han family valued this marriage. After Han Qianhu came back from the battlefield, he worked hard for many years and saved a small dowry for his daughter. Even though it wasn't as much as what Han Yuxi's mother left, it still filled 5 carriages, including 3 carriages of copper coins and 2 carriages of satin. He knew that his daughter was marrying into the Li family this time. Marrying a county man was really climbing the social ladder. Therefore, in order for his daughter to live a more comfortable life in the Li family, Han Tianhu spent a lot of money on the dowry. He almost used up all the family's assets. Not only that, he also returned the extravagant betrothal gift that Li Zishuan sent last time and added it into his daughter's dowry. Ancient times were different from modern times. The custom of this time was for women to marry rich. In the poem Ruffian, it said, "Come with your carriage, I bribe to move." It described the scene when the women of Wei country were married. "Come quickly with your horse, I'll bring my dowry to your house." It was clear that the custom of marrying rich had a long history. People often said, 1,000 acres of fertile land, 10 miles of red dowry. It referred to the queue for dowry that stretched for miles. In ancient times, the custom of marrying rich was spread to almost every family. There was even a rumor that it was difficult to get married without a dowry. At that time, the royal daughter of the same clan often couldn't get married if her family was poor. Even if it was a daughter of an ordinary family, her family would help her from the moment she was born to prepare a dowry. It was so that their children could not only find a good family in the future, but also have a higher status in the in-laws' family and live a happier life. Since ancient times, the parents' worry for their children had not changed at all. Before the big wedding, the bride's family would usually specially go to the groom's house to take measurements and order furniture for the dowry. There were even families that mortgaged their property because they didn't have enough dowry before the wedding. The Hengshui County Annals once described it this way: rich families have a couple hundred gold as dowry. This is comparable to ancient times. After the wedding, the man's family will pay 10% and the woman's family will pay 9%. From this, it could be seen that the dowry of a woman was much higher than the betrothal gift of a man. The bride's parents thought that this would let their daughter be valued in the husband's family. Moreover, if their daughter was bullied, they would have a generous dowry to rely on and it would be better. The ancient peoples marrying rich, and the modern peoples marrying rich, also changed the economic form from mother-in-law economy to mother-in-law economy. Some people said that China's housing prices were pushed up by mother-in-law. Whether this was true or not, it wasn't important. But regardless of whether it was marrying rich or not, it was not advisable to use the parents' life savings to satisfy their children's extravagant fantasies of marriage. With the Han family bleeding so much, it was estimated that their future days would be very difficult. Han Tianhu himself also understood the consequences, but he, who had always been upright, still insisted on using all of his family's wealth to send out such a large dowry. He thought that the Li family had given him and his daughter enough face by sending over 50,000 strings of money as a betrothal gift. Now that it was their turn to send out betrothal gifts, how could they be stingy? Naturally, they would send as much as they had. Otherwise, when his daughter married into the family, she would be laughed at. Therefore, excluding the dowry that was sent to the Li family yesterday, the dowry that the Han family sent today was 25 carts worth of copper coins, a total of 25,000 strings of cash, 1,000 mu of fertile farmland, gold and silver utensils, silk, clothes, bedding, furniture, books, medicinal herbs and other valuables. A total of 35 ox carts were pulled. As for the cheaper items such as small utensils, poultry and livestock, a total of 40 carts were brought over by Han Tianhu. Hundreds of youths from the Han family manor and Plum village were all invited over by Han Tianhu to deliver the dowry. 60 carts, 40 carts of goods and hundreds of people, led by the 3 new carriages of the curious pavilion, Don't Touch Me, chose to enter from the Chunming Gate in the east of Chang'an City. They passed by the Daojing Square, Chang'an Square, and the East Market, all of which were bustling places in Chang'an City, and headed towards Yongla Square, where the Li family was located. This huge dowry team naturally attracted the attention of countless people as they walked on the streets of Chang'an City. Oh my God! Whose daughter is marrying off? Why is there such a big scene? I know this. It's the daughter of the Han manor in the east of Chang'an City. Is their family very rich? Why is there so much dowry? Look at the 20 carts carrying the copper coins. It must be at least 20 million, right? Hey, the Han family doesn't have that much money. In my opinion, most of this is the betrothal gift sent by the Li family. Li family? Which Li family? It's Li Xiannan Li Sai's family. The Han family's daughter is marrying Li Xiannan this time. TSK, that daughter is really lucky. Li Xiannan is one of the rare young talents of Tang dynasty. Oh, I remember now. Half a month ago, the Li family sent 30,000 strings of cash and 30 carts of gifts outside the city to send the betrothal gifts. So it's the Han manor. Yes. That betrothal gift is at least 40 million. The Li family is really generous. The Han family has really struck it rich this time. Half. You can't say that. The last time the Li family sent the betrothal gifts, I saw it for myself. That betrothal gift was not as much as the dowry sent by the Han family today. Not only did the Han family not earn anything this time, they even gave a lot more. TSK. That's true. The Han family is quite generous. If it were any other family, they would be lucky if they could even send back half of the betrothal gifts. Chapter 370. Wow. Isn't that the carriage in front, the "Don't Touch Me" that was just released by the Curious Pavilion? Yes. Someone was willing to pay more than 2,000 strings of coins for one carriage yesterday. It's rare that the Han family is willing to give it out. Yes. Han Lijing's actions are undeniable. He's not greedy for money. He's a real man. Yes. Not bad. Those with a bit of eyesight could immediately tell that the 3 carriages leading the dowry team had an extraordinary origin. Combined with yesterday's incident in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion, everyone's eyes became even more fervent as they looked at this team. This dowry was really too generous. There were also people who were jealous of such a generous dowry and were not convinced. Li Xinji's marriage is not a bad deal. Look at the dowry sent by the Han family. There are so many precious gold, silver, and jade items. It's worth a lot. TSK, what a lucky bastard. Why is no one willing to marry me, Lu Fengshui, with so much dowry? Lu Fengshui, who would want to marry someone like you? Moreover, this Li County man was not simple. Not only was he young and held a high position, but his business was also doing well. It was as if he could earn a lot of money from whatever he did. Many peddlers privately called him the god of wealth. If the Han family's daughter can marry into the Li family, she'll be lucky in the future. Yes. Lu Fengshui, what do you know? I've always wanted my daughter to marry into the Li family. I'm willing to give as much dowry as you want. Boss Huang, your daughter looks like an old woman. Even if you give her to me, I, Lu Fengshui, don't want her. Why would Lord Li want her? Lu Fengshui was first scolded until his face turned red. When he heard what the person behind him said, he held his stomach and laughed. Bastard. Lu Fengshui, you bastard, you're too much. Sanfu beat him up. Yes. Old master. Today's dowry delivery team was led by Hu Hanyun and Iron Egg. After feeling the envious gazes of the people around them, the two of them could not help but puff out their chests and walk forward valiantly and proudly. Iron Egg didn't resent his father for giving his sister so much dowry. First of all, the childhood days when he and Han Yushi depended on each other for survival were deeply engraved in Iron Egg's heart. He knew that without this sister, he would not be where he was now. In addition, Tai Dan felt that now that he had acknowledged Li Zishuan as his master, he would definitely not have to worry about his livelihood in the future. Therefore, Tai Dan supported Han Li's decision to spend all his wealth to buy a dowry for Han Yushi. Which family is marrying off their daughter over there? It's true. Why is there another gift-giving team here? Just as they were watching the show, someone noticed another gift-giving team on the other side of the street. There are quite a few gifts here. Look at this long line. Which family is this? They actually bumped into the Han family. Those who came to watch the show would never mind that things were getting out of hand. Since they had nothing to do, this group of melon-eating people chatted as they watched the show. It was extremely comfortable. It seems to be the Du family's carriage. Look, there are markings on it. Du family? That Du family? Could it be that Duke Kai's, Du Ruhui's, family is marrying off their daughter? Someone immediately laughed. Nonsense, since when did Minister Du have a daughter? The person next to him suddenly realized that he had misspoken. Chonghua Square's Du family's Du Yanheng is adding to his niece's dowry. 800,000 copper coins, 30 carts of silk, satin, gold, silver, and jade. At this moment, in front of the gift-giving team, a page boy walked forward while beating gongs and drums and shouting loudly. During the spring and autumn period, when the dukes married off their daughters, the officials had to send their daughters as concubines and dowry as dowry. Later on, when those big families married off their daughters, their relatives and friends would usually send gifts called adding to the dowry. So it's Chonghua Square's Du Jiuxing's family. I didn't expect the Du family to be the Han family's daughter's maternal uncle. Someone shouted in realization. There were also people who had never heard of the Du family. What Du Jiuxing? Why haven't I heard of this Du Yanheng before? You might not have heard of Du Yanheng, but you must have heard of Du Daoling, right? He is the famous master brewer of the previous dynasty, the true successor of wine sage Du Kang. People call him Little Wine Sage. This Du Yanheng is Du Daoling's eldest son. So he is the son of Du Jiuxing. I know this. Their family's Jiuxing workshop used to be very famous. Ingzhou's Fu Shui Wucheng Ruoxia Hezhong Sang Luo, and Yuanzhou's Yichuan Jiuxing workshop can all be brewed, and the taste is extremely pure. But since the Drunken Immortal restaurant launched the Immortal Drunken Wine, their wine is no longer good. What do you know? That's because after the death of Old Man Du, his two sons fought for the family property, and that's why the Jiuxing workshop declined. Didn't you see that only Du Yanheng came today? Even his younger brother Du Xiaoquan didn't come. So their family doesn't get along? Bah! You two really have nothing better to do. What does it have to do with you whether their family is harmonious or not? The question now is, how did Du Yanheng become the Han family's daughter's maternal uncle? Someone scolded angrily. At this time an old man in his 50s stroked his beard and said, "Oh, I know. It said that 15 years ago Old Man Du's youngest daughter, Du Shenyang, secretly agreed to marry an illegitimate son of a general. Old Man Du didn't agree to this marriage, but Du Shenyang threatened him with her life and wouldn't marry anyone else. Old Man Du was so angry that he wanted to expel Du Shenyang from the family. Fortunately, Old Lady Du couldn't bear to see her beloved daughter suffer and prepared a dowry for Du Shenyang to marry that poor boy. But since then Old Man Du didn't recognize this daughter anymore." "Ah, there's such a thing? Uncle Meng, can you tell us more about it?" The Tangs also liked to gossip, and this kind of love affair was the favorite of the onlookers. Go go go. I've said what I need to say. What else is there to say? Uncle who? Why do I have an uncle? Iron Egg was born late, so how would he know about these old things? He looked at the convoy behind him and asked in confusion. Iron Egg, you do have an uncle. The one behind is your mother's elder brother, but they didn't interact much in the past. Cough cough, it's a long story. You can ask your father when you get back. Hu Hanyun obviously knew the inside story, but it didn't seem right to talk about the love history of his parents in front of Iron Egg, so he could only give a vague answer. Then after my mother left, my sister and I depended on each other. Why didn't they come to visit us? Iron Egg wasn't muddle-headed. He hit the nail on the head and said with some displeasure. He remembered all the hardships he and his sister had suffered in the past. This, Hu Hanyun scratched his head and didn't know how to answer. You're Iron Egg, right? You can't say that. There's something else behind what happened back then. Just when Hu Hanyun was at a loss, a tall, muscular, bronze-skinned middle-aged man with distinct facial features walked out from the back of the convoy. Chapter 371. You are? Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Iron Egg asked with a frown. If you are Iron Egg, then I am your uncle Du Yanheng. The middle-aged man said with a kind smile. Iron Egg's face immediately showed displeasure. He snorted, I don't have an uncle. I only know that when I was young my sister and I depended on each other for survival. We almost starved to death. Other than the people in the village, no other relatives were willing to help us. If my father didn't come back in time, my sister and I would have been long gone. Being scolded by a child like this, Du Yanheng's old face was somewhat embarrassed. But thinking that he came here today to acknowledge his family, not to quarrel and make enemies, he could only patiently explain, Taidan, back then your grandfather strongly opposed the marriage between your mother and your father. He didn't even hesitate to sever their relationship as father and daughter in order to stop the marriage. However, your mother threatened him with her life. She insisted on marrying only your father. In the end, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. With your grandmother's help, your mother finally married your father. But since then, under your grandfather's insistence, the Du family no longer had any contact with your father and mother. Tianhu changed his name and went to live in the countryside with your mother. Later your family moved several times. After your grandfather passed away, the Du family didn't even know where your father and mother lived. So, then why didn't my grandfather agree to my mother marrying my father? Iron Egg asked angrily. In his opinion, his father was a hero who had fought on the battlefield. The only person he had met so far who was stronger than his father was Li Zishuan. So when he heard that his father was disliked by the Du family, he was naturally very unhappy. When Du Yanheng heard his nephew's question, he couldn't help but have a headache. He thought to himself, why is it so difficult to deal with children nowadays? Is it because I haven't dealt with children for a long time, or is it because this child in front of me is too monstrous? Iron Egg, there are too many things involved in the past. I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk about it now. If you really want to know, you can ask your uncle after you send your sister's dowry, or you can go back and ask your father. Du Yanheng shook his head and said in a deep voice. Why can't you say it now? If you are really my uncle, then please explain everything clearly now. Otherwise, we don't want the dowry you added. When he asked Hu Hanyun earlier, Hu Hanyun wasn't willing to go into detail. Now that he asked Du Yanheng was also being secretive. Iron Egg couldn't help but ask impatiently. When had Du Yanheng ever been humiliated by a child like this? He was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Iron Egg and was about to explode. Cough cough. Iron Egg, don't make a fuss. Your uncle is here to add to your elder sister's dowry. This is related to Miss Han's happiness for the rest of her life. Don't make a fuss and let others see you as a joke. Let's send the dowry as usual first and talk about other things in private later. When Hu Hanyun saw that his nephew and uncle were about to start fighting, he hurriedly tugged at Bruiser and said earnestly, "Don't worry about it." Although old Hu was careless, he spoke with a sense of propriety at critical moments. He knew that Iron Egg cared a lot about his elder sister, so he directly brought up Han Yushi and used this to persuade Iron Egg to look at the big picture and not make a fuss that would embarrass both of them. Sure enough, Iron Egg's stubborn face immediately loosened. After a while, he hesitated and said, "Then we will listen to Uncle Hu and go to Master's house to send the dowry first." After that, he cupped his hands at Du Yanheng and said coldly, "Thank you, Uncle, for sending my elder sister's dowry." "You're welcome." How could Du Yanheng, who had lived half his life, not see the perfunctory expression on Iron Egg's face? He waved his hand expressionlessly and then returned to the Du family's dowry team. Thus, the slowly moving dowry team finally returned to its normal speed and continued to drive towards Yongla Lane. Most of the onlookers had more or less figured out the background of the Du family, as well as the romantic affairs between Father Han and Du Shenyang back then. They couldn't help but feel satisfied, secretly thinking that today's trip wasn't in vain. This Han family is really lucky. More than 10 years ago, Han Tianhu married the Du family's daughter, and now his daughter is married to a young county founding man. This fortune is really amazing. Yes. This Han family's fortune is really heaven-defying. Oh look, another team has come. Don't tell me they are also here to send the Han family's young Miss dowry? The new team had more than 50 carriages and hundreds of gifts. It looked like there were more gifts than the Du family's previous gifts. It's from Duke Yi's mansion. The leading carriage has a symbol on it. Someone with sharp eyes immediately recognized the words on the carriage and quickly shouted, "Eh." The leading carriage is also from Strange Interest Pavilion. Don't touch me, how generous. Aren't you talking nonsense? What kind of status does Duke Yi have? How can he not get a carriage? The question is, what does Duke Yi have to do with the Han family? I know this. Do you still remember the bandit suppression a few months ago? Duke of Yigua, Duke of Lugua, Duke of Wugua, Great General Niu, and 1,000 Yulin guards all filed out of Yensheng Gate at noon. In the evening, the army escorted several thousand bandits back in triumph. Many people saw it. I also saw it at that time, but what does this have to do with the Han family's young miss? It has a lot to do with it. Why don't you think about it? What kind of bandits can actually alarm the three dukes and the Yulin guards to take action at the same time? Yes. Generally, bandits can be eliminated by the county government. Why did they make such a big scene? It was said that at that time, those bandits kidnapped the adopted daughter of the Duke of Yi. The Duke of Yi was furious and wanted to go out of the city to suppress the bandits. How could His Majesty bear to let him take the risk alone, so he sent 1,000 Yulin guards to help. And this Han family's young miss is precisely Duke Yi's adopted daughter. As if to confirm what he said, a manservant in front of the Qin family's caravan started to beat gongs and drums while shouting, "Duke Yi's mansion has added 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, 5 shops and 30 carts of silk, satin, gold, silver and jade." Wow. This Han family's young miss actually has such a big background. Yes. Duke Yi's mansion actually added so much dowry. 4 million copper coins and 1,000 mu of fertile land. They are really willing to part with it. What does this mean? It means that Duke Yi really dotes on his adopted daughter, Han family's young miss. That's right. Who was just saying that the Han family's girl marrying into the Li family was climbing up the social ladder. In my opinion, these two families are well matched. Hey. I heard that the Han family's young miss is a famous peerless beauty in the villages outside the city. She is not inferior to those aristocratic families' young misses. Duke Li really has good luck with women. Duke Li is also handsome and suave. He looks like a talent. I think that not only are they well matched, they are also a golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven. Qin Huayu walked at the front of the Qin family's caravan and listened to the discussions around him. The corner of his mouth curved into an elegant arc. These people's analysis was correct. Due to Han Tianhu and Li Zixuan, his parents really doted on Han Yushi and almost treated her as their own. Ever since they recognized this daughter, his mother had personally gone to the Han family to visit Han Yushi more than once. This time, the Qin family had also spent a lot of money to add to the dowry. It was to give Han Yushi face and prevent others from saying that Han Yushi married Li Zixuan because the Han family was climbing up the social ladder. From the looks of it, the effect was pretty good. Chapter 372. Ah, Arneg. I'm not late, am I? Qin Huayu came to the front of the Han family's dowry team and smiled. Of course you're not late. Thank you, Brother Huayu, for coming personally to add to my sister's dowry. Han Yushi was Qin Xiong's adopted daughter and could be considered Qin Huayu's adopted sister. With this relationship and the fact that Iron Egg was sitting next to Qin Huayu in the mathematics school, they had a very good relationship. Therefore, when he saw Qin Huayu representing the Qin family to support his sister, Iron Egg was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. Ah, we're all family, no need to be polite, no need to be polite. Let's go and send the bride off together. Qin Huayu chuckled as he patted Bruiser's shoulder. Iron Egg nodded and the two walked side by side. Du Yinheng saw this scene from behind and his expression changed slightly. His eyes flashed and then he quickly returned to normal. He continued to follow the Han family's team expressionlessly. After the Qin family's huge dowry team joined in, the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Just when everyone thought that today's excitement would end here, another small team came from the west side of the street. There were only about 20 carriages, and it looked about the same size as the Du family's dowry team. Why is there another team here? Are they also here to add to the dowry? Oh my god. One family after another? Who exactly is that Miss Han? Which family is this? It doesn't look like there are many gifts. Just when everyone was puzzled, someone in front of the team shouted, Duke Wei's mansion is adding to the dowry of his grandniece Han Yushi. 1 million copper coins, 500 mu of fertile land, 15 carts of silk, satin, gold, silver and jade. How did Duke Wei become Miss Han's granduncle? Someone vomited blood after hearing this. Yes, I've never heard of it before. Strange things are happening one after another today. Amazing, this Han family probably has an extraordinary background. Uncle Hu, do I have a granduncle? Iron Egg was even more confused than the people around him. Today he was supposed to deliver his sister's dowry. How did it suddenly become a family reunion? First there was his uncle. Now there was an even bigger granduncle. Bruiser had thought that he had become smarter after becoming Li Zixuan's disciple. But now he felt that his brain wasn't enough to process everything. Hu Hanyun's old face darkened. He really didn't know about this matter. However, if he let the situation freeze at this time, not only would he offend Li Jing for no reason, but he would also make the marriage between the Han and Li families a joke. Therefore he thought for a moment and said, Ahem, Iron Egg, you should go back and ask your father. Let's go and welcome them first. Duke Wei is a person of high status, so I don't think he would randomly claim kinship with your family. Let's not be impolite. After Hu Hanyun finished speaking, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, I, old Hu, have been forging iron all my life and farming all my life, but I have never used my brain like today. I have to eat more pig's head for lunch to nourish my brain. Uncle Hu is right. Uncle Li is a righteous person. He would definitely not claim kinship for no reason. The most important thing now is to bring the dowry to the Li residence first. We can talk about the other problems later in private. Although Qin Huayu didn't know why Li Jing became Iron Egg and Han Yushi's granduncle, he still felt that the bigger picture was more important. However, when he habitually called Li Jing Uncle Li, he felt a little awkward. He had just called Iron Egg brothers and in the blink of an eye he called Iron Egg's granduncle uncle. Why did it feel like their relationship was a little messy? Then we will listen to Uncle Hu and Brother Huayu. Iron Egg thought for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he nodded and agreed. The three of them quickly walked over to the group, and they saw a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. He looked to be in his 30s and he was wearing a very ordinary white martial arts suit. Yo, Huayu is here too? The man looked at Qin Huayu and smiled. Brother Dekue? So you came here in person? Hee, what a coincidence. Qin Huayu exclaimed in surprise, then patted Iron Egg's shoulder and introduced, Iron Egg, this is Uncle Li's eldest son, this is Iron Egg, right? I am your uncle. Today, I am here on your granduncle's orders to add to niece Yushi's dowry. Qin Huayu introduced halfway and didn't know how to continue. At this moment, Li Dijian laughed loudly and introduced himself to resolve Qin Huayu's awkwardness. Iron Egg stared at Li Dijian hesitantly for a long time. In the end he couldn't call him uncle. Looks like your father didn't make it clear to you. But it's no wonder. Your father left home in a fit of anger, then changed his name and started his own family. He hid it from many people. If it weren't for the Du family coming today to add to your sister's dowry, my father would still be in the dark. Li Dijian saw the hesitation in Iron Egg's eyes. He laughed and took the initiative to explain, but now is not the time to talk about this. Let's not talk about the truth first. Iron Egg, I'm already 30 years old. It's not a loss for you to call me uncle, right? Li Jing was 57 years old this year, and his eldest son was 30 years old. It seemed that Li Dijian's words were very reasonable. Li Jing suddenly became a grandfather. In this era where young men and women generally got married at the age of 14 or 15, it was barely acceptable. Ahem. Iron Egg, hurry. Hu Hanyun pulled Iron Egg's arm and urged in a low voice. Uncle, thank you for adding to my sister's dowry. Iron Egg saw that Li Dijian's words were sincere and approachable. He didn't have the arrogance of a son of a high-ranking official. Besides, Li Jing was the Minister of War and a first-rank duke. There was no reason for his son to come all the way here to claim kinship with him, a poor country boy. After thinking it through, he cupped his hands and thanked Li Dijian. You're welcome, you're welcome. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare many gifts. Nephew, I hope you don't mind. Li Dijian patted the back of Iron Egg's head and laughed. Young Master Li, what are you talking about? The Han family is already very happy that you can come. Old Hu hurriedly said politely. Don't be so polite with each other here. Hurry up and go to Yongla Lane to send the dowry. The people there must be waiting anxiously. Qin Huayu laughed and waved his hand. Yes. We can't delay business. Let's go, let everyone follow. Let's go. Li Dijian came to his senses and hurriedly said. Thus, the four families formed a dowry delivery team and marched toward the Li residence in a mighty manner. The number of gifts and the luxurious lineup attracted the attention of countless people. It also made the entire Chang and city boil. I didn't expect this. Duke Wei actually found out about Han Tianhu's true identity so quickly. Looks like today's trip wasn't in vain. Du Yinheng, who was at the back of the team, looked at Li Dijian in front of him and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Chapter 373. Rewind time to an hour ago. Huning Fong, Duke Wei's mansion. Master, are you reading again? A young woman suddenly appeared at the door of the study. She was graceful and looked to be in her 20s. She was wearing an archery uniform and thin boots. Her sleeves were tied to her arms. She looked valiant and formidable. What's the matter, Chu Qin? Li Jing was pondering over some details in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. After hearing this familiar voice that had accompanied him for almost half of his life, he quickly put down the military book, rubbed his temples and said weakly, Chu Qin, Zhang Chu Qin, this beautiful young woman was actually Li Jing's first wife, the famous Hong Fu Nu. However, Li Jing was already 57 years old this year. Even if Hong Fu Nu was not 50 years old, she should at least be 40 years old, right? But looking at her face and the way she was dressed, she looked exactly like a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old yet. Also, Li Jing did not address Hong Fu Nu as Madam, but directly called her Chu Qin. The relationship between this old couple was indeed quite strange. Master reads military books at home every day. How boring. It's better to read De Tong daily. With her hands behind her back, Hong Fu Nu skipped to the desk like a sunshine girl. She took out a De Tong daily from her sleeve and said with a smile. Cough cough, no wonder it was said in history that Hong Fu Nu was still young even though she was 80 years old. Now it seemed that it was true. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like to face a woman in her 40s or 50s who smiled faintly like a young girl. In any case, Li Jing seemed to have a strong immunity to this devilish girl's laughter. He glanced at the De Tong daily on the desk expressionlessly. His lips moved and he wanted to say something but stopped. Master still doesn't like reading this newspaper? Then why don't we go to the backyard and have a spar? Obviously, Li Jing must have rejected her more than once before. When Hong Fu Nu saw the expression on Li Jing's face, she immediately knew the answer, so she pouted and said angrily. Cough cough. Chu Qin, this newspaper only talks about some old and rotten things. It's not as interesting as The Art of War. This old man is indeed not interested in this. Li Jing's face darkened as he spat out blood. Only Hong Funu would dare to make the Tang Empire's war god put down his military book and read Datang daily. Hehe. Since you don't like reading newspapers, then how about I tell you the story of the founder of Datang daily? Hong Funu tugged at Li Jing's arm and blinked. She smiled mischievously. Hehe, Chu Qin is talking about Li Zishuan, right? This old man knows quite a lot about him. He's a promising young man. Li Jing shook her head and chuckled. Of course not. Master, I'm sure you've never heard of what I'm about to say. This is something new that Chu Qin encountered at the entrance of the East Market. Hong Fu grunted delicately and spoke with slight displeasure. Cough cough, then Chu Qin, quickly tell me. This old man is all ears. Li Jing retreated in defeat. Hehe. Previously, when I was at the East Market, I saw Li Zishuan's fiancé's family. They came to Chang, and to send dowry. That's a big show. Just the copper coins alone are worth 20 million. Oh? I've heard that Li Zishuan is getting married soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Hehe, that's not what I'm about to say. Master, guess who followed behind to add dowry? This? I only know that Li Zishuan's fiancé's surname is Han, and her name is Yushi. As for their family's relatives in Chang, and I'm not sure. Ah, that's what I'm saying. Master, you've never heard of these things. Hong Fu's daughter laughed happily. Then she moved a stool from the side and excitedly began to explain to Li Jing. Today, when the Han family's team entered the city, Du Yanheng of Chonghua Square's Du family personally led a team of dowry enhancers to follow them. He said that it was for his niece. Niece? How is the Du family related to the Han family's girl? I heard from the people around that Han Yushi's mother is the little wine sage Du Daoling's daughter, Du Shenyang. Moreover, Du Daoling didn't agree to this marriage at first. Du Shenyang threatened him with her life before finally marrying Han Tianhu. Back then, this matter caused an uproar in Chang and Sidige. Master, didn't you hear about it at that time? Hong Funu played with the hair in front of her chest as she told Li Jing the news she heard. Du Daoling. Du Shenyang. Wait. Li Jing felt that these two names were somewhat familiar. He frowned seriously and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Didn't Du Shenyang marry Han Tianlin back then? Could Han Yushi's father be? No. Master, you guessed wrong. Han Yushi's father is called Han Tianhu, not Han Tianlin. Hong Funu waved her hand and said with a look of superiority. Han Tianhu? Ah, that's definitely right. Han Yushi's father must be Han Tianlin. Li Jing said with certainty. Master, is it really the Han family's little Linzi? Hong Funu rolled her eyes and suddenly asked excitedly. Yes, it's most likely. In order to live a leisurely life, this kid really concealed his identity and hid it from everyone. Li Jing recalled the past with a look of nostalgia. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, Quick! Chu Qin, quickly instruct all the servants in the residence to immediately prepare dozens of carriages of gifts. Go and add to the Han family's girl's dowry now. Oh, yes. If it's really little Linzi, then isn't Han Yushi your grandniece? We really should go and add to the dowry. Hong Funu reacted and said happily. Li Jing was speechless. Isn't she also your grandniece? Of course not. I'm still so young. I don't want to be someone else's grandaunt. Master, you should be it yourself. Hong Funu snorted and was about to leave. When Li Jing heard that, his face was filled with black lines. Was this something a grandmother should say? Sigh. All right, Master. If we want to catch up to the Han family's team, we have to hurry. But this way we won't have time to prepare many things. What should we do? Hong Funu had just walked to the door when she came to her senses and turned around to ask. It's fine. Even if we don't bring anything and only send some people to support the Han family, little Linzi will be very happy. Li Jing stroked his beard and said calmly. Yes, that's true. Then I'll personally send the Han family's girl's dowry. Hong Funu said eagerly. Nonsense. Just let the Jian go. What will you look like if you go? Li Jing said unhappily. Throughout history, which grandaunt personally went to send dowry to her grandniece? Why can't I go? Am I unpresentable? Hong Funu said angrily with her hands on her hips, revealing her shrewish and unreasonable side. The veins on Li Jing's forehead were throbbing. He wanted to be angry but didn't dare to. After a pause, he could only swallow his anger and coax her nicely. Cough, Chu Qin, I definitely didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? You see, you let the Jian send the dowry. We can practice martial arts in the backyard. I haven't tested your martial arts skills in a long time. So that's the case. Master, please wait a moment. I'll let De Jian bring people to send the dowry. Then we'll spar. Hong Funu smiled and ran out immediately. Chapter 374. Li Zixuan, who had been woken up early in the morning and tidied up neatly, was ordered by his father to stay at home and wait for the Han family's makeup team to arrive. After waiting for a long time, Li Zixuan lay down comfortably on the recliner and went back to sleep. Li Zixuan, who was wandering in his sleep, naturally didn't know about the wave of family reunion that was happening on the streets of Chang'an City. He also didn't know that today's makeup team would be so huge that it would stun everyone. Hey, old master, why isn't the makeup team here yet? Could it be that something went wrong on the way? Madame Li was anxiously pacing back and forth in the front yard, looking at the gate from time to time. However, after waiting for a long time and not seeing the makeup team, she finally couldn't help but ask. Madam, don't be anxious. What could happen to the emperor? They will definitely be here soon. Besides, didn't Madam just send Sanbao out to scout for news? There should be news soon. Li Jingma was also a little anxious, but he forced himself to calm down and comforted her. Still talking about it? Didn't our daughter-in-law get kidnapped outside Chang'an City last time? Fortunately, Xiana went there in time and nothing happened. Madame Li rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Ahem, wasn't that an accident? Besides, weren't those bandits already surrounded by the Imperial Army? Madam, don't worry about it. Li Jingma's face darkened and he said in a muffled voice, I'm worried about it? Madame Li immediately jumped up as if someone had stepped on her tail. If I don't worry about my daughter-in-law, who will? One of you is sleeping soundly in the hall, and the other is drinking tea leisurely here. In the end, it's me who's worrying for nothing. All right, with such an unreasonable wife, old Master Li could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He smiled and said, Ahem, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Madam, please don't be angry. They're here, they're here. Old Master, Madam, the makeup team from the Han family is here. So long, so long, so long. Just as the old couple was about to quarrel, Sanbao ran in and shouted while gasping for breath. You're here? He's here? Where is it? What's so long? Madame Li immediately forgot about her earlier emotions. She quickly glanced at the door and asked Sanbao. Madam, they are almost at the entrance of the workshop. Sanbao ran faster, so she came back first. The makeup line is so long and there are so many people around to watch the fun. Sanbao took a deep breath and bowed. Good. Old Master, our in-laws have also given us face. I didn't send so many betrothal gifts in vain. When Madame Li heard this, she was overjoyed. She thought that Han Tianhu had only sent back most of the betrothal gifts. She was already very satisfied with that. After all, the Li family had given her a lot of betrothal gifts. She only needed to send back a part of it and it was already very ostentatious. It could be considered giving face to the Li family. Which mother wouldn't want her son's wedding to be lively? Of course. Tianhu isn't someone who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. He might have even supplemented the betrothal gifts from other places. The Han family's foundation is thin, but Tianhu's character is unquestionable. This marriage is going well. Old Man Li stood up and said with a smile. Yes. Shall he go and wake young master up and wipe his face? Why are you in such a daze on such a joyous day? Madame Li was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She turned her head and ordered Xiao He. Yes, madam. Thinking of her young master, Xiao Shi covered her mouth and smiled. She ran to the main hall to wake the lazy pig up. In just a short while there were sounds of drums and gongs outside the door. Then they saw Iron Egg, Hu Hanyun, Qin Huayu and Li Dijian, who were wearing joyful clothes, striding into the residence first. Grandmaster, Iron Egg is here to send my sister's makeup. Iron Egg smiled and bowed to Li Jingma and Madame Li. Good. Good child, go in and rest. Iron Egg was very obedient in the Li family and was deeply loved by the two elders. At this time, Madame Li lovingly touched the back of Iron Egg's head and said softly, The Han family presents their daughter's dowry, 20 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, 3 plates of coral pearls, golden amber pearls, beeswax pearls and agarwood pearls, 4 pieces of green jade, 4 pieces of white jade, 2 pieces of crystal, 2 pieces of gold amber, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of ivory, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of ivory, 2 pieces of eyed deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn. Sanbao and Ah Fu took turns to sing the gifts at the door. Butler Wang Zhong leaned over the red square table that had been set up earlier and quickly recorded everything down. As he recorded, his forehead started to sweat uncontrollably. There seemed to be an endless supply of gifts. He couldn't finish recording them no matter how hard he tried. Madame Li listened for a while and felt that something was wrong. She had never seen many of these things before. Most of the dowry from the Han family should be self-prepared. She couldn't help but look at Li Jingma and ask, "Master, isn't this too much?" "Yes, it is indeed more than what we sent over. Isn't this Han Tianhu too honest? For the sake of his daughter's reputation, where did he get so much wealth? Yo, it looks like there's still a long line behind. This? Li Jingma looked out of the courtyard and was instantly stunned. There were close to 200 ox carts and 400 to 500 gifts. The procession of gifts stretched for several hundred meters. Looking around, it was either gifts or people. The usually spacious Yongla lane suddenly became crowded. All the residents in the lane were alarmed and came to see what was going on. This led to more people delivering gifts and even more people coming to see what was going on. He. Old Master Li, Madame Li Du Yanheng from the Du family in Chonghua Lane is here to send dowry for his niece. These are just some small gifts to show my respect. While Old Master Li was dumbfounded, Du Yanheng went forward and cupped his hands with a smile. You are Han Yushi's uncle? Li Jingma asked in surprise. Yes, Yushi's mother is my biological sister. Because of my father, the two families might have been at odds. Today, I know that Yushi is getting married, so I came here specially to add dowry for my niece. I see. You are a guest. Brother Du, please come in. Li Jingma looked at the silent iron egg beside him, and his eyes flashed. He knew that there must be something hidden in this, but he knew that now wasn't the time to delve into it, so he smiled calmly. Thank you. Du Yanheng heaved a sigh of relief and walked in. The Du family in Chonghua Lane is sending dowry for my niece 800,000 copper coins. Sanbao then sang the Du family's gift list. Uncle Li, Auntie Li Huayu is here today to add dowry for my adopted sister on behalf of my parents. Thank you. This was an old acquaintance. When Li Jingma and Mrs. Li heard that the Qin family also came to send dowry for Han Yushi, their faces glowed even brighter. They quickly invited Qin Huayu to the side to chat enthusiastically. Coincidentally, Li Zixuan was also cleaned up by Xiao He, so the two brothers stood at the side and chatted about family matters. The Duke of Yi's mansion is sending dowry for his adopted daughter 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, a pair of pure gold buttons inlaid with jewels, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, 4 pairs of pearls, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix with pearls, and 1 golden hairpin with longevity fruit in the mouth of a pair of phoenixes. When it was time to read the Qin family's gift list, the quick-witted Sanbao immediately raised her voice to the maximum. The onlookers outside all heard it clearly and there was an uproar. Countless exclamations sounded from the crowd. Wow! So the bride is the adopted daughter of the Duke of Yin. Oh my God! The Qin family is here to add dowry. It's not a loss for the Li family's eldest son to marry into this family. It's more than not a loss. It's a huge profit. Did you hear how much dowry the Qin family added? 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land. What the heck? Is the Duke of Yi marrying off his adopted daughter at this time? Or is he marrying off his own daughter? That's right. Such a thick dowry means that Miss Han's status in the Qin family is also very high. Hearing the discussions outside, the corners of Madame Li's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a very elegant arc. She was now very satisfied with this marriage. Cough. Master Li, Madame Li, I am Li Dijian. Under the orders of my father and mother, I specially came today to send my niece Yushi's dowry. Li Dijian, who was on the side, originally wanted to follow Qin Huayu and call Li Jingma and Madame Li uncle and aunt. However, when he remembered that Han Yushi was his niece, he felt that it wasn't right to call them by seniority. However, if he called Li Jingma brother Li as a peer, he was afraid that Qin Huayu would be embarrassed. After thinking about it, he could only call him that. Chapter 375. First, an uncle popped up and then another uncle popped up. Li Jingma's mind couldn't help but become a little confused. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the Han family manor, and it wasn't that he didn't know about the Han family situation, but he had never heard of Han Yushi having such relatives. Also, why did the name Li Dijian sound so familiar? Uncle Li Dijian is Duke Wei's eldest son. Qin Huayu saw Li Jingma's confused face and explained softly. Buzz. Li Jing, it was actually Li Jing's son. Li Jingma's mind was buzzing from this news. In terms of prestige among the people, Li Jing's reputation was definitely greater than Qin Xiong's. That was the Tang Empire's military god. the Tang Empire's military god who had won every battle. If Du Yinheng came over to deliver the dowry, he might have the intention of using Han Yushi's relationship with the Li family. Then there was only one possibility for Li Jing to send his son over to acknowledge the family. Han Yushi was definitely Li Jing's grandniece. Li Jing, who was in a high position and had great prestige, wouldn't randomly come over to claim kinship just because of Li Zishuan's current achievements. Sorry for the disrespect. Thank you for your concern, Duke Wei. Dijian, please come in. Almost instantly, Li Jingma understood the crux of the matter. He was a little overwhelmed by the favor and quickly thanked him. As for why Li Jing became Han Yushi's granduncle, that was the Han family's own family matter. It wasn't convenient for him to ask too much. Ah, old Master Li is too polite. Li Dijian smiled honestly and returned the greeting. Ah, this. Li Zishuan, who was standing beside Qin Huayu, was dumbfounded. Li Jing was also present when he was treating Qin Xiong's illness at the Qin Manor. At that time he even called Li Jing Uncle Li. In just a few short months he had just married a wife. Why was he suddenly a generation lower than him? This was a little too big of a loss. He had to go back and ask Han Yushi properly. The majestic procession of gifts entered the Li residence at a very slow speed. All kinds of gifts were piled up like a mountain, and the front courtyard could not fit them all. In the end, some of the gifts were piled up in the west courtyard. Old Man Li saw that he was short of manpower, so he hurriedly sent for 3 accountants and 8 workers from the shop to sort out the gifts before noon. As for the storage of these gifts, they could only wait until noon. There were many gifts, but there were even more people who came. There were close to 200 people who came to deliver the dowry for the Han family. The other 3 families brought more than 300 people together. With so many people, it was impossible to let them come all the way here for nothing. At the very least they should take care of lunch. Lunch for over 500 people was definitely not something the Li residence's own kitchen could handle. Although Li Jingma didn't expect so many people to come today, he was already prepared. The Drunken Immortal Restaurant's kitchen had all been called over in advance. Today the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's business would definitely be down, but the Li family didn't care about that. Therefore these 500-plus ordinary people were very lucky today. They didn't spend a single cent and enjoyed a feast personally prepared by the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's kitchen. There were 30 big tables in the front courtyard of the Li residence, 20 big tables in the open space in front of the Li residence, and 2 tables in the main hall to entertain the important people who came today. When it was time to eat, the fragrance spread for 10 miles. The entire Yongla Lane was filled with the fragrance of the Li residence's banquet. TSK. Old Master Li is really generous. It's so fragrant. Is this chicken nibbled on? I didn't expect it. I can actually eat this expensive chicken today. I didn't come for nothing. Oh my god. This wine is so fragrant. It's a little. Bah. Big Dog Wang, you really don't know how to be content. Do you know what wine this is? This is the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's Gentle Village. It's 2 strings of money per liter. It's already very rare for us to have a pot on each table. You better cherish it. So this is the Gentle Village. I've never drunk it before. I have to taste it today. Tiske. Big Dog Wang, you bastard, leave some for us. That's right. The people who came to deliver the makeup today ate and drank to their heart's content in the Li residence. The passers-by saw the commotion inside and smelled the fragrance inside. They couldn't help but stop and discuss in low voices. Their envy was obvious. Wow. The Li residence's extravagance today is really grand. They set up so many tables for the banquet? Hey, you didn't see the extravagance of the makeup delivery this morning, right? That's called a grand occasion. Chang'an City hasn't had such a grand ceremony for many years. After smelling the fragrance for so long, I don't even need to eat lunch. The Li family chef skills are really good. What do you know? Old Master Li specially asked the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's chef to come over today to prepare the banquet. Didn't you see that the Drunken Immortal Restaurant is closed today? The Li family is really going all out today. Why didn't Old Master Han ask me to deliver the makeup? Even if I have to work for a day, it's worth it to be able to eat this meal. Mother, I'm hungry. A little girl by the roadside twitched her nose and said to the madam beside her, Nyonyo is hungry? Then mother will go back and make something delicious for you, okay? The madam bent down and rubbed her daughter's little head as she said softly, No. Nyonyo wants to eat their food. The little girl blinked and pointed at the Li residence's main door. This, Chonghua Square. Du Residence Side Hall. Old master. I heard that Big Brother still went to deliver the makeup to that girl. A woman in purple in her 30s said to the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. Big Brother is really selfish. Seeing that girl climb up the social ladder, he went over to suck up to her. What a disgrace to the Du family. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He slammed the table and said angrily, "What did my father say when he was alive? Has he forgotten all about it? Besides, the Lee family's drunken immortal and gentle village are said to be made by that girl. She has stolen a lot of business from our winery saint. That girl betrayed us and used the winemaking skills her mother taught her to deal with us. Big Brother actually went to deliver her makeup? How shameless." Old master is right. That wild girl is really hateful. She caused our Du family to decline day by day. I didn't expect her to be able to hook up with a county man. She is really lucky. The woman in purple said viciously. If it was in the past, not to mention a county man, even if he was an earl, our Du family would not even put him in our eyes. Under the leadership of Du family, our Du family is really declining. But luckily we are separated. I'd like to see how much benefit Big Brother can get from sucking up to that wild girl. The sinister man took a sip of tea and said with a sneer. Yes. Old master is really wise. Our winery saint earned more than Big Brother's winery saint last month. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 376. Oh, the Du family in Chonghua Square and the pharmacist have sent people to deliver dowries to Miss Han? In the Sweet Du Hall, Li Er was eating the food that Empress Zhang's son had personally delivered while listening to Zhao Song's report on the interesting things that happened in Chang'an today. Yes, Your Majesty. The Du family is Miss Han's maternal uncle's family. As for Duke Wei, I heard that he is here to add to his grandniece's dowry. Zhao Song said respectfully. Your Majesty, how did Duke Wei have a grandniece so quickly? Why have I not heard of it before? Hearing this, Zhang Sun interrupted curiously and asked. I have not heard of it before either. I did not expect the small Han family to have connections with the pharmacist. Zhao Song, have you investigated the relationship? Li Er shook his head and asked Zhao Song with a frown. Your Majesty, if Miss Han's mother is indeed Du Daoling's biological daughter, then Han Qianhu is very likely to be the third son of Shouguang County Duke Han Tianlin. I have read the Chang'an County records. 15 years ago, Han Tianlin could not stand the humiliation of the Han family's matriarch and boldly ran away from home. After that, he had an affair with Du Daoling's youngest daughter, Du Shenyang. The Du family did not agree to this marriage at first, but later, old Madame Du mediated and Han Tianlin was able to marry Du Shenyang. But since then the Du family and Du Shenyang no longer had any contact. Han Tianlin and Du Shenyang concealed their identities and led a leisurely life. Zhao Song was clearly prepared for this and reported to Li Er seriously. Shouguang County Duke? Han Shiding? Is this really the case? Li Er was stunned. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that Han Tianhu was Han Shiding's son. This was really big news. Han Shiding was the eldest son of Han Qinhu of the Sui dynasty, and Li Jing's biological mother was Han Qinhu's youngest sister. Therefore Han Shiding and Li Jing were cousins, and Han Tianhu had to call Li Jing uncle when he saw him. It's absolutely true. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this is going to be interesting. Empress Zhang Sun chuckled and continued the conversation. Previously, I heard that Duke Yi took in Han Yushi as his adopted daughter. This concubine thought that it should be to prevent that girl from being wronged because of her low status when she marries into the Li family. But now that girl has the support of the Du family and Duke Wei. This marriage has truly become a well-matched match. Guanyin maid is right, ha. I never thought that the girl from the Han family would have such a background. Li Zishuan, that brat really knows how to pick a wife. Li Er smiled maliciously. East Market, Strange Interest Pavilion. Now it was a different scene. Give me 2 Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Hurry up, it wasn't easy for me to get in line. A man excitedly said to the clerk of the Strange Interest Pavilion. All right, please wait a moment. Sigh. Give me 10 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, haha. It's only 300 copper coins per book, too cheap. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes laughed. The price of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary was indeed very cheap. It had a lot of pages, and according to the previous price, one might not even be able to get it for 7 or 8 strings of coins. Sorry. Dear customer, everyone in the Strange Interest Pavilion can only buy 3 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary today. One of the clerks hurriedly refused. What? There's such a thing? Oh. All right then, give me 3 copies. Outside the Strange Interest Pavilion, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone line up properly, don't fight. Today we have enough copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, so don't worry. It had been 2 hours since the market opened, but there was still a very long line in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion. There were scholars dressed in luxurious clothes, and there were also farmers dressed in coarse linen clothes. Due to the previous situation of the Strange Interest Pavilion, everyone in the line knew that there was a limited number of copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Thus, some of the people at the back of the line started to get restless. In order to maintain order, Sun Huayuan quickly calmed them down. Otherwise there would be a large-scale riot. Shopkeeper Sun, you're not trying to trick us again, are you? Every time you say that you have enough copies in stock, it's always sold out in a short while. That's right. Your Strange Interest Pavilion is always unkind. I've already bought a membership card, but I still can't get anything. That's right. Shopkeeper Sun, don't try to trick us. As soon as Sun Huayuan finished speaking, a group of customers who had suffered from the hunger marketing policy of the Strange Interest Pavilion immediately voiced their doubts. It was not their fault. They had been cheated by the Strange Interest Pavilion too many times in the past. Some of the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion could not be used even if they bought a membership card. For example, the new horse carriage Don't Touch Me. Purple members would still have to kneel if they came late. Which shop in Chang and City would dare to do the same thing as the Strange Interest Pavilion? Fortunately, the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion were unique. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated by their competitors long ago. Sun Huayuan's old face reddened. He said awkwardly, "Ahem, everyone, I'm not lying at all. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work by our workshop's craftsmen, the supply of Datang daily today has reached 1,500 copies. Everyone present should be able to get one." Everyone was stunned at first. They could not believe their ears. Then a wave of applause followed. Good job, Shopkeeper Sun. 1,500 copies? Looks like I'll be able to get one for my eldest son today. Counting the people here, it should be my turn soon. Let's go to the restaurant next door to eat. That's right. The Strange Interest Pavilion has finally done something good. Let's go eat. Haha. Hearing that the Strange Interest Pavilion had 1,500 copies of Datang Daily in stock this time, many people felt relieved. They looked at the time and saw that it was lunchtime. Therefore, a large number of people at the back of the line went to find a place to eat lunch. The huge crowd in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion was relieved. Sun Huayuan heard the discussions of some people and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, I heard that young master is planning to expand the workshop. Now, it seems like a wise decision. If the production can't keep up, no matter how good the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion are, they will be drowned by the saliva of these people. Young master, I've bought the dictionary of Tang Dynasty that you wanted. In a corner of the East Market, a black horse carriage was parked under a big willow tree, enjoying the cool shade of the tree. At this moment, a servant in gray clothes and a small hat came to the front of the horse carriage with a red cover of the dictionary of Tang Dynasty. He bowed respectfully to the person inside the carriage. Well done. Bring it over. A feminine male voice sounded from inside the carriage. Yes. Young master. The servant in gray lifted a corner of the curtain and carefully handed the dictionary of Tang Dynasty in his hands. The curtain moved slightly and through the gap, a slender and fair hand could be seen taking the dictionary. The curtain closed and the carriage fell into silence. The servant in gray stood motionless outside, waiting for orders. A moment later, a young man's urgent voice came from inside the carriage. Pan Rong, return to the residence immediately. Yes. The servant in gray didn't dare to say anything else and immediately drove the carriage away. Chapter 377. This lunch was dark and gloomy. The people who came to deliver the makeup had grease all over their mouths and were eating happily. There were 50 tables outside, and basically every table was completely implementing the CD policy. This made the stray dogs outside the Li residence, who were waiting to eat the leftovers after the meal, suffer. With such a big lineup today, they were destined to have no food to eat. Wow. Awesome, 2F** King awesome. The Li family's food is really F** King goods. Fortunately, I came with the master today to deliver the makeup. Zhao Sifeng, that little brat, wanted to change shifts with me when he came. Fortunately, I didn't change shifts. A servant who came with Du Yanheng to deliver the makeup said proudly while rubbing his swollen belly. De Zhuang, if you change shifts, won't you regret it for the rest of your life? Haha, that's the truth. Burp. Today is just to entertain us who deliver the makeup. Tomorrow is the official wedding banquet. I don't know how sumptuous the food and wine will be at that time. It's a pity that I'm not qualified to come and participate. Go. You should be satisfied. The meal we ate today is enough for many people to envy for a lifetime. Those who come to attend Lord Li's wedding ceremony tomorrow are all high officials and nobles. How can it be our turn? Ah, that's right. I'll be satisfied after this meal. The lively banquet lasted until 1:30 in the afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon. More than 500 people who delivered the makeup rubbed their swollen bellies and left one after another under the leadership of each family. Of course, many of the gifts on the ox carts didn't have time to be unloaded, so all the ox carts were left at the Li residence. They would be returned after the wedding. Anyway, there was the symbol of each family on it, so there was no need to be afraid of confusion. Besides, when the bride was fetching the bride tomorrow, they could be placed at the back of the convoy to add to the extravagance. The people who delivered the dowry had eaten their fill and returned home, each looking for their mothers. The people of the Li residence, on the other hand, were extremely busy. More than 10 servants were busy tidying up the tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, while the other 80 servants were busy helping to transport the dowry that had been sorted out in the morning to the Li residence's storeroom. This was a huge project. When Li Zixuan had just returned home a few months ago, he felt that there were too many maids and servants in the house. Now, it seemed that there was not enough manpower. No wonder it was often said in books that some rich and powerful families had more than 10,000 maids and servants. In this era, it was not exaggerated at all because the business of the big families was even bigger. The current foundation of the Li family was still not comparable to those 1,000-year-old families. Today, the amount of dowry sent by the Han, Li Du, and Qin families was so much that it almost filled up the 2 courtyards of the Li residence. The Li residence was not a small residence. The entire area of the Li residence could be counted with one's fingers in the several nearby squares. Even so, the courtyard was still full. One could imagine how many gifts there were. If it was a small family, it was estimated that the house would not be able to hold it. The storeroom of the Li residence was in the backyard. It was an independent 3-story building. There were only some famous people's calligraphy and paintings, gold, silver, jade, and of course a lot of copper coins. Li Zixuan had been here once but never again because he was not short of money to spend. Li Jingma personally went forward to open a simple and heavy copper lock, and then brought a few trusted servants in. The rest of the servants delivered all kinds of expensive gifts outside, and the servants inside were responsible for placing the gifts in appropriate places. In this way, the servants inside were actually the most tired, but none of them complained. Instead, they were all glowing and looked proud. The gifts that could be moved into the Li residence's storeroom were the more precious ones. For example, some of the cheaper furniture and decorations that took up more space could only be placed in the courtyard first, and even had to be piled up. As for the rice, wheat, and meat in the dowry, they had long been arranged to be placed in the Li residence's granary or sent to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. According to Li Zixuan's previous plan, he had originally planned to buy a large amount of food during this autumn harvest to deal with the locust plague next year. But now, it seemed that when the time came, perhaps only half of the planned amount would be needed, because half of the granary at home was filled with food. These are all Yushi's dowry. You can't use them without permission in the future, do you understand? Madame Li stayed inside for a while before coming out. As a woman, she couldn't help much inside. Li Zixuan was also bored inside, so he slipped out with his mother. Knowing that her son was deliberately playing tricks, Madame Li smiled and didn't want to expose him. She looked at the mountain of dowry outside, thought for a while, and then earnestly instructed her son. A woman's dowry in ancient times was usually the private property of the woman, especially at this time. According to the law, a woman's dowry was protected by the law. When a woman married into her husband's family, her dowry wouldn't become the family's public property, but still belong to her private property. Not only could the parents-in-law not take it, even the husband couldn't take it. If the woman was divorced, then the dowry could be taken away. If the woman passed away, then the dowry would belong to her children. If she didn't have children, then most of the dowry would go to the mother's family, and the husband would get half of it at most. This still depended on negotiation, and it was also where disputes over property often happened. Therefore, the rights of women in the Tang dynasty were still very high, and they were protected by the government. It wasn't like the Ming and Qing dynasties, where women were completely dependent on men. They followed the father at home, the husband after marriage, and the son after the husband's death. The women of this time also had their own property rights, which was unimaginable in the future. Mother, I know, so don't worry. I don't care about that little bit of money. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. He was an awesome transmigrator, so no matter what, he wouldn't fall to the point where he had to rely on his wife's dowry to survive. If that was really the case, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. My son is promising. Madame Li looked at her son's smug face and couldn't help but smile lovingly. Isn't that because I was born good? Glib tongue. Alright, go ahead and be naughty. I'll go and see if there are any oversights. Nothing must go wrong at tomorrow's wedding. Madame Li covered her mouth and smiled, tapping her son's forehead in annoyance. After such a long time of family reunion, she felt that she was getting happier every day. The only flaw was that she hadn't fulfilled her wish of having a house full of children and grandchildren. However, that was soon, so she felt full of motivation when she did things now. Thank you for your hard work, mother, Li Zishuan said sincerely. People said that having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. This was really true. If it weren't for the two elders, he wouldn't have been able to handle this wedding alone. He didn't even know the most basic wedding procedures, and who knew how much trouble he would have caused. Chapter 378. After leaving the backyard, Li Zishuan started to get busy with his own matters. He couldn't rely on his parents for everything, so he had to help out where he could. Tomorrow was the big day of the wedding. He had his own plans and arrangements to give Han Yushi a grand and special wedding. First, it had to be ostentatious and imposing. He couldn't just let the Han family have 10 miles of wedding procession today and the Li family have a few ox carts to escort the bride tomorrow. Li Zishuan had already prepared for this. Currently, the Li family had 25 of the new, Don't Touch Me carriages. Just this alone made them unique in the entire Tang dynasty. In addition, Li Zishuan had temporarily kept 35 carriages from the workshop, so they had 60 carriages in total. Also, he could borrow the few carriages he gave to Li Tai and Cheng Chumo to make up the numbers temporarily. Together with the 3 carriages sent by the Han family today, they had about 70 Don't Touch Me carriages in total. That's awesome. It was equivalent to using 70 Maseratis to escort the bride in modern times. Who could be so rich? He transferred over 20 people from his father's side. Li Zishuan arranged for 5 of them to borrow the carriages and 1 to inform Faubert to send the new carriages over. The rest were arranged to prepare materials for decorating the carriages, such as red ribbons, red silk flowers, and so on. Sanbao, come here. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a good idea. Young master, are you looking for me? Sanbao, go to the workshop now and tell Ma Zhou that tomorrow. Do you understand? Young master, Sanbao will go now. With that, Sanbao ran out like a wisp of smoke. Yi Lane. Meng residence. Brother, how do I pronounce this? In the main hall, Yaya was holding a dictionary of the Great Tang, and learning pinyin from her brother. She leaned over the table and pointed at a letter. It was worth mentioning that after Li Tai's persuasion that day, Meng Wenhao had already made a decision in his heart. As soon as he got home, he told his mother about his intention to transfer schools. At that time, Mother Meng almost subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she saw her son's determined expression, her heart softened. In the end, she didn't say anything. She just sighed and went to cook. Meng Wenhao couldn't understand his mother's intentions and his heart sank. However, when he thought of what Li Tai had said and the countless surprises brought by Li Zishuan after he entered the school, he gritted his teeth and decided to stick to his original intention. Therefore, from that day on, Meng Wenhao didn't go to the school anymore and started his field vacation in advance. For the past few days, he had been helping some shop owners to settle the accounts outside to earn some pocket money. Today, because the Dictionary of the Great Tang was on sale for the first time, he thought of buying a copy for his little sister to learn how to read. As a student of the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao certainly knew the benefits of pinyin. He didn't need to listen to other people's superfluous propaganda. Pronounce this letter Zhi. Come, Yaya, pronounce it with your brother, Zhi. Hearing his little sister's question, Meng Wenhao looked at the direction she was pointing at and taught patiently. Zhi, is that right, brother? Yes, Yaya is so smart. Meng Wenhao rubbed Yaya's head and smiled. Come here. Mother has something to say to you. At this moment, Mother Meng walked in and said to Meng Wenhao after taking a look at the situation in the room. Okay, Mother, I'll be right there. Do you know what day it is tomorrow? In the side hall, Mother Meng looked at her son and asked softly, tomorrow? Hearing this, Meng Wenhao frowned and thought for a while. He really couldn't think of what day it was tomorrow. He couldn't help but wonder, Mother, I can't think of what day it is tomorrow. Please tell me, Mother. How, is muddle-headed. Mother Meng frowned and said seriously, How, didn't you see the big wedding ceremony in Chang'an City today? Tomorrow is your husband's wedding ceremony. How can you not remember? Oh, so Mother is talking about this? Meng Wenhao scratched his head gloomily. At first, he thought his mother was asking about what important day it was tomorrow. How, you said earlier that you wanted to follow Li Xianji to the Yanhuang Academy. I'm not well educated and I don't understand the principles behind it. But since this is your decision after careful consideration, I'll support you. Mother Meng sighed, turned around and continued, Besides, Li Xianji is very kind and intelligent. Whatever he does, he won't harm his own student. I believe in my own judgment. How, you should prepare to go to Yanhuang College. What? Mother, you agree? Meng Wenhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. I agreed. How, you started from the county school and got promoted to the Imperial College 2 years ago. Mother and your father have seen you overcome obstacles and get promoted step by step, but the road to becoming an official is still uncertain. How, even if you continue to overcome obstacles and get promoted to the Imperial College, you still have to go through countless examinations. With Li Xianji's knowledge, it might be a very good way for you to follow him. This is the path you chose. How, and Mother supports you. I believe your father will also support you. Mother Meng looked at her son with bright eyes and told him the result she had thought about for a few days. Thank you, Mother. I won't disappoint Mother's expectations and will succeed soon. Meng Wenhao, who was a little dispirited before, suddenly became energetic and said excitedly. Although he had already made up his mind to stick to his dream regardless of whether his family agreed or not, if he could get his mother's approval, it was naturally the best and most perfect result. When mother and son work together, their sharpness can cut through metal. Ah, silly child. As long as you and Yaya don't have to worry about food and clothing in the future and are healthy, Mother will be satisfied. Mother Ming chuckled and continued, Li Xiannan is a great benefactor to our family. Whether it is teaching you or saving your father's life, these are all things that we can never repay in our lifetime. How, you mustn't forget your benefactor. This is Li Xiannan's wedding. As his disciple, no matter what, you have to personally go and greet him and express your sincerity. Here's 2 strings of money. How, take it and go to the East Market to buy some congratulatory gifts. Don't be too shabby. Tomorrow, how, you can go to the Li Mansion to congratulate your master on his wedding. Mother Meng took out 2 strings of money and handed it over. Before Father Meng went out to sea, Boss Feng had given the Meng family a large sum of money to settle down. Therefore, the Meng family could still afford this money. Mother, no need. I recently worked as an accountant for a grain store and earned a lot of money. I don't need you to give me money. Chapter 379. What? No way. Absolutely not. Workshop, Datong Daily Editorial Department. A thin, silver-haired old man in purple slammed the table and said angrily, The Tang Dynasty Daily has become the face of our Tang Dynasty. How can we treat the content of the paper as a child's play? Absolutely not. Even if County Magistrate Li is here, I can't agree. Junior Supervisor Yu, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. When the censorate was established by His Majesty, its purpose was to monitor the unreasonable content in Datong Daily. The scope of the censorate's authority was clearly defined. As long as it didn't involve party politics or maliciously smear the reputation of the court, it would be approved without any reason. When Ma Zhou heard this, he was not afraid of the old man's imposing aura at all. He immediately stood up and retorted, The 2 requests that Lord Ju has made today do not involve any political strife or maliciously smear the reputation of the imperial court. Junior Eunuch Yu has no right to reject them. Junior Supervisor Yu. That purple-clothed old man was none other than the head of the interrogation department of the Tang Daily that Li Qingqian had single-handedly established. Junior Supervisor Yu Shernan. Yu Shernan was good at calligraphy. During the Qin dynasty, he served as Minister of Justice Chao and Minister of Xi'an. After entering the Sui dynasty, he became an official secretary. After the fall of the Sui dynasty, he was appointed by Dou Jianda as Assistant Minister of the Yellow Gate. After Li Er killed Dou Jianda, he appointed Yu Shernan as Minister of the Qin Palace, Secretary of the Secretariat, and Scholar of the Hongwen Academy. He was one of the 18 scholars with Fang Xianling and others. In the 8th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er ascended the throne and Yu Shernan was promoted to minister and scholar of the Hongwen Academy. This year Yu Shernan was already 69 years old, so he submitted a petition to resign. Li Er refused and promoted him to the crown prince's right concubine's son. Yu Shernan refused and was promoted to junior supervisor. This year, Li Zishuan's Datang daily came out of nowhere and stirred up a storm. It made some people in the court nervous. The 70-year-old Yu Shernan was once again appointed to the censorate as an army supervisor. Old Yu's enthusiasm for his work would make him a model worker in modern times. He really lived his life for work and for the world. You brat, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Hearing Ma Zhou's seemingly reasonable but completely fallacious arguments, Yu Shernan's old face flushed red as he scolded angrily. If Junior Eunuch Yu doesn't agree, then we can only vote. Scholars present, if you agree with Lord Ju's temporary arrangement, please vote. If you don't pass, then I can only ask His Majesty to make a judgment. Ma Zhou shook his head and looked at the rest of the people in the field. Today, it was the first time the original staff of Datang Daily had clashed with the newly established Interrogation Division. There were 5 scholars in the Inquisition Division. When there was a disagreement, they could vote on their own. The minority had to obey the majority, so it could be considered quite democratic. Junior Supervisor Yu, what Steward Ma said is reasonable. Although Li Xinnan's temporary arrangement is somewhat absurd, it is not against the rules. Furthermore, in view of the fact that tomorrow is Li Xinnan's big day, this arrangement is understandable. There is no need to bring this small matter to Her Majesty, right? That's why I agreed. An old man who was about the same age as Yu Shernan spoke up. This person was called Su Shizhang. He was also one of the 18 scholars in the Hongwen Library. His reputation was not much lower than Yu Shernan's, and he was currently the Interrogation Division's physician. Physician Su's words are reasonable. I agree as well. I agree as well. I agree as well. The rest of the people expressed their agreement. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's side was in the right. Even if they did not agree, it would be useless. Instead, it would cause a lot of trouble in the future. After all, the editorial department had the right to supervise the Interrogation Division. Using the country's national weapon for personal use? What nonsense. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Yu Shernan angrily snorted and left in a huff. Hey Lord Jews, 35 new carriages are all here for you. In the evening, Pang Feiji led the huge fleet of carriages to the Li residence. Coincidentally, he met Li Zishuan in the front yard, who was instructing the servants. Pang Feiji hurriedly threw down the reins in his hand and walked up to him with a smile. Oh, not bad, not bad. You came at the right time. San Bao, bring a group of people to decorate these carriages. Hang all of them with red ribbons and red silk flowers. After the 35 carriages squeezed into the residence, the front yard immediately became crowded. As far as the eye could see, there were carriages everywhere. Li Zishuan looked around and ordered, "Okay, young master." San Bao responded and went to bring people to work. Cough. Lord Ju, why don't I go and help too? Anyway, these brothers have nothing to do. Brother Chicken saw that they were the only ones who had nothing to do and hurriedly tried to curry favor with him. This guy had long integrated himself into the Li group. If it wasn't for Yuchi Jingda calling him back to the Wuho government for a meeting every once in a while, this guy would have probably forgotten that he was a Wuho. There was no other reason. It was just that ever since he followed Li Zishuan, his life had been too comfortable. Huh. That's great. Airplane, if you guys have nothing to do now, stay and help. There will be plenty of good wine and food tonight. When Li Zishuan heard this, his eyes lit up. He was still lacking manpower. He didn't expect that someone would send him a pillow when he was about to doze off. He used to call Pang Feiji Pang Sigi, but Pang Feiji felt that it was too distant, so he strongly requested Li Zishuan to call him Feiji. In the end, Li Zishuan called him Airplane. Anyway, outsiders wouldn't be able to tell that there was anything wrong with it. Lord Ju, the brothers below are waiting for you to say that. Pang Feiji chuckled and turned to order, "Did you all hear that? Go and help." Ah, yes boss. The 30 over people brought by Brother Chicken responded excitedly and went to find San Bao to get work. The news of the Li family spending a few thousand strings of coins to host a banquet to entertain the makeup team had long spread. They were lucky enough to have a meal here, so how could they not be willing? All he did was contribute a little bit of strength. Airplane, don't go first. I have something to talk to you about. When Li Zishuan saw that Brother Chicken had rolled up his sleeves and was about to go to work, He couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. If this guy was in the modern world, he could be considered the director of a local police station. Why was he acting like a henchman now? Okay, Lord Ju, please give me your orders. It's like this, how many people do you have under you now? Li Zishuan brought Brother Chicken to the main hall and asked. The workshop and strange culture together have a total of 100 brothers. Lord Ju, do you feel that you don't have enough manpower? Then I'll go and call them all over now. No need, no need. There's no need for that today. Seeing that Brother Chicken was ready to run at any time, Li Zishuan quickly said. Chapter 380. It's like this. Airplane, go to the right Marquis household and ask Uncle Yuchi if you can bring your Marquis subordinates with me to the Han family manor to escort the bride tomorrow. Li Zishuan slowly told Pang Feiji his purpose. The extravagance of the wedding procession was not only reflected in the procession, but also the size of the procession. Today there were already 200 people from the Han family who were sending the dowry. In addition to the procession from the other families, there were more than 500 people. If his procession tomorrow was less than this number, wouldn't it be embarrassing? There were only about 100 people in the Li residence and not everyone could go. It couldn't be better if Pang Feiji's team of Marquis were to join. Wedding? This is good. When Pang Feiji heard Li Zishuan's plan, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was treating him as his confidant. He quickly said, Lord Ju, you don't have to look for General Yuchi for this matter. When I was sent to Chitsu culture, General Yuchi personally told me that my 100 brothers are at your disposal. Li Zishuan shook his head and insisted, no. It's better to go and report so that people won't talk about it. You can go now. If Uncle Yuchi agrees, you can bring your people here tomorrow morning. Remember to make them clean up before you come, don't embarrass me. Okay, Lord Ju, don't worry. I will order them to bathe today. Then I will go and look for General Yuchi now. Pang Feiji laughed and said. Okay, go. After a while, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong, the two military bosses, actually came together. Li Zishuan quickly went to welcome them. Uncle Qing, Uncle Qin, why are the two of you here? After welcoming the two bosses to the main hall to serve tea, Li Zishuan smiled and asked. Today the whole Chang and city is talking about the Han family's dowry. You're famous now. You don't know anything, why serve tea? Bring the wine. There was no need to guess. To be able to say such shameless words, it must be none other than Qing Yaojin. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He waved his hand and hurriedly asked the servant to bring a pot of wine. Little Xian. This old man didn't expect that there would be so many people giving Yushi her dowry today. What's more, I didn't expect Tianhu to be the son of Shouguang County Magistrate. Back then, the Han family was also a prestigious family. So, this marriage is really well matched. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said with a rueful smile. Who is Shouguang County Magistrate? Oh right, Duke Wei's family also came to send makeup today. They even said that Yushi was his grandniece. This kid was still confused. Can Uncle Qin dispel my doubts? Li Zishuan said gloomily. The feeling of being drunk while everyone else was awake made him very unhappy. We just received this news. The apothecary is right. Han Yushi is indeed his grandniece. Back then, the sister of Han Qinhu, the pillar of the previous dynasty, was the apothecary's biological mother. And Han Qianhu is Han Qinhu's grandson, Han Tianlin. This kid has been hiding his identity all these years and has filled all of us. Han Qinhu's original name is Han Qinbao. Tianhu was originally Han Shiding and a common woman's illegitimate son. Back then, the Han family let Han Shiding take Tianhu's biological mother as his concubine to prevent the family scandal from spreading. Tianhu then became Han Shiding's third son. However, the Han family's matriarch Lu was jealous. Within a year, she persecuted Tianhu's biological mother and killed her. Tianhu was alone in the Han family and suffered abuse. 15 years ago, which was the 8th year of the Dai dynasty, Tianhu was discovered to be secretly learning the family's martial arts. Lu wanted to join forces with the family elders and used this as an excuse to kick him out of the family. Tianhu had a feeling and ran away from home that night. He concealed his identity and wandered around the pugilistic world. In the same year, Tianhu and the Du family's young Miss Du Shenyang, the youngest daughter of little wine sage Du Daoling, had feelings for each other and secretly pledged to marry. The Du family was the imperial winemaker and had a strong reputation. Of course, they wouldn't agree to this marriage. However, Du Shenyang had a strong personality and threatened to kill herself. In the end, old Madame Du's heart softened. She prepared a small dowry and quietly married Du Shenyang to Han Tianhu. The following year, in the 9th year of the Day dynasty, Han Shiding followed Duke Chu Yang Shengan to rebel and force Luoyang. In the end, Yang Shengan was defeated and committed suicide. Han Shiding was also captured. His wife and children were all imprisoned. The Han family also completely declined. Therefore, when Qianhu ran away from home that year, it could be said that he avoided being implicated in this unexpected disaster. Li Zixuan's jaw dropped. In his previous life, he had read many versions of the legend of the Sui and Tang heroes. Naturally, he knew that Han Qinhu and the Han clan were an extremely powerful existence in the Sui dynasty. He had thought that Han Lijing was just an honest and hard-working farmer. Who would have thought that he was actually from one of the top military families of his time? Moreover, Han Lijing seemed to be very charming. As a descendant of a general's family, he was able to hook up with the Du family's young miss. Li Zixuan couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Han Lijing. He was really a role model for his generation. Ah, how is it, kid? Do you think you've picked up a treasure? You're marrying Han Qinhu's great-granddaughter. TSK. When Qing Yaojin saw Li Zixuan's shocked expression, he couldn't help but smile mischievously. Uncle Qing, what are you talking about? Regardless of whether Yushi is from an ordinary family, or the daughter of a noble family, I treat her with sincerity. The concept of a well-matched family doesn't exist for me, Li Zixuan said seriously. He didn't marry Han Yushi because he coveted anything from the Han family. No matter if Han Yushi's identity was noble or ordinary, she would only have one identity after marrying into the Li family, and that was his wife. Sour, you're really sour. When Qing Yaojin heard that, he exaggeratedly waved his hand in front of his nose to get rid of the air. Qin Xiong couldn't help but say, Ahem, Jijia, why don't you act like an elder at all? I think that Xiaoshen is right. You're a good kid. I'm not worried about Yushi marrying you, haha. After chatting with the two big shots for a while, Li Zixuan finally understood why they were here. It turned out that they were here to pick up the bride tomorrow and support him. The Qin and Qing manors had a total of nearly 400 servants. Tomorrow, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin would bring these people to accompany Li Zixuan to the Han family manor to escort the bride. In old Cheng's words, with so many people from the bride's family coming today to deliver her dowry, if there were fewer people going to escort the bride tomorrow, wouldn't that be a loss of face? After understanding the purpose of these two people's visit, Li Zixuan was very touched. He bowed to them and then personally sent the two big shots out. Qing Yaojin was all smiles and carefree on the surface, but he really treated him as a nephew. Whenever Li Zixuan encountered something, Qing Yaojin would always be the first to jump out to support him. As for Qin Xiong, after this marriage the Qin family and the Li family would be even closer. Chapter 381. Young Master, it's time to get up. Li Zixuan was excited for a long time last night when he thought about how he was going to marry a wife today. He only fell asleep late at night. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, when he was sleeping soundly, Xiaoxi came to wake him up. Time to get up. Li Zixuan knew that he could not stay in bed today no matter what. He rubbed his eyes and jumped up. Then he stretched out his hands and let the two maids help him put on his clothes. He was already used to the decadent feudal life of a rich man. If there was no one to serve him now, he probably would not even know how to wear clothes. Young master, you have to wear this new set of clothes today. It will be more troublesome to wear it. Please wait patiently. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she took a red round neck robe from the side. There was a belt around the waist and a loose robe on the outside. It was imitating the style of an official's robe. Ordinary people did not have the right to wear clothes of this color and style. However, when it was a wedding, the imperial court allowed the commoners to wear the same clothes as the officials. The bride was also allowed to wear a phoenix coronet. The wedding ceremony of the Zhou dynasty advocated decorum and solemnity. It was different from the wedding ceremony of the later generations. The color of the wedding dress followed the xuanfu system. The groom wore a noble's hat and a xuanduan ceremonial robe. He wore a black robe, a white silk robe and a red robe or shoes on his feet. The wedding dress of the Tang dynasty was a combination of the solemnity and holiness of the previous times and the warm celebration of the later generations. Usually, the men's clothes were crimson and the women's clothes were green. However, there were also many bridal dresses that were crimson. Young master, this wedding dress was designed by Madame a month ago. It was made of the best fabric and the best tailor in Chang, and city was hired. The embroidery on it was made by Madame herself recently. Xiao, he said in a crisp voice as she tidied Li Zixuan's collar on her tiptoes. Li Zixuan looked at the exquisite patterns on the clothes. It was as if he could see his mother doing embroidery every night under the candlelight. A warm feeling rose in his heart. In terms of the patterns and colors of the wedding dress, the Tang dynasty inherited the styles of the Zhou dynasty, the Warring States period, and the Wei and Jin period. They combined the delicate and exquisite designs of the Zhou dynasty, the grand and expansive designs of the Warring States period, the lively and concise designs of the Han dynasty, and the light and changeable styles of the Wei and Jin period. On this basis, they became more luxurious and creative, causing the art of clothing and patterns to reach the peak of history. The patterns in the Tang wedding dress did not completely follow the traditional patterns of the past. They boldly used realistic patterns such as flowers, plants, and other patterns. The patterns of the wedding dress were the most representative ones. They reflected the luxurious elegance of the Tang dynasty and implied that the marriage would last for a long time. Moreover, this style of wedding dress pattern had been influential for nearly 1,000 years. Even in the 21st century, some Chinese wedding dresses were often seen with such patterns. Dressing up, fixing the crown, putting on the clothes, and putting on the shoes took almost an hour. It had to be said that the bridegroom's attire was really troublesome to put on. Wow! Young master looks so good in this bridegroom's attire. Xiao He took 2 steps back and exclaimed with her eyes wide open. The little girl's eyes were almost shining with stars. He's really handsome. Xiao Shi also exclaimed with a face full of infatuation. Your young master, am handsome to begin with? Li Zixuan said proudly. He just looked at the bronze mirror and realized that the effect of the clothes was really good. In fact, at the beginning he instinctively resisted wearing this kind of bright red clothes. He did not expect that after wearing it the effect would be so good. Perhaps the tailor's skills were too good. Li Zixuan expressed that the cloth, the style, and the embroidery, even if it was in the modern era, it would definitely be top-notch. Young master is really shameless. Just after breakfast, Pang Feiji led 100 martial marquises to the Li residence. Li Zixuan glanced at them and secretly nodded. He thought that Pang Feiji was quite reliable when doing things. These people were all wearing tight clothes and tidied up neatly. It was obvious that they had all taken a bath yesterday. At the very least, their hair was not as shiny as before. Li Zixuan was very satisfied. He did not ask for these people to smell good. He only asked that they did not stink. After chatting with Pang Feiji for a while, Li Zixuan directed them to start pulling out the 70 new horse carriages and more than 200 ox carts. Yesterday, the servants of the Li residence had decorated all the carts. They were all tied with red silk and red silk flowers, looking very festive. After half an hour, the carriages of the Li residence were all lined up. At the front was the horse carriage that Li Zixuan usually rode. It was also the first new horse carriage that was born in this world. What was different from the other horse carriages was that the compartment of this horse carriage was installed with thick metal plates. It looked sturdier and heavier. In addition, as "Don't Touch Me Number 1, this horse carriage itself had a very important commemorative meaning. 270 carriages. It was just a number, but when it was placed in front of you, you would know how shocking it was. The long streets of Yongla Lane were almost completely filled. The huge carriages could not be seen at a glance. The residents of Yongla Lane who were already awakened by the commotion all ran out to watch the show. Wow! Such a big show. What is the Li family doing? Is it a wedding? Of course it's a wedding. This wedding procession is so big. Yes, this old man has lived for more than 70 years, and I've never seen such a grand wedding procession. They're so particular. Yes, they have face. The Li family is very particular about their face. You can't say that. It's mainly because the Han family sent a grand wedding procession yesterday. The bride's side has already made such a big show. If the Li family's side doesn't make a big show of it, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Besides, if they don't make a big show of it, how can they suppress the bride in the future? That's right, she's the adopted daughter of Duke Yi, the grandniece of Duke Wei. Li Zixuan was outside organizing the carriages. Old Man Li and Madame Li were also very busy in the courtyard. They were calling the servants to prepare the banquet. The bride was going to be picked up at dusk today, and the guests started to come in the morning. According to Li Jingma's idea, his son's wedding must be a grand affair. Holding a banquet that lasted for 3 days would take at least 500 to 600 tables and cost nearly 10,000 strings of coins. This scale was comparable to the wedding banquets of some 1,000-year-old families. Little Xian, I old Cheng am here. Come out quickly and let your Uncle Cheng see what today's groom looks like. With a rough laugh, Cheng Yaojin rode his horse and came to the front of the Li residence. Wow. Not bad, not bad. Kid, your appearance is not bad. You're only a little worse than old Cheng when I was young, ha ha ha. Cheng Yaojin got off his horse and looked at Li Zixuan carefully for a while. Suddenly he laughed shamelessly. Chapter 382. That madman Cheng is really shameless. He doesn't have any respect for his elders. Just as Li Zixuan was about to raise his head and spit at old Cheng's salted soda water, Yuqi Jingda patted his horse to kill and verbally attacked Demon King Cheng, helping Li Zixuan vent his anger. You're the shameless one. You look like a charcoal ball and you're so stupid. Old Cheng wasn't afraid at all. He moved his lips and retorted. Madman Cheng, do you want to fight? These wicked words made Yuqi Jingda so angry that his hair stood on end. These two people were really enemies in his previous life. As soon as they met, they would fight. Li Zixuan's head hurt when he saw them. Let's fight. Who's afraid of you? Cough cough. Can't the two of you stop? Don't you know what day it is today? Stop fooling around. Qin Xiong and Nyo Jinda rode over from behind and said seriously. Haha, Uncle Qin, Uncle Nyo, Uncle Yuqi, you're all here? Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief. In this world, only Qin Xiong, Li Er, and a few others could restrain Qing Yaojing. Xiao Xian, today is your wedding. Of course we old fellows have to come. Xu Bao and Ji Jia want to send you to the wedding. How can I, old Nyo, and your Uncle Yuqi be missing? Nyo Jinda got off his horse and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder as he laughed. Thank you, uncles. Li Zixuan thanked them sincerely. He had never thought of troubling these two military big shots to help, but now that they had taken the initiative to come, Li Zixuan was extremely grateful. He had to repay this favor in the future. The few of them chatted in front of the mansion for a while. At this time the sun was already halfway up the sky. The auspicious hour has arrived. The convoy is setting off. Li Zixuan asked for the opinions of a few old generals and roared in a loud voice. Let's go. Crackle crackle. With the sound of firecrackers, the huge convoy began to move out. Li Zixuan rode a tall horse and walked at the front. Today no one would compete with him for the limelight. Not long after, the carriages left Yongla Lane. The Qin, Cheng, Nyo and Yuqi families' carriages were all waiting outside Yongla Lane, because if they all went in, Yongla Lane would probably explode. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he came out to take a look, he was really shocked. The four families had brought a total of 700 to 800 people and more than 200 carriages. Although these carriages weren't as luxurious as the new carriages, they were still very shocking when placed together. Little Xian, you look so energetic today. Yes. He's indeed handsome. The group outside Yongla Lane was personally led by Cheng Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, and Qin Huayu. When they saw Li Zixuan come out, the three of them hurriedly went up to greet him. Chumo, Huayu, Baolin, thank you for coming to help me today. Li Zixuan chuckled and cupped his fists. Little Xian, you're treating me like an outsider. We're brothers, let's not be so formal. Just drink a few more cups with your big brother today. Cheng Chumo patted his chest and laughed. Li Zixuan nodded and looked at Qin Xiong. Uncle Qin, why are there so many carriages? Qin Xiong laughed and said, our families aren't as capable as you to get so many new carriages. These 230 carriages were all rented from a few carriage companies in Chang'an. Li Zixuan nodded and cupped his hands. I'm sorry to have let you guys spend so much money. Of course he couldn't say that he was returning the money. This was a debt of gratitude and it couldn't be repaid with money. Li Zixuan was sure that if he dared to say, I'll pay for the rental of the carriages, Qing Yaojin's hammer would fall on him immediately. It's okay. Let's go to the Han family village quickly. Qin Xiong nodded with satisfaction and laughed. The 5 families gathered together and there were more than 300 carriages. Behind them were more than 200 ox carts, and there were close to 1,000 people accompanying them. The ox and horses neighed and the crowd was noisy. Those who didn't know would think that they were about to start a rebellion. East of Chang'an City. Chunming Gate. Yesterday the Han family's wedding procession had entered through Chunming Gate. Many people guessed that the Li family's wedding procession would also leave through Chunming Gate. Therefore many of the Chang'an residents who had seen the drama yesterday did not have anything to do today. They deliberately came to the street near Chunming Gate early to wait. How many people do you think the Li family's wedding procession will be today? There should be at least 300 of them. Yes. Without 300 they won't be able to bring out so many people. Yesterday the Han family's wedding procession had more than 200 people. At this time a young man in green came running from the west. He laughed and said, let me tell you something. I just came from Yongla Lane. How is it? How many people did the Li family send? I don't know. Yongla Lane is full. There are people and carriages everywhere. There are many people outside Yongla Lane. 3 Grand Dukes and a County Duke are there too. Oh my, 3 Grand Dukes. Wow, it sounds like the procession is much bigger than yesterday. Today is going to be interesting. Looks like it's going to be more lively today. I'll go buy some pine nuts. I can't miss this show today. Li Zixuan knew that his wedding procession would attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be so eye-catching. Not long after the 5 families merged and left Yongla Lane, they saw countless onlookers on both sides of the road. Some people even brought their whole families along. Oh my God! Why are there so many new carriages? Oh my, how many are there? Let me count. I think there are 50 to 60 of them. 70. I've counted. There are 70 in total. Don't touch me. Wow. 70. How much is that? Someone is willing to pay more than 2,000 strings of cash for each carriage. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that these carriages alone can be sold for more than 100,000 strings of cash? The Li family is really rich. Everyone's focus was still on the 70 very eye-catching, don't touch me carriages in front of the procession. It couldn't be helped. After all, this thing was the hottest in Chang, and recently. Chao Wendong was in a corner of the crowd. When he saw the 70 don't touch me carriages, he was instantly hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. Back then, Sun Huayuan said that the workshop left a few in stock for Li Zixuan's wedding. At that time he believed him. In the end, you're telling me that there's only a few in stock? This is a total of 70 new carriages. Even if the Li family had more than one carriage, there should be at least dozens of them in stock from the workshop, right? What's worse was that the people around him were talking about how he spent more than 2,000 strings of cash to buy a carriage that day. This hurt Chao Wendong a second time. However, when he thought that he might be able to use this incident to show his face in front of Li Zixuan in the future, he felt a little better. Chapter 383. Wow. Li Xiannan is so handsome today. Yes, he's so handsome. If Li Xiannan can bring so many carriages to my house to fetch me, I will definitely marry him. Bah, you slut, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you think Li Xiannan will like you? If he wants to like someone, he will like me first. You're the slut. You're the ugly one. Li Xiannan. Li Xiannan, I want to marry you. Li Zixuan was riding on his horse when he suddenly saw a group of beautiful young ladies in gorgeous clothes gathered in the crowd at the entrance of the East Market. They were excitedly calling out his name. Io, isn't that Miss Yenner, the courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower in Peace Lane? It's so hard to see him normally. Without spending a few thousand, you can't even see him. If you want to listen to his song, you have to spend another few thousand. Who would have thought that he would come here today to fetch Xiao Xian? Brother, you're still the most charming one. Ah. Cheng Chumo pointed at a beautiful woman in green and winked at Li Zixuan as he said with a smirk. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said, from what Chonyo said, it seems like he often goes to that 100 Flowers Tower, right? I'll have to talk to Uncle Cheng later. Hey, Xiao Xian, we're brothers. You can't do this. Cheng Chumo said hurriedly as he glanced behind him guiltily. As the son of an official, visiting prostitutes was not a big deal. However, as parents, no one would want their children to spend all their time in brothels. Therefore, even when Cheng Chumo visited brothels, he did it secretly behind his parents' backs. Ah. Chonyo, Xiao Xian is just joking with you. Can't you tell? But you should try not to go to such places in the future. Qin Huayu joked. It was rare for him to be so playful. Ah. Look, they're here. The Li family's bridegroom is here. On the streets near the Spring Bright Gate, someone saw a huge fleet of carriages slowly approaching from afar and exclaimed excitedly. Wow. It's really here. There are so many people. Yo. The groom is so handsome. No, look at all the new carriages. Oh my God. How much would that cost? The Li family is so generous. Wow. The 3 dukes really came together. This Li Xinji is really amazing to be able to invite so many dukes. Li Zixuan did not disappoint the crowd who had been waiting for a long time. The grand display made many people cry out in surprise, expressing all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Isn't she just a peasant girl? This Li Zixuan is still causing such a big commotion. How stupid. East Market, in a private room on the 4th floor of Yunxi Restaurant. A stunning lady was looking out the window in the direction of Li Zixuan's bridegroom's procession. The lady was about 14 or 15 years old. She was wearing a lake green long dress. Her perfect facial features were so exquisite that they looked like they were carved by humans. Her eyebrows were arched, her nose was arched, and her cherry lips were bright red. She looked at the grand fleet of carriages and snorted unhappily. However, no one noticed that an imperceptible trace of jealousy flashed across her eyes. Hehe. Ning'er, you said it yourself. Han Yushi is just a peasant girl. Why do you have to be angry with her? This Li Zixuan is just lucky. So what if he has some spare cash? Can his Li family compare to our Chui family? Ha. A man in white came behind the lady and said nonchalantly while waving his folding fan. Second brother, you can't say that. Li Zixuan's achievements today are definitely not due to luck. Ning-er feels that this person is very powerful and smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so much wealth and such a high status in such a short period of time. The green-clothed girl shook her head and opened her red lips in disagreement. Oh? From what little sister said, you seem to know this Li Zixuan very well. Could it be? The man in white suddenly stood in front of the lady and stared into her eyes. Stupid second brother, how can you make such a joke? The girl was so embarrassed that she jumped up and punched the man in the chest. She snorted and refused to let go. Shoo. At this moment, two groups of soldiers and horses, totaling more than 200 people, rushed over. The commoners at the city gate began to discuss spiritedly. Wow. Two more groups of people came. What are they doing? Oh. They seem to be the imperial guards of the East Palace. Oh my God, is His Highness the Crown Prince here? It can't be, right? How can this Li Xianqing invite the Crown Prince? Shoo. Don't say any more. It's really the Crown Prince. The other group is brought by His Highness King Wei. This is a big scene. Oh my God. It's really the Crown Prince and King Wei. Silence. When Li Chengqian and Li Tai arrived on their horses, the surrounding commoners, who had been discussing animatedly, immediately quieted down and bowed towards the two of them. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. They were here to watch a big show, but they didn't expect to see such a big show. The Crown Prince and the Emperor's most beloved prince actually left the palace together to accompany a county boy to fetch his bride. If this was told to others, they would think it was a fairy tale. However, it happened right in front of their eyes. It was unbelievable. Li Zixuan himself was also taken aback. This was completely out of his expectations. Greetings, Your Highness King Wei. Everyone was bowing. Of course, he couldn't make an exception at this time. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to pick on him. It didn't matter how they joked around in private, but in front of others, he still had to show the proper etiquette. Li Zixuan didn't want to bring trouble to his family because of this. Besides, in the Tang dynasty there was no need to kneel. They only had to bow and cup their hands. Li Zixuan could easily get over this hurdle in his heart. If he had transmigrated to the Qing dynasty, he would have thought of ways to rebel. No modern person liked to kneel to others. Everyone, there's no need for such formalities. I'm just out for an inspection today. Li Chengqian raised his hand and gestured for everyone to dispense with the formalities. Then he and Li Tai walked quickly to Li Zixuan and smiled. Xiaoxian, today is your big day. Qing Ke and I are here to join in the fun. You don't mind, right? Li Zixuan shook his head and smiled. As long as Your Highness and all of you don't mind, of course I don't mind. Don't worry, Xiaoxian. Before Big Brother and I came, we already reported it to Father and Mother. It's fine, it's fine. Li Tai jumped off his horse and laughed. Li Zixuan's eyebrows twitched. He felt the ground tremble just now. He looked worriedly at the horse that little fatty had just ridden over. He frowned and said seriously, Qing Ke, where did you buy this horse? It can actually carry you. How about you buy me 10 horses later? Chapter 384. F*CK. Xiaoxian, how dare you scold me in such a roundabout way? I'm going to kill you. Li Tai was stunned for a while before he realized that Li Zixuan was calling him fat. He was furious and was about to attack. However, with his body size, it was harder than reaching the heavens for him to be as still as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. Before he could reach Li Zixuan's side, Li Zixuan had already leaped onto his horse in a flash and rode off with his whip raised. Let's go. Li Zixuan's last words echoed in the air. Qing Ke, where did you buy your horses? Give me 10 of them too. Giddy up. Cheng Chimo imitated Li Zixuan's tone and said that. Before Li Tai could get angry, he slapped his horse's butt and followed after Li Zixuan. Cheng Chimo. You bastard. Li Tai stomped his feet and wanted to get on his horse as well. However, he was too heavy, and it would take a lot of effort to overcome Earth's gravity. Wu Chundao, hurry up and help me onto the horse. Li Tai looked at one of the guards he brought along and said angrily. Oh, yes, Your Highness Prince Wei. The black-faced guard hurried over and helped Li Tai get on his horse. Everyone held back their laughter and didn't dare to make a sound. Li Chengqian shook his head speechlessly and said, "Let's go." To the Han family manor. It was only then that the bridal procession started moving again, leaving behind a crowd of confused onlookers. They didn't expect the high and mighty prince to be so amusing. Moreover, Li Zixuan seemed to have a very good relationship with the crown prince and King Wei. This made everyone so envious that they were about to go crazy. At the end of the day, this was still a feudal society. The royal family would always be supreme in the hearts of the people. Ugh. A man from Li County actually dares to joke around with the Prince of Wei? Do you think His Highness King of Wei got angry just now? He's definitely not really angry. Otherwise, the Prince of Wei would have already sent his guards to arrest Li Xiannan. Yes. Your Highness Prince of Wei has such a good relationship with Li Xianji? That's not all. Didn't you see the Crown Prince smiling and watching from the side? This means that His Royal Highness isn't angry. It seems that Li Xiannan and His Royal Highness have a good relationship. TSK. Li Xianji is amazing. Everyone looked at each other, stunned and shocked. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Li Zixuan or the Li family. Big White was quite intelligent and had been to the Han family village many times. There was no need to worry that it would take the wrong path or step on something sharp and stab the horse's hooves. Thus, after exiting the city gates, Li Zixuan sat on the horse's back with his head in his hands. Looking at the long line of carriages behind him, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. A group of 1,200 people, 300 horse carriages, and more than 200 ox carts meandered along the narrow path for about 4 to 5 li. The passers-by on the road all looked sideways and were stunned by this huge group. What the heck? Whose family are they going to fetch the bride? There are too many people. Look at this direction. They're going to the Han family village. Oh, I know, Li Xiannan is going to the Han family village to fetch the bride. Yesterday, the Han family went to the city to deliver the bride's dowry. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh, that girl from the Han family is so lucky. Look at this extravagance. This old man has lived for so many years, but I have never seen such a grand wedding ceremony. Ah, who said it wasn't? Look at the Han family village a few years ago. Ever since Lord Li took over the village, not only did he reduce the rent, but he also let the Han family village's villagers harvest fruits to exchange for money. Later on, he provided free chicken seedlings and the like. Now, almost every family in the Han family village can afford to eat meat. Our village can't compare to them. Yeah. Now that Lord Li has married the daughter of Han family village, the Han family village's life will definitely get better and better. Sigh. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for not having a beautiful girl like Miss Han. Otherwise, Lord Li would have become our son-in-law. That's true. I can't be envious. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Zixuan's lips curled up slightly. The vanity in his heart was greatly satisfied. In the modern era, he was just a poor loser who had just graduated from school. Although he had a girlfriend, he did not have the money to buy a house or a car. He also did not have the money to hold a grand wedding for her. He did not expect that by chance he would come to the ancient era and become a rich second-generation heir. He would soon have a beautiful wife and even hold a grand wedding that would shock the entire capital. Life was really like a dream, unpredictable and unpredictable. However, at this moment, Li Zixuan suddenly missed his girlfriend from his previous life. After all, that was the memory of 5 years of love. Even after more than 1,000 years, it was not easy to let go. The reason he did not think about it usually was because he did not recall the past. That feeling was buried in the deepest part of his heart forever. What's wrong? Xiao Xian, looking at your expression, you don't seem happy? Unknowingly, Li Tai drove the big black horse and caught up. He saw Li Zixuan's listless eyes and expressionless face. He did not look like a man who was about to get married. He could not help but ask curiously. Cough. No. I was just thinking, Qingke, why did you and Gao Ming come here today to join in the fun? You two have special identities, and every move you make represents the imperial court. Li Zixuan was good at lying. He had a serious look on his face as he tried to force Li Tai to lie. Li Tai wanted to curse, but he did not know if he should say it. He did not believe that Li Zixuan's thoughtful expression just now was because he was thinking about these boring things. Oh, what's wrong? Qingke, you don't believe me? I'm really curious why His Majesty asked you two to come with me to escort the bride. Tell me quickly. The highest level of Bullsh*Ting was Bullsh*Ting until you believed it yourself. Li Zixuan was currently in such a state. Originally, these excuses were all Bullsh*Ting, but now he was really curious as to why Li Er would let these two brothers out of the palace. After all, to let two princes accompany a county man to escort the bride sounded very ridiculous. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, "I'll believe you for now. Actually, my brother and I didn't use the excuse of escorting the bride for you at all." "Oh, then what is it?" "Qingyi, did you and Gao Ming make up a lie to deceive His Majesty in order to escort the bride for me? That won't do. Why don't you go back to the palace now?" Li Zishuan was shocked. He did not expect these two to be so bold. They were a little too excited. "What are you thinking? My brother and I didn't come here to escort the bride for you. How is that deceiving His Majesty? Our main purpose today is to go to the plum village you mentioned earlier, to see if it's really suitable for building an academy. As for going to the Han village, it's just on the way." Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan with disdain and said lightly. He never expected Li Zishuan to be so narcissistic. He was really a narcissistic maniac. Chapter 385. Ugh. Seeing the disdainful look on the little fatty's face, Li Zishuan really wanted to throw a few punches and give him a blessing. But there were too many people around, so he could only think about it in his heart. "I'm just passing by." I didn't expect you to be so wise, Qing Ke." Of course." Li Tai raised his head proudly and snorted. "Yo. You're so arrogant just because I said you're fat. Why don't I give you another 10 questions and you can see how many you can answer?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and said maliciously. Li Tai was dumbfounded. He shook his head like a rattle drum and said, No, it's not convenient to compete with this now. Let's talk about it when we get back." The little fatty was already traumatized by Li Zishuan's questions. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't accept this trap. That's right, to Li Tai, once Li Zishuan proposed to take the initiative to set questions, it was definitely a trap. There was no need to think about it. Qingke, there's something I forgot to tell you. Look, you've also learned Hanyu Pinyin. To me, the pronunciation of wise and mentally retarded are not too far apart. That's why when I say that someone is wise, it means something else. Big White, let's go. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he took advantage of the fact that Li Tai hadn't reacted to support himself with one hand on the horse's back. He did a beautiful 180-degree turn in the air and returned to his sitting position with his head facing forward. The entire set of movements was as smooth as flowing water. It was completed in a single breath of time. By the time Li Tai reacted, Li Zishuan had already run far away. *CK. I fell for your trick again. Xiao Xian, you're the retarded one. Li Tai roared and slapped his horse's butt, charging forward. "Second brother, not only is Xiao Xian close to the crown prince, but he's also close to Prince Wei. What should we do in the future?" Qing Yaojin pulled Qin Xiong and purposely hung at the back of the group. He looked around and hesitated for a while before whispering to Qin Xiong. There was one thing he didn't say, and that was his son, Cheng Chumo. Under the influence of Li Zishuan, the line between him and Li Qingxian and Li Tai was becoming more and more blurred. One had to know that Cheng Chumo had previously always carried out his instructions and kept a distance from all the princes. "Jijia, I know what you're worried about, but this old man feels that it's still too early for you to worry about that. Previously, the crown prince and Wei Wang were like fire and water. But ever since Xiao Xian appeared, they were able to coexist peacefully. Just like today. This old man thinks that little Xian is that variable. I believe that the current crown prince will not become the hidden crown prince of the past. The king of Wei will not become the king of Qin of the past. The current emperor will not become the retired emperor of the past. Therefore we should just wait and see. Who knows, our children and grandchildren might have their own children and grandchildren." Qin Xiong calmly controlled the warhorse beneath him and calmly analyzed. It was just that the words he said were a little too shocking. If it was spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was not for Qing Yaojin personally asking, Qin Xiong would definitely not say these words that came from the bottom of his heart. Second brother's words make sense. Then old Qing, will ignore them for now. Qing Yaojin rubbed his chin deliberately and nodded in agreement. That's how it should be. Besides, today is Xiao Xian's big day. It's really not appropriate to talk about this. Let's go and welcome the bride properly. It's not right to always fall behind. Giddy up. Qin Xiong patted the horse's butt and laughed. Second brother, wait for me. Han family, Han Yushi's boudoir. Han Yushi sat calmly in front of the dressing table's bronze mirror and let a group of maidservants dress her up. These maidservants came with Madame Qin early this morning. After all, she was equivalent to half of Han Yushi's mother. Her daughter was going to get married, so of course she had to be attentive. A woman took a cotton thread and twisted it around Han Yushi's face to remove the hair on her face. This was called twisting noodles. In ancient times, unmarried women didn't know how to twist noodles. Twisting noodles before marriage was also called opening noodles. After opening noodles, she was married and had to change her hair bun. Madame Qin was personally combing Han Yushi's hair. Of course, it wasn't a girl's hairstyle but a bride's hairstyle. On the table at the side there were all kinds of hairpins. 1 comb to the head, don't worry about wealth. 2 combs to the head, don't worry about sickness. 3 combs to the head, have more children and live longer. Then comb to the tail, raise the case to the eyebrows. 2 combs to the tail, fly side by side. 3 combs to the tail, tie the heart with the heart forever. There is a head and a tail, share wealth and honor in this life. Yushi. Although I'm not your biological mother, you can treat me as your biological mother in the future. Mother hopes that you and Xiao Xian will grow old together and raise the case to the eyebrows. Madame Qin said sadly as she combed her hair. Yes, thank you, mother. Yushi will definitely live well in the future. This long-lost motherly love made Han Yushi's eyes turn red. She suddenly thought of her deceased biological mother and said sadly. Sigh. That's good. Hee. Madame Qin wiped her tears and smiled happily. Then she continued to help Han Yushi tie her hair. After tying her hair into a bun and putting on her new clothes, Han Yushi immediately looked like a fairy descending to the world, stunning everyone in the room. Sister Yushi, you're so beautiful today. Hong Ling, a girl from the same village who had once brewed wine with Han Yushi, stood at the side and looked at Han Yushi, who had combed her hair and was wearing a phoenix coronet and robe. She couldn't help but praise her infatuatedly. Yes, I'm going to dress up my most beautiful appearance today. A faint smile appeared on Han Yushi's lips as she said softly. Hee, if Lord Li saw you like this, he would definitely be mesmerized. Little girl, you're talking nonsense again. Han Yushi was embarrassed and said angrily. Hee. I'm telling the truth. I'm even mesmerized by you, Sister Yushi, let alone Lord Ju. Isn't that right, Xiang? Hong Ling's eyes revealed admiration as she said with a smile. Yes. Hong Ling is right. Sister Yushi, you look really good today. Another girl from the same village, Xiang, also echoed. Alright. Hong Ling, Xiang, don't flatter me anymore. When you put on your wedding clothes in the future, you'll definitely look better than me. Han Yushi couldn't bear the sugar-coated bullet's attack and quickly said. I'm afraid we don't have as good luck as you, Sister Yushi. A trace of loneliness and sadness flashed across Hong Ling's eyes as she thought so in her heart. Grandpa Han. Young master's wedding convoy is here. We're about to enter the village. At the entrance of the village, Danyo ran over and cheered loudly. Slap. Stupid boy, you have to call him son-in-law in the future. Don't call him young master, do you hear me? What welcomed Danyo was not praise, nor was it a reward but a big slap. An old man at the entrance of the village said resentfully. Uncle Han is right. Danyo, you didn't take the slap for nothing. You have to be careful in the future. Our Han family manor will be little girl Han's maiden home in the future. Lord Ju will be the son-in-law of our Han family manor. Everyone, do you hear me? Old Hu laughed and shouted at the crowd. Yes, sir. The villagers at the entrance of the village agreed in unison. Danyo, take a few children and inform the people in the village. Regardless of gender, old or young, come here to welcome the son-in-law. Old Hu instructed. Today Han Tianhu was busy marrying his daughter. Among the children, his words were the most authoritative. Okay, Uncle Hu. On the other side, Li Zishuan led more than 1,000 people and walked for more than 2 hours before arriving at the Han family manor. There was no choice. There were too many people and cars. Moreover, the road from Chang and to the Han family manor was not wide and flat. Of course, it took a lot of time to walk. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw a group of people gathered. There were more people than the last time he came to the Han family manor for a mobilization meeting because many of them were from Plum Village. Welcome back to the village, son-in-law. When they saw Li Zishuan appear, everyone shouted in unison, giving Li Zishuan a shock. Chapter 386. Not bad. Little Xian, when other people get married, the bride's family will make things difficult for them. But when you come here it's like you're going home. You're amazing. Teach me. After entering the Han family manor, Li Zishuan led everyone to the Han family's small courtyard. The grandiose procession of horses and carriages almost filled the entire village. Just as Li Zishuan was thinking about how to turn the procession around, Qing Chumo ran over and asked with a fawning face. Why are you learning this? You don't even have a girlfriend yet and you're already thinking about getting married. Aren't you thinking too much? Li Zixuan squinted his eyes and said indifferently. His eyes and expression were clearly saying, "You're a single dog, don't worry about it. Even if you learn it, you won't be able to use it." Qing Chimo was furious. He wanted to go up and fight, but he was pulled back by Qing Yaojin. "Brat, watch from the side and learn well. Don't mess around. After so many years, I haven't seen you get a wife. Useless." Qing Chimo opened his mouth. Not only was he fed dog food by Li Zixuan, but now he was being fed dog shit by his own father. "My life is really bitter. Bride, rush her out. Bride, rush her out. Bride, rush her out. Bride, rush her out. Bride, rush her out." When they arrived at the Han Manor's courtyard, today's wedding ceremony had reached the most important part, rushing the bride's makeup. Li Zixuan brought so many carriages, so of course he couldn't bring all of them to the Han Manor. Only the leading carriage was brought here to pick up the bride. The rest of the carriages were lined up on the small path in the village. Following Li Zixuan was the 1,200 people who came with the bride. With so many people, the small courtyard of the Han clan would definitely not be able to fit all of them. Only a little over 100 people entered the courtyard with Li Zixuan. The rest of the people were in the open space outside the courtyard to bolster Li Zixuan's momentum. More than 1,200 strong men shouted the same sentence in unison. It could only be described as a deafening sound wave. Those who had gone through military training in high school or university would definitely be very familiar with this scene. It was just like more than 1,000 people shouting slogans in unison during military training, each louder than the previous one, and each louder than the previous one. At this moment, the noise had clearly broken through the upper limit. This was especially true for Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, who were famous for their loud voices. They were shouting and yelling at the same time, trying their best to kick up a fuss. This kind of noise completely broke the atmosphere. Looking at the two of them, it didn't seem like they were here to help Li Zixuan rush the bride, but to make a fool of themselves. In the boudoir, a group of people suddenly covered their mouths and chuckled. Han Yushi could tell that this was Li Zixuan's good brother's mischief. She shook her head in amusement and didn't get angry. She just looked at the dressing table in silence. Madame Qin laughed and scolded, "It must be Chimo and Bao Lin. Those two kids are just messing around. I'll have to scold them when we get back." "Mother, it's okay. Everyone is happy. It's good to be lively." Han Yushi smiled slightly. Madame Qin smiled and nodded. After a while, she called Han Yushi to get ready to go out. "Yushi, that's enough. Let's go out." So, Li Zixuan could finally see his wife, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Of course not. There were still procedures to be completed. Madame Qin and the maidservants supported and surrounded Han Yushi as they carried her out of the boudoir. Now, even if the bride left the room and went to the hall, the house would hang layers of screens and curtains to block the way. There was a saddle on the ground inside the tent, and Han Yushi was supported to sit on the saddle. She faced the south and back to the north. At this time, no matter how one looked at it, one could only vaguely see a graceful shadow. Next, it was time to prepare for the birthing ceremony. Birthing the wild goose was the core part of the wedding ceremony in the Tang dynasty. Because wild geese were monogamous and loyal, the ancients used wild geese as mascots. They hoped that the newlyweds would live happily ever after and never stop until death. That being said, even though the social status of women in the Tang dynasty was higher than that of women in the later dynasties, it was still normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Therefore, this so-called birthing ceremony was just a beautiful fantasy of a married woman for her future husband. Li Zixuan looked at the faintly discernible graceful figure behind the screen, and his heart was filled with joy and excitement. He turned around and picked up the live wild goose he had brought from home. Circulating his jinchi, he accurately threw it over the screen. Behind the screen, the maidservants and young girls from the same village saw the wild goose being thrown over. They swarmed over and grabbed the wild goose, then used some ropes to tie up the wild goose's body and mouth. They didn't let it move or cry and just left it there. After the wedding, the groom's family would come back with something to redeem the wild goose and set it free. Then, there was the melodramatic plot that Li Zixuan often saw in countless time travel novels in his previous life, reciting poems. This had to be recited until the bride was so touched that she asked someone to tear open the curtain. Only then could the couple meet. At this time, the groom was usually very anxious. Because ancient times were not like modern times, many couples would not meet before marriage, let alone know each other. Therefore, the groom was usually eager to know what his future wife looked like. However, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were different. They were free to fall in love. Although he already knew that Han Yushi was as beautiful as a fairy, Li Zixuan still had to recite a poem. However, he was already prepared for this. Last night's stars and last night's wind. West of the painting tower, east of the Kasha hall. Body without the wings of a colorful phoenix, heart as one. Next seat, send Go Chun wine to warm, separate Chow shoot to cover the red wax lantern. Shu Yu listen to the drum to respond to the official, walk the horse Lan Tai to turn the canopy. Good, good, good. Well done. Once Li Shangyin's untitled poem was released, it would definitely shock everyone, right? Ah, you think too much. Most of the people present were rough men. How many of them were cultured? How many of them knew how to appreciate poems? Qing Chumo and the others did not care about the poem. As long as it was written by Li Zishuan, they would praise it in unison. However, it was an eternal masterpiece. Among the people present, there were always people who knew what was good, such as Mrs. Qin and Han Yushi. Good, good, good. I didn't expect little Xian's literary talent to be so outstanding. This make-up poem can be considered a rare masterpiece. Mrs. Qin savored it for a moment, then clapped her hands and laughed. She had originally thought that Li Zishuan would use a few works of his predecessors to bluff his way through. After all, Li Zishuan was not known for his talent in poetry. She had never thought that she would be able to hear such a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation today. Body without the wings of a colorful phoenix, heart as one. Han Yushi's eyes bloomed with infinite brilliance. She kept repeating these two lines of the poem. Gradually, her eyes became a little moist. She said softly, "Mother, let them take down the screen." Ah, good, good, good. Looks like little Xian is quite capable. He moved Yushi with a poem. Hongling, take down the screen, take down the curtain. Mrs. Qin was stunned, but she did not object. She was only slightly surprised and got someone to do it. Chapter 387. Yo. The bride is out. The bride is out. When they saw Han Yushi, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red gown, being escorted out, more than 1,000 people in and outside the courtyard burst into deafening cheers. Cheng Chumo widened his eyes and clapped his hands excitedly. Wow. She's out. She's out. Little Xian is so awesome. A poem was enough to summon the bride. Under normal circumstances, the makeup urging process was not smooth. It would take a long time. Firstly, the bride had to show her modesty. Secondly, the bridegroom's makeup urging poem often used some old works of predecessors that others had used again and again. There was nothing new about it, so it was very difficult to move the bride. But today, Li Zishuan's untitled poem made Han Yushi remove the screen and come out to meet him. It was really beyond everyone's expectations. After today, this poem would probably be passed down by everyone. However, it was likely that it would not be long before this poem would be used again and again by many people. In the end, it could not escape the fate of becoming a cliché. Smack. I told you to follow behind little Xian. Watch carefully and learn well, right? You brat, you have to hurry up when you go back. Cheng Yaojin's big hand slapped the back of Cheng Chumo's head as he spoke casually. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and secretly wondered if this old man of his was his biological father. At this time, Li Zishuan's attention was no longer on this side. From the moment Han Yushi came out, his eyes were sucked over and he could no longer look away. He saw Han Yushi wearing a bright red shirt with a long skirt that reached the ground. There was a belt on the skirt that tied the skirt below her chest. She looked slender and luxurious. Of course, this red gown was not one layer, but layered on top of each other. Coupled with her slim figure, it looked even more three-dimensional. Han Yushi wore light makeup as she looked at Li Zishuan affectionately with her big eyes. A hint of shyness appeared on her face. The gorgeous decorations made her look as noble and beautiful as a fairy. A cool and comfortable feeling went straight into Li Zishuan's heart. At this moment, this guy felt like he was in love again. The woman in front of him was the luxurious version of the Han Yushi he had seen in the past. This was because Han Yushi usually looked pure and beautiful without makeup. She also dressed very simply. How should he put it? Although she was also very beautiful, there was still a trace of immaturity. Now that she had put on some light makeup, coupled with the bright and luxurious phoenix coronet, her feminine charm was completely released. This astonishing charm was enough to make 10,000 flowers lose their color and thousands of people become silent. Li Zishuan was the closest, after all, he was the groom. Of course, he had to be the first to see the bride's appearance. The impact he received was also the greatest. A trace of sparkling and translucent liquid appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes seemed to be possessed as he stared fixedly at Han Yushi's small face. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan's pig-like appearance and knew that her young master was shocked by her beauty. She was extremely happy in her heart, but she was burned by Li Zishuan's naked invasive gaze. After a moment she saw that Li Zixuan was still standing there and staring at her. Finally she could not help but say softly, "Young master, it's time to pay respects to father." Li Zixuan was shocked and realized that he had been rude. He quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and quickly walked to Han Yushi. He reached out his wolf claws and grabbed Han Yushi's little hand tightly. He had not held hands for a long time. He missed this feeling very much. Wife, why are you still calling me young master?" Li Zixuan laughed mischievously in a low voice. Sob sob. "We haven't gone through the wedding ceremony yet." Han Yushi understood Li Zixuan's meaning and could not help but say shyly, Let's go now. We'll pay respects to father-in-law first, then go back and pay respects to my parents." Li Zixuan laughed and pulled Han Yushi out of the central room. Everyone in the courtyard saw Li Zixuan pull out a woman who was as noble and beautiful as a peony flower. In an instant all the scumbags were stunned. Those women in the manor who did not see Han Yushi dress up were also stunned. When they heard that the curtains were going to be removed, everyone was still cheering loudly for Li Zixuan's success in speeding up the makeup with a poem. At this moment, after Han Yushi walked out, everyone was collectively speechless when they saw that peerless face. One in front and one behind, one moving and one still, formed a sharp contrast. The situation at the scene once again proved Han Yushi's charm at this moment. *CK. Little Xian had found himself a celestial daughter. This Miss Han was not so beautiful in the past. The scene was silent for a long time. Cheng Chimo was the first to break the silence. He widened his eyes and murmured, "Ah." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard his funny words. Cheng Yaojin felt that he had lost all his face and greeted this guys but with a kick. Speaking of which, there was no such thing as a red veil at this time. The red veil was not an ancient ritual of the Han people. It only became popular during the northern and southern dynasties. Although it was very widespread, it was not an official ritual. At this time there were things similar to the red veil, known as knee coverings. There were all kinds of colors but they were mainly red. Moreover, they were not worn in the first half of the wedding. Therefore, Cheng Chimo and the others could see Han Yushi's peerless beauty. This kind of knee coverings were usually covered after leaving the house so that unrelated passers-by would not see it. The people in the house, regardless of the man's or woman's, were all people who were recognized. Li Zixuan had some understanding of this before, and this guy did not particularly care. Anyway, he just wanted to let everyone see and show off. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Tianhu, you gave birth to a good daughter. Qin Xiong stroked his beard with great satisfaction and praised Han Lijing beside him. Han Lijing's face was flushed red. Today his mouth did not close. At this time when he heard that, he quickly said humbly, "You flatter me, General." You Han Tianhu. This old man hasn't settled the matter of you hiding your identity. I'll settle the score with you later. Qin Xiong said half-jokingly. Li Qingqian was also a little stunned. He had seen Han Yushi a few times before, but it was completely incomparable to the way she was dressed now. At this moment Han Yushi was really like the sun in the sky, shining so brightly that people could not open their eyes. Although he had been in the palace for many years and was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, he could not help but be dazed when he looked at Han Yushi at this moment. If I can meet such a woman in the future, I will have no regrets even if I only have one wife in my life. Big brother, you'd better forget it. You are the crown prince. How can you only marry one person? It would be more like it if it were me. Li Tai heard that and recovered from the shock. He curled his lips and said sarcastically. Chapter 388. Li Zixuan didn't know what the others were thinking. Anyway, after he held Han Yushi's hand, he said to himself in his heart, "I'm satisfied with this life to have such a beauty." In the main hall, Han Lijing wore new clothes and sat at the head of the table with a rosy face. The seat on his right was empty, but there was a memorial tablet beside it. Qin Xiong, Mrs. Qin, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others sat on both sides. As for Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, and the others, they didn't even have a place to sit. They could only stand at the side. Here there was no status of monarch or minister. As long as they were juniors, they had to stand. At this moment, Li Zixuan walked in slowly with the beauty in his hand under everyone's envious gazes. He was about to bow when he heard Han Tianhu say, "Yushi, you haven't had a good day since you were born. I've let you down. Your mother passed away early too. If it weren't for your adoptive mother coming over to help today, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be someone to dress you up. Fortunately, you finally found a good home. Your mother's spirit in heaven will also be happy. Today you and little Xian can also pay your respects to your mother. Father. Whoa. She was about to get married, and Han Yushi was already very reluctant to leave her family. When she heard Han Lijing's emotional words, how could she hold it in? Her knees immediately went weak and she knelt on the ground, tears flowing like rain. Li Zixuan also quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Han Lijing and Han Yushi's mother's memorial tablet. Then he said in a clear voice, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law. Today your son-in-law is fortunate enough to marry your daughter, Han Yushi. I will definitely cherish her. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please don't worry. From now on, Yushi is your son-in-law's wife. Your son-in-law will definitely dote on her, protect her and love her. No matter when, where, or what the situation is, no one can hurt her. We're willing to be lovebirds in heaven and even branches on earth. Your son-in-law is willing to be devoted to Yushi and grow old together." Clap, clap, clap. Good. Well said, little Xian. After Li Zixuan's passionate confession, everyone was immersed in this beautiful vision of love. The room became silent for a while. Cheng Chumo saw that no one was cheering for his good brother, so he quickly clapped and cheered loudly. In fact, he was sincerely cheering for Li Zixuan. What Li Zixuan said was not profound. He could totally understand it. Moreover, he felt that Li Zixuan's words were very good. In the future, when he married a wife, could he learn from him? Cheng Chumo felt that today's trip was not in vain, because he had learned Li Zixuan's flirting skills. It was not easy. Cheng Yaojin was just about to scold his silly son when he heard the rest of the crowd burst into loud cheers. Good, good, good. Son-in-law is right. When the villagers of the Han family villa heard Li Zixuan's words, they cheered loudly. Because from these few words they could tell that Li Zixuan valued Han Yushi highly. Of course they were happy. Good. What a good lovebirds in heaven and even branches on earth. Well said, little Xian. Li Qingqian clapped and praised. Good. Little Xian's words of love are amazing. You have to specially teach us a lesson like this later. The little fatty Li Tai said excitedly. Li Zixuan's face darkened when he heard the little fatty's words. Damn, the romantic atmosphere that he had spent so much effort to create was ruined by Li Tai in an instant. This kid was really asking for a beating. Young master. Han Yushi's lips moved slightly, and she looked at Li Zixuan with tears in her eyes. This vow of undying love had once again moved her heart. Li Zixuan cast aside the distracting thoughts in his heart and smiled at her. Then he clearly felt Han Yushi's little hand holding his even tighter. Li Zixuan could not help but feel very proud. Damn, these words were said in such a way that it was worth it. Han Lijing, who was sitting at the head of the table, showed a gratified smile at this moment. He got up and personally helped Li Zixuan and his daughter up. He said, "Son-in-law, please get up quickly. I believe that you will treat my daughter well." Then he looked at Han Yushi and solemnly said, "Daughter, from now on, you are a member of the Li family. Remember to be filial to your in-laws and thrifty in managing the family. You must love each other, respect each other, love each other, and grow old together. You must be happy, and you must be harmonious and beautiful." Speaking of which, men in ancient times were really happy because when the bride was fetching the bride, the father-in-law would speak up for the son-in-law and warn the bride to be obedient and virtuous. There was a lot of specific content, and the things inside were detailed to a very deep level. If it were today, modern women could not even do 1/10 of it, but ancient women had to obey all of it. Han Lijing, who had never liked to nag, had obviously done his homework this time. He pulled Han Yushi and talked for nearly half an hour, all of which was to tell his daughter to pay attention to this and that at her in-laws' house. In the end, he saw that it was almost time, so he finally said, "The auspicious time is here. Go quickly." "Father." Han Yushi did not move. Her eyes were full of tears. She could not bear to leave. Han Lijing forced a smile and said, "Girl, go quickly. Don't miss the time. Yushi, let's go. If you miss home in the future, I can accompany you back at any time." Li Zixuan squeezed her little hand and said gently, "Okay." Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and nodded. However, she did not go out. Instead, she turned to look at Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin. She bowed and said, "Yushi thanks adoptive father and adoptive mother for your care during this period of time. Yushi will not dare to forget this great kindness." To be honest, Qin Xiong and his wife played a very big role in this marriage, whether it was on the surface or in the dark. If it were not for the two of them, this marriage would definitely not be as smooth as it was now. Han Yushi's heart was like a mirror, so she had to bow this time. Sigh. "Good daughter, get up quickly. That's nothing." Mrs. Qin felt as if she was marrying her daughter today, and her heart had been very uncomfortable. When she saw Han Yushi bow, her eyes turned red, and she quickly went forward to help her up. "Good child, go quickly. Don't miss the time because of us." Qin Xiong waved his hand and forced a smile. "Okay. Father, adoptive mother, I'm leaving." Han Yushi looked at the three people in the room seriously, then handed her palm to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan also bowed to Qin Xiong and his wife, then pulled Han Yushi out of the door. The people in the courtyard automatically opened up a path. At this time Hong Ling took a red knee cover and carefully covered Han Yushi with it. Through the red silk, Li Zixuan led Han Yushi to the side of "Don't Touch Me No. 1, which was hung with red silk. He said softly, "Wife? Get in the car." "Okay." Han Yushi was slightly shy and nodded gently. Chapter 389. Chang'an City. At this time in Chang'an City, other than Yongla Lane, the other streets and corners were also very lively, but it was a different kind of liveliness. Newspaper delivery. Newspaper delivery. The freshly printed Datang Daily to celebrate the wedding of Li County's man. Everyone gets a free copy. You can even earn money after reading it. What? Today's newspaper is free? Did I hear wrongly? A diner at a nearby stall almost choked to death when he heard this voice that was obviously different from the past. He dug his ears and said doubtfully, "Well, I'm also wondering if I've heard it wrong." The diner opposite him said, "Let's go and ask. Won't we know?" Yes. The two of them were considered slow. Ever since the paperboy said that sentence, dozens of people had already surrounded them, fighting to be the first to ask, "Hey, doll, you just said that today's newspaper is free. Is that true?" "Yes." "Is it really free? Did you say it wrong or did we hear it wrong?" Seeing that they were all asking questions at once, the newsboy hurriedly shouted, "Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunties, you didn't hear wrongly. Today, Datang Daily is celebrating the wedding of Li County's man. All the newspapers are free, but each person can only get one copy. In addition, not only is the newspaper free, but you can also earn extra money after reading it and participating in the activities on it." "Wow. It's actually true. Give me one copy." "Give me one too. I came first. Give it to me first." As soon as the newsboy's voice fell, the surrounding people immediately went crazy and wanted to get a copy. Anyway, it was free. Even if they couldn't read, they could take it back and pretend to be educated people. Moreover, the newsboy just said that they could earn money after reading the newspaper and participating in the activities on it. Where else could they find such a thing that fell from the sky? "Give me 2 copies. I can buy the other one with money." Of course, this made it difficult for the servants who bought newspapers for their masters, especially those who bought newspapers for multiple masters. They could only go against the huge flow of people and force people to buy newspapers for free. It's not easy to get the newspaper. Let's see what's different about today's newspaper. A young man who looked like a scholar excitedly took the newspaper and found a secluded place. Then he couldn't wait to open the newspaper and start reading. The first thing he did was to look at the novel section, but today's novel section was different. Wow. Today, 10 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey had been updated. No wonder today's newspaper was so thick. I've earned enough. Such a thick newspaper today would have been sold for 10 copper coins in the past. Holy sh*t. Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality has also been updated by 10 chapters. Crazy. All the novels had been updated by 10 chapters. Oh my god, today is such a good day. First of all, he realized that the number of updates for today's novels was astonishing. Then he happily started reading novels. The first one he read was, of course, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. She saw the words written on it, Chapter 134, Ascension to Immortality Assembly, added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. Wow. Men from Li County are so charming. Even Leather Knight congratulated him on his wedding. After reading the title, the scholar couldn't help but sigh. Although he was poor, he was a true mortal's fan. In the eyes of a fan, they would always think, the person I like is super awesome. Therefore, when he saw that the author of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality had specially added an update for Li Zixuan, the scholar naturally thought that the author he supported was giving face to Li Zixuan, and not that the author was purposely licking Li Zixuan's boots. The scholar glanced at the titles of the other 9 chapters. In the end, they all had the sentence, added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. He sighed in his heart for a while, then began to read the content. In just half an hour, he finished reading all 10 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal. The scholar was still not satisfied. so he continued to read Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality Assembly. However, after reading the title, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 50, Storm Ahead, added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. Damn, this heavenly beauty is actually sucking up. Li County's man's wedding is indeed worthy of celebration, but there's no need for this, right? See, this was the difference between an idol and a passerby. The author of Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality Assembly, Qin Tianhua, would probably cry in the toilet after hearing this sentence. After curling his lips and complaining a little, the scholar continued to read. Why wouldn't he read something that was free? Phew. This is so satisfying. 3 novels, 30 chapters, and I don't even need to spend money. Today is so satisfying. I still have to thank Li County's man for his wedding. Ah. The scholar smiled in satisfaction and was about to put away the newspaper and go home. Suddenly, he remembered that the paper boy just said that he could earn money by participating in the activities in the newspaper. The scholar hurriedly flipped to the first half of the newspaper to look for that legendary activity. Actually, he didn't need to spend much effort to find it. On the first page of the newspaper, in the middle, there was a line of the most eye-catching words. It said, "Great luck, free chicken dinner, special activity to celebrate Li County's man's wedding." Damn, why is today's headline like this? If this fellow was a modern person, he would definitely complain. Isn't it just a rich second-generation heir getting married? Why is it still flooding the front page of the newspaper? The words "celebrate Li County's man's wedding" were everywhere. The scholar couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In order to celebrate Li County's man's wedding today, Datang Daily is holding a large-scale special activity. Today, anyone who holds a Datang Daily, picks a bouquet of flowers, not white, in the wild, delivers it to the Li residence in Yongla Lane, and sends a message of blessings to Li County's man and Miss Han's wedding will be able to receive a free chicken dinner from Drunken Immortal Restaurant. There is no limit to the number, but the activity ends at 4:45 p.m. Everyone participating in the activity, please hurry up and line up. After reading this short headline, the scholar's eyes widened and he vomited blood. Damn. There's actually free chicken dinner. Why did I only see it now? It had been 2 hours since he finished reading all 30 chapters of the novel. God knew how many people who saw this news had already picked the flowers and rushed to Yongla Lane. There was no need to say anything. A bouquet of flowers was worth a lot of money. Only a fool wouldn't do it. The scholar stuffed the newspaper into his arms and went straight to the eastern suburbs of the city. There were all kinds of flowers there, so it was relatively easy to complete the task. In fact, the scholar's guess was not wrong. Now the entire city of Chang had gone crazy. The people who heard the news flocked out of the city to pick flowers in exchange for the chicken dinner. The soldiers guarding the city were dumbfounded. In the past, it was the people outside the city who wanted to enter the city like crazy. Today it was the people inside the city who wanted to leave the city like crazy. A big wedding and an activity had created a situation where everyone was happy together. Li Zixuan could be said to have created the first fancy wedding. No wonder Yu Shernan didn't agree to the newspaper doing this. Chapter 390. Xiaohang. Where are you going? I'm going to pick flowers. Why are you picking flowers? You can exchange the flowers you pick for chicken at Yongla Lane. Didn't you read today's newspaper? I didn't read it. Is there really such a good thing? Of course, but you have to get a Datang Daily before picking flowers. Don't worry, today's Datang Daily is free. You don't have to spend any money. Oh, then I'll go now. Similar conversations took place in almost every corner of Chang'an City. Perhaps the rich people would not take a piece of chicken seriously, but in any era the rich people were always in the minority. Moreover, the world had just settled down, and the people were far less wealthy than the people in the Tang dynasty. Therefore there were still many people who cherished the rare piece of chicken. Hey. I was the one who saw this flower first. Go away. *T I saw it first. In the western suburbs of Chang'an City, 2 naughty children were pushing each other over a nameless purple wildflower. It wasn't that they were stingy, nor was it that they were lazy and unwilling to look for other flowers. It was just that the thousands of people who came out of Chang'an City today had gone crazy. They were like locusts passing through. Wherever they passed, flowers would not grow. In this season, there were many kinds of flowers in the fields in the suburbs. However, at a glance, one could only see a few small wildflowers. It was very difficult to gather a bouquet. I saw it first. I saw it first. I saw it first. Just as the 2 naughty children were about to fight, a middle-aged man carrying a basket came and shouted, "Cough, cough. Why are you 2 naughty children? Isn't it just a bouquet of flowers? I just picked 2 more in the mountains. I'll give you one. Stop fighting. The 2 naughty children heard him and stopped immediately. One of them reached out and took the bouquet from the middle-aged man. Then he thanked him. Thank you, uncle. Uncle, you're a good person. Yes, yes. Thank you, uncle. The other naughty child echoed. Ah, that's right. Hurry up and eat the chicken you're eating. The middle-aged man scratched his head and laughed. Here? Manager, here you go. This is a flower I picked. Do you think it's okay? Yongla Lane, the back door of the Lee residence. 6 long lines had already formed in this alley. It was really impossible to see the end of the line. Even the scorching summer couldn't stop these people's enthusiasm to eat chicken. The person in charge of today's chicken dinner event was none other than Ma Zhou. In order to prevent this event from affecting the guests attending the Lee residence's banquet, Ma Zhou specifically arranged for the location of receiving the chicken dinner to be at the back door of the Lee residence. This way it wouldn't cause congestion at the front door. Yes, sure. Then you can send our Lord Zhu a blessing and leave your name on it. Then you can receive a free chicken. The man behind the table took the bouquet, looked at it and said, My name is Wang Dapeng. I wish Lord Li a happy marriage. Is that okay? The person who came to collect the chicken that he had bitten off hummed and hawed for a long time before coming up with such an old-fashioned blessing. Clearly this guy was uncultured. The person in charge of distributing the chicken didn't laugh at him. He only said, Yes, this is paper and a pen. Do you want to write it yourself or do you want me to write it? You write. You write. My handwriting isn't good. The person hurriedly waved his hand. That's good. The person in charge smiled faintly. It was obvious that he had met many similar people today. He picked up the pen and finished writing in a few strokes. Then he put the note into the bouquet and handed it to the servant behind him. Then he took out a piece of chicken wrapped in a paper bag and said, This is the first time I've met such a person. Okay, this is your chicken dinner. I thank you on behalf of Lord Zhu for your blessing. The person who came to collect the chicken dinner was shocked by the person in charge's polite attitude. He took the chicken dinner and hurriedly bowed and said, You're welcome. You're welcome. Take care. Next. The person in charge laughed and shouted loudly. Wow. Another person came out with a chicken dinner. How many chickens did the Li family prepare? The crowd behind the line exclaimed. I don't know. The newspaper said that there's an unlimited supply. As long as you come before 4:45 p.m., I think they prepared a lot. TSK. Li Xian's man is so generous. This wedding is known by the whole city. I wonder how much money was spent. Haha. What's this? Didn't you see the wedding procession that Lord Zhu Li brought out this morning? Just the carriage alone cost hundreds of thousands of strings of coins, not to mention the crown prince, Prince Wei, 3 dukes, and a prefectural duke all went to support them. Damn it, Li Xian's man is so awesome. Xiaoxi, quickly bring a dozen people to move the bouquets at the back door to the front yard and place them there. Lord Zhu is coming back with the bride soon. Ma Zhou saw that a large number of bouquets had accumulated at the back door. He hurriedly instructed Song Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan racked his brains to organize a wedding that Han Yushi would never forget. In the end, the one who had to work hard was still Ma Zhou. Okay, Master Ma. I'll go right away. Song Xiaoxi didn't dare to slack off and went to call for people. After a while, when the bouquets at the back door were moved to the front yard, Ma Zhou personally brought a few people to the front yard and started the work of placing the bouquets. Although he didn't know much about garden art, Li Zishuan had roughly taught him how to place the bouquets. The guests who arrived at the Li residence in advance looked curiously at Ma Zhou and the rest as they moved the bouquets around. They didn't know what they were doing. However, as time passed, those who didn't think much of it gradually became shocked. They realized that they were already in a sea of flowers. The colorful flowers trembled in the wind, and the faint floral fragrance lingered at the tip of their nose. This feeling was wonderful. Wow. It's so beautiful. Li Xian's man really knows how to have fun. Wow. It's so beautiful. Master Ma, Boss Chow from Chonghua Square sent 100 pots of Luoyang red. It's outside now. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi trotted over and reported to Ma Zhou in a low voice. Ma Zhou was shocked. Peonies were not cheap, not to mention the famous variety of peonies, Luoyang red. These 100 pots were worth at least thousands of strings of coins. Bring me there quickly. Ma Zhou hurriedly ordered. On the other side, Li Zishuan led the bridal escort team and finally saw the city walls of Chang'an. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally brought home the beauty. His hard work for so many days was not in vain. Xiaoxin, when we went there, there were so many people at the city gate. Why is there no one now? Cheng Chimo covered his forehead with his hand, blocking the sun, and looked at the city gate. In the end he found that there weren't many people there. He couldn't help but patted his horse and asked curiously. Ah, maybe those people are eating at home now. Why are you in front? Go back quickly. Li Zixuan smiled mysteriously and then rudely drove Cheng Chimo away. His position was reserved for the groom, and he could chat with the bride at any time. How could he let Cheng Chimo come over? Chapter 391. Wifey, are you hot? After chasing away Cheng Chimo, the powerful third wheel, Li Zixuan began to flirt happily. Anyway, there was still a distance between Chunming Gate and Yongla Lane. It was also excellent to find a beautiful wife to chat with. I'm not hot. Young master, you must be very hot outside, right? Han Yushi's gentle voice came from the window. When Li Zixuan heard it, he felt as cool as if he had eaten a popsicle. The only fly in the ointment was that Han Yushi was still unwilling to call him husband. She said that she wanted to wait until after the formal wedding ceremony. What a stubborn and shy girl. But I like it. Not hot, not hot. Ah, wifey, you don't have to worry about me. Li Zixuan laughed heartily and said indifferently. Oh right, wifey, if you're thirsty, there's water in the carriage. If you're tired, lie on the sofa and rest for a while. Anyway, no one will see. Don't worry about those details. When Han Yushi heard that, although she was touched, she was also very speechless. How could a groom be like this? However, this carriage was indeed comfortable. It was spacious, not bumpy, and cool. She was worried that she would faint from sitting so far in the carriage on such a hot day with a veil over her head. She didn't expect it to be so easy when it came to it. Young Master Yushi is not thirsty or tired. You don't have to worry. About 1:30 in the afternoon, Li Zixuan led the bridal escort team and finally, triumphantly returned. Cough, cough, finally to the door of the house. Back. The bride is back. Suddenly, dozens of people ran out from the courtyard. At the front was Li Jingma and Mrs. Li. Behind them were Ma Zhou and some guests who were watching the fun. Xin, you're finally back. Where's my daughter-in-law? Mrs. Li said excitedly. Li Zixuan was a little speechless. She was concerned about her daughter-in-law the moment she came. In the carriage. Li Jingma interrupted. All right, now is not the time for idle chatter. Go in and get ready. The wedding ceremony will begin soon. Don't miss the auspicious hour. Li Zixuan nodded and helped Han Yushi out of the carriage. They stepped on the red carpet and walked towards the door. Li Jingma greeted Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and a few other distinguished guests. It was worth mentioning that Li Qingqian and Li Tai, the two fellow sufferers, did not return with them when the bridal escort team returned from the Han family village. This was because they had come out with a mission today. First, they rode light horses to Plum Village. After completing the field inspection, they quickly caught up with Li Zixuan's large group. The two brothers had really put in a lot of effort to help Li Er complete his task. Wife, there's going to be a surprise later. You better be mentally prepared. Although Han Yushi was unwilling to call Li Zixuan husband, along the way, this fellow was thick-skinned. He kept calling her wife, and couldn't stop at all. This fellow was thinking, if you don't want to call me husband, you can't stop me from calling you wife, right? It was as if, although you don't like me, you can't stop me from liking you. Surprise? What other surprises are there? Han Yushi thought to herself, today's grand bridal escort ceremony was already very surprising. How could there be another surprise? Hee. You'll know soon. Li Zixuan laughed softly. As soon as she stepped into the Li residence, Han Yushi understood what Li Zixuan meant by surprise. The knee covering on her head was only a thin layer of silk. Although it could block part of her vision, she could still vaguely see the things outside through it. Han Yushi felt that she would never forget the magnificent scene in front of her for the rest of her life. In the center of the courtyard, there was a step-shaped bonsai that was piled up with peony flowers that were taller than a person. The fiery red color was like the blazing fire of the morning sun, burning her heart. There were many other types of flower bouquets around the courtyard. There were orchids, lotus flowers, hibiscus, and so on. However, there were even more unknown wild flowers. The entire courtyard was like a sea of flowers. It was colorful and very beautiful. Wow. Why are there so many flowers in this front courtyard? Cheng Chimo, who was behind him, said in shock after entering the door. Don't tell me little Xian bought this specially for the wedding decoration? Li Tai said with his eyes wide open. It should be like that. Little Xian's thinking is getting more and more strange. Li Chengqian glanced at the flowers in the courtyard and nodded in admiration. The most excited and shocked was Han Yushi. Her shoulders were trembling, and her eyes were a little red. She whispered in disbelief, "Young master, these flowers? They're all prepared for you?" These flowers in the courtyard were just picked by the people of Chang and city today. Every bouquet of flowers has a blessing left by them. Our marriage today is blessed by the people of Chang and city. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens are worshipped by the people and enjoy the incense of thousands of families. I, Li Zishuan, will also be blessed by thousands of people and enjoy endless flowers when I marry my wife today. Li Zishuan smiled. He didn't wait for Han Yushi to ask and said loudly. In fact, when he saw the peonies in the center of the courtyard, he was also shocked because he had not asked anyone to buy peonies before. However, now was not the time to be puzzled. He could only bury his doubts in the bottom of his heart. After understanding the origin of these flowers, Han Yushi opened her mouth in shock. No one in the Great Tang knew such a romantic way of expressing love, right? At this moment Han Yushi's heart melted. She no longer had any resistance to Li Zishuan. Husband, for Yushi to be able to marry you, she must have done a lifetime of good deeds in her previous life to cultivate her good fortune. Yushi is so lucky. So happy. Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable wedding. It was the first time he heard Han Yushi say such touching words of love. Li Zishuan could not help but stop and look at her deeply. Then he said softly, "You and I are husband and wife. From today onwards we are one. There's no need to say thank you. Being able to give you happiness is my greatest happiness." Husband. Han Yushi was touched. She had thousands of words in her heart, but when they reached her mouth, they only turned into this affectionate call. If it were not for the wrong occasion, she would have already thrown herself into Li Zishuan's arms. No woman could resist such a romantic scene and such touching words of love. Cough cough. I say, Xiaoxin, if the two of you want to say such loving words, you have plenty of time to do so in the future. Why don't you prepare for the wedding now? Cheng Chumo's words came from behind. Han Yushi quickly turned to look elsewhere to hide her shyness. Li Zishuan glared fiercely and said softly, "Chonyo, I will ask you for advice on martial arts every day in the future." Oh, don't. I didn't say anything just now. Cheng Chumo's legs went soft and he almost knelt down. At the same time he secretly hated his cheap mouth. Seeing this, Han Yushi could not help but purse her lips and chuckle. Li Zishuan ignored this clown. He held Han Yushi's hand and walked toward the main hall. Chapter 392. Before the formal ceremony, there was a ceremony to show the man's family's connections. As the Li family and the Han family were far apart, it was already afternoon by the time Li Zishuan returned from the wedding. Therefore, some of the guests who were usually busy chose to come in the afternoon. As for those who came in the morning and had already given their gifts, they were left for the ceremony. The Du family of Chang'an's Chonghua Square is here to congratulate. Gift of 80,000 coins, a jade Buddha and a pair of golden cups. Minister Yen of Chang'an's Eternal Peace Square is here to congratulate. Gift of 400,000 coins, a pair of pure gold buckles, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buckles for sets of pearls, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, a golden phoenix with pearls, and a golden hairpin with a pair of yuan holding longevity fruits. Wow! Even Minister Yen sent someone to give gifts. And these gifts aren't light either. As the Minister of Works, Yen Lide was a well-known figure in the entire imperial court. His actions instantly caused many people to discuss in private. Wei Zhuqing of Chang'an's Yongxing Square is here to congratulate. Gift of 4,000 coins and a piece of calligraphy. Even Wei Zhuqing is here. It's just that the gifts are a little too little. Everyone was surprised to hear that even Wei Zhang had come to congratulate Li Zishuan on his wedding. However, when they heard about the gift he had brought, everyone's face darkened. A gift of 5 strings of cash, this was really, Li Zishuan wanted to vomit blood. Was this old man Wei Zhang here to sincerely congratulate him on his wedding, or was he here to get a free meal? How is it just a little too little? This is 100 times less than what Minister Yen gave just now. That's enough. You guys should be content. In the past, Wei Zhuqing never attended these banquets. Ordinary people couldn't even invite him with money. Last time, when the eldest son of Elder Shao married the princess of Xiang City, Wei Zhuqing only gave a gift of 5 strings of coins. At that time, Elder Shao was so angry that his nose was crooked. In that case, the Li family's reputation is really big. That's how it works. The people of Chang, and were always the most well-informed. After a while, Wei Zheng's background was immediately exposed, but he did not feel ashamed at all. He was still tasting his wine as if he did not hear the discussion outside. Anyway, everyone in Chang'an knows that I'm an honest and clean official. I've already given you a lot of face by giving you 5 strings of cash as a congratulatory gift. Besides, my calligraphy must be worth a lot of money, right? Little Xian, you didn't lose out at all. Since this old man has paid such a big price to attend the wedding, I have to eat more later to recoup my losses. That was what Wei Jing thought to himself. Duke Wei of Jining Square has come to offer his congratulations. He's gifted 800,000 taels of silver, a pair of white jade and mandarin duck buttons for pairs of beaded silk, beeswax and turquoise robes, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces. San Bao, who was singing at the door, also felt a little awkward. She quickly read out the gift list for the next family. Whoa, Duke Wei is really extravagant. He just added so much dowry to the Han family yesterday, and he's sending so many congratulatory gifts today. Yeah. This congratulatory gift is more than 200 times more than what Wei Zhuqing gave. Li Jing had indeed spent a lot of money this time. He had basically spent a third of the gold, silver and goods that he had accumulated from his military exploits over the years because of Li Zishuan's wedding this time. Wei Zheng, who was sitting at the side and tasting his wine, heard some people's discussion and his old face instantly darkened. Why the F***ck are they comparing me again? Li Jing usually gets a lot of money after winning a battle. Last time I was just an advisor. Where could I get money from? How can they be compared? Thinking of this, Wei Zheng could not help but look at Li Jing and San Bao with hidden bitterness. San Bao, who was singing at the door, had no idea that Wei Zheng had been whipped again. He continued to read, Bu Zhengfang's house of the Duke of Yi has come to congratulate him. They have sent 1 million gold coins, a pair of pure gold buttons, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, 4 pairs of beaded silk, beeswax and turquoise robes, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces. The house of Duke Lu of Huaid Lane has come to congratulate us with 2,400,000 yuan, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix embroidered with pearls, a pair of golden phoenix embroidered with pearls, a pair of golden phoenix embroidered with pearls, a pair of Hiqian white jade phoenix embroidered with jade, a pair of phoenix embroidered with emerald, a pair of phoenix embroidered with jade, a pair of phoenix embroidered with emerald, 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 a pair of phoenix embroidered with emerald. The congratulatory gifts sent by Qing Yaojin were even more explosive. It was not an exaggeration to say that they stunned everyone. The reason why there were so many gifts was firstly because when the Han family sent off the bride yesterday, Qin Qiong could go and add to the dowry because of his foster father's identity, but the Qing family could not. Old Qing felt that he was one step behind second brother Qin, so he had to make up for it today. Secondly, because of Li Zishuan's immortal drunkenness and gentle village, the Qing family had also earned a lot of money behind him. As the saying goes, return the favor. When it was time to support Li Zishuan, he had to not be stingy. This Duke Lu is really generous. 4,003,000 strings of cash. Ordinary people like us will probably never see so much money in our entire lives. For the banquet held by the Li residence today, the main guests were sitting in the front courtyard. However, outside the courtyard, there were also 50 tables set up in the open space in front of the Li residence. Ordinary people could come and eat as long as they gave some gifts. Hearing that the gifts were getting more and more generous, the people outside were really shocked and dumbfounded. When they thought of the eggs, fish and other things that they had given, some people who were thin-skinned flashed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. However, these people were thinking too much. Li Zishuan had never expected to make a fortune through the congratulatory gifts. His wedding was mainly for fun. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much money to let thousands of people celebrate. Also, the show had just begun. As the 3 treasures gradually read out, the congratulatory gifts were more and more explosive. Not only the gifts were explosive, but the identity of the gift giver was even more explosive. 44 supervisors of the Imperial College of Mathematics came together to congratulate us. They gave us 2 million yuan and a book of Teacher Xie's sayings. This special congratulatory gift made everyone look at him in a different light. A teacher was greater than the sky. A successful teacher was very respected in ancient times. The Prince of Hejian's residence came to congratulate us. They gave us 3 million yuan for pairs of top-grade luminous pearls, a golden phoenix with pearls in it, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with longevity fruits in it, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with pearls in it, a pair of Hejian's white jade hairpins inlaid with jade, a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it, and a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it. Before Li Xiaogong went out to sea, he had promised that when Li Zishuan got married, the prince's residence would give him big gift. Now it had come as promised. The Prince of Jiangxia Li Daozong came to congratulate us. He gave us 2 million yuan, 2 pieces of elephant tusks, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn. The Crown Prince came to congratulate us. He gave us 4 million yuan, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of elephant tusks, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn. The Changshan estate of Chongren Market came to congratulate us. He gave us 1 million yuan, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn, 1 piece of golden phoenix with pearls in it, and a pair of phoenix hairpins with longevity fruits in it. The Prince of Wei came to congratulate us. He gave us 4 million yuan, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with pearls in it, a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade in it, a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it, and a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it. Princess Changel has come to offer her congratulations. She has gifted 3 million taels of silver, a pair of phoenix hairpins decorated with jade, a pair of crimson gold hairpins, a pair of crimson gold hairpins, a pair of jade hairpins and a pair of white jade hairpins. His Imperial Majesty sent an envoy to congratulate us. He gave us 10 taels of gold, 10 pieces of brocade silk, 10 pieces of silk, and a pair of jade rui. The Crown Prince, the princes, and the princesses all came to congratulate us. One after another, these gifts caused the commoners who were watching the commotion and freeloading outside to feel their scalps go numb. Normally they would not be able to see such important figures. Today they had only come to eat a banquet, yet they had seen all of them. The most shocking thing was that Li Er had also sent someone to deliver gifts. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, were all stupefied. Chapter 393. The auspicious hour has arrived. Smoke is drifting in the air, the lights are shining brightly, and the bride and groom are ascending to the flower hall. After the ceremony, Wang Zhong, the butler in the main hall, sang loudly. The most important part of the wedding ceremony, had finally arrived. All the guests turned their attention to the two newlyweds in red. Mr. and Mrs. Li sat on the main seat and looked at the newlyweds with joy in their hearts. Mr. Li's right hand that was stroking his beard couldn't help but tremble slightly. It could be seen that his heart wasn't calm at the moment. In the main hall, of course, there were many people of noble status who were closely related to the Li family. They sat on the side and watched the ceremony, such as Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Li Daozong, Princess Hejian, Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin and so on. Let's welcome the newlyweds, the first bow to heaven and earth. After getting a nod from Mr. and Mrs. Li, Wang Zhong sang at the top of his voice solemnly. As early as the northern and southern dynasties, it was a fixed ceremony for couples to bow to each other. In the northern areas before the Tang dynasty, couples bowed to each other as a ceremony, and it was held in special houses decorated with green curtains. After the Tang dynasty was founded, the term bow to heaven and earth officially appeared. The three bows in the ceremony were inseparable from the ancient idea of the unity of man and nature in China. During the spring and autumn period, Laozi summarized the things in the world into three categories: heaven, earth, and man. He thought that although man was the master of all things, heaven and earth were the carrier of production and life. Therefore, when getting married, they should first bow to heaven and earth to express their gratitude to heaven and earth. At the same time, they prayed that heaven and earth could ensure that the newlyweds' children would be safe and healthy. In addition to heaven and earth, parents were also important factors in one's life. Therefore, the ceremony was also an important part of the ceremony. Li Zishuan felt excited and refreshed as this was the first time he got married. He held Han Yushi's hand and solemnly bowed to the outside of the house. He came to the Tang dynasty for no reason. Maybe it was heaven's fault that he came to the Tang dynasty. After going through such a strange thing, Li Zishuan still had a certain level of respect for heaven and earth. Second, bow to the parents. There was no need to say anything more. He had to sincerely bow not only for the previous owner of this body, but also for himself. Husband and wife bow to each other. Li Zixuan looked at Han Yushi with an expression. Through the thin knee cover, he could still see the outline of her flower-like face. He was looking at Han Yushi. How could Han Yushi not be looking at him? This handsome man in front of her had given her too much happiness and too much romance. To be able to marry such a man, Han Yushi truly felt that she was the happiest and luckiest woman in the world. After looking at each other for a moment, the two of them seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding and bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. Send the bride to the bridal chamber. Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully nothing went wrong. As the MC of the wedding, he had practiced these few lines in private for a long time. He was so nervous just now, but fortunately he managed to hold on. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and looked at Xiao He and Xiao Shi holding his wife as they walked out of the hall to the new room in the west courtyard. Ah, today is my son's wedding. Thank you for coming. We will start the banquet now. Everyone please eat and drink well. Li Jingma stood up with a smile and cupped his hands to the guests in the room. As mentioned earlier, the Li family was quite far from the Han family. Li Zixuan definitely wouldn't be able to make it back before noon with such a huge entourage. Therefore, the formal banquet was arranged in the afternoon. As for the guests who arrived in the morning, naturally they wouldn't be starved. At noon, fruits and snacks were provided. Ah, old Master Li is too polite. We will definitely eat and drink well. Your family's delicacies are famous in Chang'an City. I old Cheng am here today and I won't be polite. To be honest, I old Cheng haven't eaten since last night. Madman Cheng, you are so shameless. Wherever the father and son of the Cheng family worked, there would be joy. These two clowns, old and young, could liven up the atmosphere wherever they were. There were 2 banquet tables set up in the hall of the Li residence to entertain the distinguished guests. However, how could old Cheng, who came from the wind and went in the rain, be willing to drink in the house? Under his organization, a group of generals found a table in the courtyard and sat down, starting a drinking contest. The sound of finger-guessing, laughter, and scolding resounded throughout the venue. Old Cheng pushed the atmosphere of the wedding banquet to its climax. When the others saw that the dukes and princes didn't care about their image and ate and drank to their heart's content, they had nothing to worry about. Therefore, the wedding banquet became more and more lively. The entire Li residence became lively. Laughter and finger-guessing could even be vaguely heard outside Yongla Lane. As the groom, of course, he had to be dragged around to toast. However, Li Zixuan had cushions. They were Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and Li Huairan. The 4 of them were Li Zixuan's groomsmen today, also known as groomsmen in modern times. They needed to accompany Li Zixuan to toast with him. Choax, you're the one with the highest alcohol tolerance among us. Remember to stand in front later. If you do well today, we'll call it even. Otherwise, hee, you know what I'm going to say. Li Zixuan put his arm around Cheng Chumo's shoulder and chuckled. Everyone could hear the threat in his words. On the wedding night, every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. Li Zixuan didn't want to be drunk. How could good wine be more important than beautiful women? Cheng Chumo looked at Li Zixuan's fists and thought about how Li Zixuan was able to tie with his father in a martial arts competition. Cheng Chumo instantly made a decision. No problem. We are brothers. There's nothing to talk about. Besides, old Cheng loved to drink the most. Thus, the 5-man team started to fight in the jungle. Qin Huayu was in charge of making the first move, pouring wine. Cheng Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, and Li Huairan were in charge of crazily attacking, drinking wine. Li Zixuan was in charge of stealing the beam and swapping it for the guests and killing them, serving mixed wine to the guests. In an instant, their efficiency exploded. From the group of civil officials in the main hall to the group of military generals outside, these guys ran through all of them. Next was the group of ordinary guests. Li Zixuan and his 4 teammates also ran through all of them. Finally, he came to the most special guest table of the day. It was the 44 students of the Imperial College. It should be 38 now. Li Tai, Li Huairan, Qin Huayu, Cheng Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, and Iron Egg weren't there. The 38 students sat together. Li Zixuan, dressed in his wedding attire, came to the front, raised his wine glass and laughed. I'm very happy that you guys could come. I like the thank you teacher book that you guys gave me. No matter where you guys go in the future, let's drink to this first today. Cheers to all of you. This glass of wine wasn't mixed with water, but it was genuine drunken immortal. In fact, when he was toasting just now, he didn't mix any water in the wine for the guests who were especially close to the Li family. With his current skills, drinking 1 or 2 liters of drunken immortal was no problem. Students toast to Sir. I wish sir a happy marriage. Meng Wenhao stood up and led the rest of the students in a toast. Meng Wenhao was actually the one who organized the group gift today. Chapter 394. They bowed to heaven and earth at dusk and drank until the lights were lit. When the banquet ended, it was almost midnight. Many people were drunk. Li Zixuan pretended to be dead drunk and lay on the table in the corner of the courtyard, refusing to move no matter what. The groomsmen couldn't pull him away, so they could only leave this knucklehead guy and go drink alone elsewhere. Li Zixuan laid on the table and saw that no one was paying attention to him. Then he took advantage of the dim lighting and used the orchid butterfly steps to enter the west courtyard. His speed was so fast that no one could match him. Young master, have you finished drinking? At the door of the bedroom, Xiaoxi saw a black shadow sneaking towards them. She was so scared that she wanted to shout to catch the thief. However, the black shadow was already in front of her in a blink of an eye. Xiaoxi took a closer look and recognized that it was Li Zixuan. She patted her chest, let out a sigh of relief and asked, Yes, I finished drinking. The banquet has ended. How is it? Is Yushi asleep? Li Zixuan looked into the room and answered absent-mindedly. He did not notice how alluring Xiaoxi was when she patted her chest. Otherwise he would definitely look around. Not yet. Young mistress has been waiting for you. Young master, I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup. Xiaoxi said considerately. No need. I'm not drunk. Ask the kitchen to bring me some bath water. Li Zixuan sniffed and realized that his body was full of the smell of alcohol and sweat. He could not help but frown. Regardless of whether other grooms would take a bath before the wedding, he had to take a bath. This was because he was slightly obsessed with cleanliness and had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. That's right, he was a virgin in his previous life. Oh, young master, please wait for a moment. Xiaoxi knew her young master's personality and did not refute. She agreed and went to arrange it. Sigh. Xiaohe, you go with him. Also, get some food from the kitchen. Yushi has waited for so long, she must be hungry. Got it, young master. Xiaohe stuck out her tongue and also ran away. Li Zixuan laughed proudly and then opened the door gently and entered the room. Han Yushi was dressed in red and sitting in front of the bed. When she heard the movement, she quickly looked at the door. Through the knee cover, she could see the outline of a familiar man. Moreover, when Li Zixuan was talking to the two maidservants outside the door, Han Yushi had vaguely heard it. Husband. Hee. Wife, don't move, I'll help you. Li Zixuan chuckled and scurried to the front of the bed. Then he picked up the jade rui and carefully removed the cloth covering Han Yushi's head. Even though he had already seen Han Yushi's peerless appearance in her wedding dress, Li Zixuan was still stunned when he lifted the cloth covering her knees. Her hair was tied up high, revealing her long neck that was as white and delicate as a swan's. A pair of simple teardrop-shaped earrings flashed with a silver light. Her eyelashes opened outwards, like a young girl in Jiangnan's rain town slowly opening up an umbrella, arching in a moving arc. Her face was lightly powdered, maintaining her natural beauty, but adding a touch of charm. The red button-down shirt, coupled with the high-waisted skirt, outlined two perfect arcs of Han Yushi's figure, especially the full, soft breasts above. From Li Zixuan's vantage point, he could even clearly see a white ravine. Beautiful, she was simply too beautiful. Li Zixuan was once again mesmerized by Han Yushi. Husband, haven't you seen enough after so long? Han Yushi blushed and pouted coquettishly. Not enough, not even for a lifetime. What? Li Zixuan said infatuatedly. Suddenly he felt something warm in his nose. Something flowed out. He reached out and wiped it, only to find that he had a nosebleed. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. In his previous life, he also had a nosebleed when he kissed his girlfriend for the first time. After that, his girlfriend often teased him about it. He didn't expect that he still couldn't change this bad habit after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Ouch. Husband, you're bleeding. I'll get someone to call the doctor. When Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan's face was covered in blood, she thought that Li Zixuan was injured. Her eyes immediately turned red. Cough cough. I'm fine. I'm just too excited after seeing my wife's beautiful face. Li Zixuan took some tissue paper and comforted her gently while wiping his nosebleed. Oh my, aren't these ancient girls too naive? Are you really okay? Han Yushi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked suspiciously. I'm really fine, just a nosebleed. Cough cough, the weather is hot recently and it's easy to get heaty. Li Zixuan said nonsense. Oh. Han Yushi nodded her head, seemingly believing him. Young master, the water is here. Young master, the food is here too. Just as Li Zixuan was brewing his emotions and preparing for the next wave of attacks, the voices of two maidservants came from outside the door. She's my wife anyway. Why should I be afraid of her running away? Bring it in. Li Zixuan stood up and shouted outside. Then he looked at Han Yushi and said, Wife, you must be hungry after waiting for so long. Eat something first. I'm stinking of sweat and alcohol. I need to take a bath. Han Yushi wanted to say that she didn't mind, but she was afraid that it would be too embarrassing to say it, so she only whispered, Okay. Li Zixuan smiled and went out to take a bath. With his wife in mind, Li Zixuan took a bath quickly. In less than 15 minutes he had finished scrubbing. He changed into soft pajamas and went to the inner room. He found that Han Yushi had also finished eating and was wiping her mouth with a silk handkerchief. Wife, have you finished eating? Yes. Thank you, husband. Han Yushi was indeed very hungry after waiting for so long. Li Zixuan asked someone to prepare food for her as soon as he came in. This meticulous consideration touched Han Yushi from the bottom of her heart. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? I told you earlier that from now on we are husband and wife. I won't let you suffer any grievances and you don't need to thank me. Do you understand? Li Zixuan looked into Han Yushi's eyes and said seriously. The two maidservants serving at the side saw that the couple was about to get into the main act. They looked at each other and went out quietly. They closed the doors and windows for Li Zixuan. Husband, you're so nice. Hee. What's this? Wife, you'll know that I can be even better in the future. Aha, it's time for us to drink wine. Here, wife, take it. Li Zixuan poured 2 small cups of wine and handed one to Han Yushi. Han Yushi smiled sweetly and took it. 2 arms crossed. One was thick and strong and the other was slender. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with it, as if they were born to be together. Chapter 395. With a wife like this I will never leave you. I will accompany you in life and death and we will grow old together. In the bedroom, Li Zixuan looked into Han Yushi's eyes and said solemnly under the candlelight. Han Yushi's eyes immediately became misty. She said firmly, With a husband like this I will never leave you. I will accompany you in life and death and we will grow old together. This sentence was like a confession but also like a vow. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, then drank the wine in one gulp. Ahem. Wife, look, it's getting late. Let's rest. Li Zixuan looked around and finally revealed his wolf's tail. Before Han Yushi got married, Mrs. Qin had more or less told her some general knowledge about men and women. When she heard the word rest, her face instantly became as red as a big red cloth, so red that water could drip out. Okay. Han Yushi responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He quickly pulled Han Yushi to the bed and sat down excitedly. Wife, you're so beautiful. Such a beautiful woman would only belong to him in the future. Li Zixuan was intoxicated as he looked at the peerless beauty in front of him. Han Yushi was shy and happy, but she said, A woman's face is like a shooting star in the sky. It's short and beautiful. Youth is fleeting and youth is fleeting. So what if I'm beautiful now? One day I will become an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. When that time comes, will my husband despise me? Li Zixuan smiled, took Han Yushi's 2 small hands, pressed them to his heart and said very seriously, I'm sorry. He said seriously, Yushi, ever since I met you no one else can be like you. You can make me drunk with wine, chase after you with horses, swing my sword for you and fall for you with my heart. People call me crazy and I have no regrets even if I die. Even if you have white hair one day and your face is past its prime, I will still hold your hands like today and give you the gentleness of the world. I'll hold your hands and give you my tenderness. These words of love really had a fatal attraction. It made Han Yushi's maiden heart, which she had cherished for many years, melt in an instant. Her eyes also became a little blurred. Her soft body couldn't help but fall into Li Zixuan's embrace. Husband, to be able to hear your words, even if Yushi were to die right now, she would be satisfied. Han Yushi buried her head in Li Zixuan's chest and said emotionally, Little fool, are you so easily satisfied? You're not allowed to talk about death. We have to live well. We have to be husband and wife for the rest of our lives. We have to be the happiest and most loving couple in the Great Tang. If I don't have you, how can I live? Li Zixuan hugged Han Yushi's fragrant and soft body and continued to say sweetly and affectionately, Anen. This concubine will listen to my husband. This concubine wants to be husband and wife with my husband forever. Han Yushi's arms exerted more strength as if she wanted to rub herself into Li Zixuan's body. Oh. Summer clothes weren't thick to begin with. Hugging like this was actually no different from kissing skin. Feeling the warmth from the beauty body in his arms and that indescribable wonderful touch feeling, Li Zixuan instantly reacted. My husband, you. Sensing that something was wrong below, Han Yushi, who had received a period of pre-marriage education these few days, was stunned for a while before she realized what it was. She immediately broke free from Li Zixuan's embrace as if she had been electrocuted. Then, like an ostrich, her head was deeply embedded in his chest. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head again. Li Zixuan was extremely embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain that this was a natural reaction, he was suddenly dumbfounded again. Because the great beauty in front of him was a little, naked, gone, naked. Han Yushi's clothes today were a pair of lapels paired with a high-waisted skirt. In this era, there were no elastic belts, so the skirt was tied to the top of the chest part. Those who had watched Tang Dynasty TV drama should know how easy it was to go out clothes like this. Just now, Han Yushi's struggle in Li Zixuan's arms made the laces at her chest, which were not tightly fastened, become messy, and the skirt naturally fell down 2 inches, so, Li Zixuan felt that this was the most beautiful scenery in the world. Nothing, no power could move his eyes away from it. He even wanted to bury his eyes in it. Husband, why are you staring there? Ugh, so embarrassing. As if she had felt Li Zixuan's burning gaze, Han Yushi raised her head and immediately realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly covered up her exposed, spring, light. Gulp. Gulp. Li Zixuan's eyes were fixed on the place where Han Yushi's hands were covering. His Adam's apple couldn't help but move. Wife. Li Zixuan's voice had actually become somewhat hoarse at this moment. My husband. Han Yushi did not dare to look directly at Li Zixuan's invasive eyes. When she thought about what she was going to experience next, she was both afraid and somewhat expectant. At this moment, her mind was blank. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and did not think about anything. Seeing Han Yushi raise her small face and close her eyes, looking like she was at his mercy, how could Li Zixuan, whose blood had already rushed to his head, hold it in? He roared and pounced on her. 50,000 words emitted here, accompanied by a cry of pain. The big red curtain suddenly trembled and swayed. Shadows rose and fell, but one could hear a burst of rough, gasping, mixed with several almost inaudible, gasping, breaths. After a long time, the room returned to tranquility, leaving only the flickering candlelight. In the outer room, the 2 little servant girls who were asleep had long been woken up. Their faces were flushed red. Outside the room, the moon in the sky seemed to feel shy and hid behind the dark clouds. Chapter 396. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight shone across the horizon and began to spread its enthusiasm and brilliance to the vast land. Those who were truly working hard for their livelihood had actually woken up early, and those who did not have to worry about food and clothing would also be awakened by the light at this moment. The windows in ancient times were all covered with very strong oiled paper, but this thing did not block the light. At this time, there were no curtains, so once the sun rose every day, the room would become bright. Even if you wanted to continue sleeping, you would be shaken awake by the strong sunlight. Comfortable. Li Zixuan was also awakened by the sunlight. He rubbed his eyes and felt a weight on his right shoulder. He lowered his head and saw a fair beauty with her head resting on his shoulder. She was still in a deep sleep. Sleeping Beauty, this was the real Sleeping Beauty. Han Yushi's brows were slightly furrowed, probably because she was hurt last night. Her hair was messy, and coupled with her exquisite facial features and peerless appearance, Li Zixuan could not help but have an illusion. This was probably a fairy in the sky who fell asleep beside him after playing in the mortal world, right? Moreover, this fairy was not wearing clothes. His right hand touched the fairy's smooth, jade back, and his eyes secretly glanced down at the peaks, ridges, under the quilt. A certain part of Li Zixuan's body had the most common, physical, natural reaction that most men would have in the morning. Han Yushi seemed to have sensed something. She twisted her body and snorted. Li Zixuan had a guilty conscience and was so scared that he immediately did not dare to move. A moment later, it seemed that the Han Yushi in her dream could not bear the dazzling sunlight outside. She stretched lazily, then rubbed her eyes with her right hand and opened her beautiful eyes. Suddenly their eyes met and there was infinite flirtatiousness. Hubby, why are you looking around again? After a while, Han Yushi realized that Li Zixuan's eyes were always looking under the quilt. She quickly pressed down the brocade quilt with her hand and said coquettishly, "Ah, cough cough, you can't blame me for this. It's mainly because my wife is too beautiful." Li Zishuan's body stiffened. He tried his best not to let the crime tool touch Han Yushi because he realized that he wanted it again. This was not good. Han Yushi would not be able to take it. "Husband, why are you so good at sweet talking? Isn't that right?" Han Yushi rolled her eyes coquettishly and said playfully, "My dear wife, you're wrong to say that. What I'm saying is not words of love but the truth." Li Zishuan said seriously, "I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen." Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan's mushy words of love came out of his mouth, and each one was more powerful than the other. She quickly covered her ears and didn't dare to listen anymore. She was afraid that if she heard too much, her body would go soft and she would throw herself into his arms. After tormenting for so long last night, she couldn't even muster the strength in her body now. Haha. Li Zishuan looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "Young master. Young madam. Do you want to wash up now?" At this moment Xiaohe's voice came from outside. The little maidservant also went to fetch water after hearing the movements inside. She didn't expect that the two inside had not woken up yet when she came back from fetching water, so she couldn't help but urge. Because the sun was already high up in the sky, she had to urge. "Bah! It's actually already this time. It's over, it's over. Father and mother will definitely think that I'm not a good wife." Only then did Han Yushi notice the sunlight outside. Thinking that the bride had to serve tea to her parents-in-law in the morning, she was so anxious that her tears almost fell. It's fine, it's fine. My father and mother are very easy to talk to. They definitely won't blame you." Li Zishuan hugged her body and comforted her gently. "How can it be fine? It's all your fault. Last night you were so. Han Yushi used her little fists to pound Li Zishuan's chest non-stop. She still didn't give in. "It's my fault, it's my fault. Wife, let's get up quickly. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." Ah. Han Yushi's little strength was like a massage when she hammered on his body. Li Zishuan laughed comfortably. "Then husband, quickly close your eyes. I'm going to put on my clothes." As Han Yushi spoke, she picked up Li Zishuan's big hand and covered Li Zishuan's eyes. "Hey, it's not like I didn't see it last night." Li Zishuan muttered. "You're not allowed to look." Han Yushi was about to cry from anxiety. Okay. I won't look. I won't look." "Wife, quickly put it on." Li Zishuan begged for mercy. Only then did Han Yushi feel relieved. She swiftly lifted the brocade quilt and began to prepare to put on her clothes. Unexpectedly, just as she sat up, a sharp tearing pain came from her lower body. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Ah! It hurts. Wife, what's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Hearing Han Yushi's cry of pain, Li Zishuan hurriedly opened his eyes and came over to ask with concern. "It's all because of you. Husband, quickly close your eyes." Okay. Close. "Wife, why don't you not get up? I'll talk to father and mother. It'll be fine." Li Zishuan said with heartache. Last night was indeed his fault. In many transmigration novels he had read in his previous life, after the male lead transmigrated to ancient times, he would usually marry a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Then, because the male lead felt sorry for the female lead who was too young, he would usually treat it as Lu Xiaohui and wait a few years before breaking the female lead's virginity. Li Zishuan actually planned to do the same yesterday, but being a lone man, widow, woman, in the same room and Han Yushi was so beautiful, he really couldn't hold back and committed a crime. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed too beastly. How can that do? Husband, you're talking nonsense. If I do that, others will definitely say that I don't know etiquette behind my back. Han Yushi shook her head and objected. After saying that, she gritted her teeth, endured the pain and began to get up and put on her clothes. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. This ancient girl was not only beautiful, but why was her personality so good? After the two of them put on their clothes, they quickly washed up under the service of two little maidservants. Then Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi to the front yard. Along the way, all the servants would respectfully greet them when they met. "Hello, young master." "Hello, young madam." As Li Zishuan listened, he suddenly felt that there was one more person in his life who was bound to him for life. This feeling was really wonderful. When Han Yushi heard these people call her young madam, she couldn't help but feel happy that she had finally entered Li Zishuan's life. All of this was like a dream. It seemed that her life was going to be brand new from now on. Chapter 397. Supporting the limping Han Yushi, they slowly came to the main hall. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were already waiting there. The two elders were all smiles and did not show any displeasure because the two of them had come late. Lan Er, who was wearing a new set of clothes, was beside them. Ever since Li Zishuan and Han Yushi came in, the little girl's eyes had been staring at their faces. Housekeeper Wang Zhong had already prepared tea. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi took the teacups, knelt down in front of the two elders and raised the teacups above their heads. The two of them said in unison, "Father, Mother, please have some tea." Okay. The two elders received the teacup with smiles on their faces. They placed it by their mouths and took a sip before putting it aside. Mrs. Li hurriedly glared at him and said, "Shen, why aren't you helping Yushi up? The ground is so hard." Cough, he's starting to feel sorry for his daughter-in-law so soon? Li Zishuan couldn't help but think. However, he wouldn't be jealous because Han Yushi was also his darling. So what if there was one more person feeling sorry for him? He was thinking nonsense in his heart. Li Zishuan's hands did not stop. He reached out and was about to pull Han Yushi up, but Han Yushi waved her hand and refused. Han Yushi knelt on the ground and cupped her hands at the two elders. "Father, Mother," Yushi woke up too late and made father and mother wait for a long time. Sigh. What a stubborn girl. When Li Zishuan heard the reason, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his good wife who always took the blame for herself. In the end, it was because he was too mischievous yesterday that caused Han Yushi to wake up late. Silly child. What are you talking about? Hurry up and get up. Mother will tell you in detail. Before Li Zishuan could plead, Mrs. Li had already stepped forward and pulled Han Yushi up. She held Han Yushi's hand and said seriously, "Son, in ancient times, son didn't just refer to a son. It could also be used to refer to a daughter. We don't have so many rules in our family. You can get up whenever you want. No one will say anything about you. Before you married into our family, Shen, would only wake up in the afternoon. In any case, we don't have to worry about food or water, so it's fine even if you guys wake up a little later. Isn't that right, Master?" In fact, Madame Li could not wait for the two of them to wake up later. As an experienced person, Han Yushi had just entered the door when she saw that something was wrong. She knew what had happened to them last night. Madame Li, who wanted to hug her fat grandson, naturally hoped that her son and daughter-in-law would communicate feelings more in the room. When Li Jingma saw that his wife had led the fire to him, he was stunned. Then he felt a dangerous gaze from the side. He quickly said, "Ahem, Yushi. Your mother is right. You can wake up as late as you want in our house. Actually, the people in our family don't like to wake up early. It's not good for you to wake up early." In fact, Li Jingma's thoughts were the same as Mrs. Li's. He also wanted to have a grandson as soon as possible. However, in order to please his wife, he let his imagination run wild and said a little more. Hearing Li Jingma's words, Han Yushi was dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? It wasn't written like this in the storybooks. The situation that the neighbors usually talked about when a certain family's daughter married into a certain family wasn't like this. What happened to the intrigue between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? What happened to waking up early to work and perform well in front of mother-in-law? Why was it all a mess? How could there be parents-in-law who encouraged her to laze in bed and wake up late? Han Yushi felt that this world was a little messy. Ahem. Wife, why aren't you thanking father and mother? Li Zishuan couldn't help but find it funny when he saw his wife's confused look. Previously he was also doted on by his parents. But then again he really felt that he was very lucky to be able to meet such a good pair of parents. Thank you, father and mother, for your magnanimity. Han Yushi reacted and said hurriedly. Hee, good child, this is mother's greeting gift to you. Take it. Mrs. Li's smile had never stopped since her son got married yesterday. Today she saw that her son and daughter-in-law were loving and inseparable. Moreover, this daughter-in-law was gentle and obedient. She couldn't help but be even more satisfied with this marriage. She secretly thought that her son had good taste. Li Zishuan saw clearly from the side. His mother was going to give the jade bracelet that she had always been wearing to Han Yushi. He had also taken a closer look at that jade bracelet previously. It wasn't an ordinary item. It should be a family heirloom. Now that his mother could take this out, it meant that she approved of this daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan smiled and glanced at Han Yushi. He was happy for his wife from the bottom of his heart. Han Yushi still understood that she didn't dare to reject an elder's gift. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and took the jade bracelet. She bowed and said, "Thank you, mother. Yushi will definitely take good care of this jade bracelet." It's fine as long as my son likes it." Mrs. Li waved her hand and smiled. Then she looked at her husband. Her meaning was self-evident. Father Li trembled and quickly took out a key from his sleeve. He went forward and handed it to Han Yushi. Yushi, this is the key to the first floor of our family's warehouse. It's all your dowry. Take good care of it in the future. Li Jingma's move was very generous. Although the bride's dowry in this era was all the bride's private property, under normal circumstances when a woman just married the man, a portion of the dowry brought by the woman would first be put under the man's name for business purposes, who would hand over all the dowry brought by the woman to his daughter-in-law the next day. Han Yushi was shocked. One had to know that the dowry she brought was a total of 50,000 to 60,000 strings of cash. Faced with such a large sum of money, she couldn't help but be at a loss. Li Zishuan touched her arm and gestured for her to quickly take it. Han Yushi quickly took it and said solemnly, "Thank you, father." You're welcome. You're welcome." After the tea ceremony, Li Zishuan gathered all the servants in the residence and planned to introduce them to Han Yushi. After all, she would be the mistress of the house in the future. How could she not recognize all the servants? "Come, my wife, let your husband introduce you to his family." "Thank you, husband." Li Zishuan pulled his wife to the front yard and looked at the more than 100 servants in front of him. He said loudly, "I don't need to introduce this person next to me, right? In the future, my wife will be the mistress of the house. Her words represent my words. You must all carry them out seriously. Our Li family treats people generously, but we will never allow people to offend our superiors. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this huge Li residence. Do you all hear me?" "Yes, we hear you." The servants and maidservants all answered in unison. In fact, there was no need for Li Zishuan to personally instruct them. They were so comfortable in the Li family that they were not willing to leave. They would not offend their superiors. "Come, Yushi, let me introduce you one by one. You already know this person. He is our butler, Uncle Wang. This is Uncle Wang's wife." Chapter 398. Li Zishuan introduced Han Yushi to all the servants in the house. Han Yushi was very generous. Every time Li Zishuan introduced someone to her, she would say a few words cordially. After that, she would reward them with some money, embroidered cloth and other small gifts. Almost everyone had one. It was obvious that Han Yushi was prepared in this aspect. All kinds of rewards were suitable, not too much, not too little. It was just right. Mrs. Qin must have taught her before the wedding. The servants in the house did not expect the bride to be so generous. They were all very grateful. Of course, Han Yushi also prepared a gift for Lan. It was a set of exquisite head ornaments, probably worth tens of thousands of dollars. The little girl received such a beautiful gift and was overjoyed. She kept calling out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." After these things were done, it was almost noon. The young couple simply ate breakfast and lunch together. Li Zishuan could not help but sigh in his heart. He was an otaku who liked to sleep in. This was the rhythm of assimilating with his wife. Li Zishuan's side was peaceful, but his legend was still circulating in the Jianghu. Cough cough, it should be the grand wedding yesterday that was still remembered by the people of Chang, and it was passed down by word of mouth. From the betrothal gifts to the bride's makeup, followed by the luxurious wedding procession and the luxurious wedding lineup, and finally the national carnival that Li Zishuan single-handedly planned. Wave after wave, it affected everyone's hearts. Li Zishuan took this opportunity to show the people of Tang Dynasty a textbook grand wedding. The genius planning creativity and the national carnival made countless onlookers who witnessed it at the scene gasp in admiration from the bottom of their hearts. TSK. You didn't see it yesterday. The Li family's wedding was so King grand. I, Old Yang, only now understand that the wedding banquets I attended in the past were all *T. In a restaurant, a middle-aged man in red was reminiscing to his three companions at the table. "Oh? Old Yang, you went to the wedding banquet of Li County's men yesterday? Old Yang, how did you squeeze in? I wanted to give gifts yesterday and get a free meal, but I didn't get it." "I didn't get it either. There were too many people. But fortunately, I used a bouquet of flowers to exchange for a portion of chicken. It was worth a lot of money." Yesterday, I, Old Yang, used 3 strings of money to buy a seat for the banquet. That's why I'm lucky enough to witness this unprecedented wedding with my own eyes." Old Yang smirked. 3 strings of money? Old Yang, you're really generous. Hey, Old Huang, you're really short-sighted. No wonder you can't make much money all year round. Old Yang took a sip of wine and proudly said, "You guys don't know, but the value of the food and wine in the banquet yesterday was definitely more than 15 strings of coins." The wine was the best wine and the dishes were all the signature dishes of the drunken immortal restaurant. Don't you think it's worth it to spend 3 strings of coins to enjoy such a big meal? You can also see the wedding ceremony inside from the flowing banquet. You didn't see how grand the Lee residence's wedding was yesterday? No way? The Lee family's banquet is so sumptuous? Yeah. How much money did the Lee family have to fork out for so many tables? The other 3 were obviously boorish people who didn't understand romance. They weren't interested in the grand wedding ceremony that old Yang mentioned at all. They only cared about the food. Therefore, old Yang's blabbering was destined to be like playing the lute to a cow. Seeing this, old Yang said resentfully, "What can I say about you guys? The Lee family doesn't care about money at all when they hold such a grand wedding, do you know that? They're just looking for fun. Do you know what fun is? Whether it's the betrothal gifts or the bride escort, do you see how much money the Lee family spent? Why would they care about this little bit of money? If they really cared, they wouldn't have given out newspapers and chickens for free. Hey, you guys don't believe me when I say you're stupid." The Lee residence's wedding banquet yesterday was really lively. In a luxurious restaurant, a few rich businessmen chatted as they ate. As they talked, they couldn't help but talk about yesterday's legendary wedding. Yeah. I heard that it wasn't just the crown prince. The king of Wei and the princess went personally. Even the emperor sent someone to send congratulatory gifts. Wow. This means that Li Xian'an not only has a wide circle of friends, but he's also favored by the emperor. Yeah. This Li Xian'an not only knows how to do business, but he's also good at being an official. I heard that the students of the Imperial College went to send him congratulatory gifts yesterday. They gave him quite a lot. Li Xian'an is really competent as an official of the Imperial College. Pingkong Room by Hua Building. Although we don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, our hearts are as one. Dote on her, love her, protect her, love her. We're willing to be 2 birds in the sky and 2 branches on earth. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens are worshipped by the people and enjoy the incense of thousands of families. I, Li Zishuan, will also receive the blessings of thousands of people and enjoy endless flowers on my wedding day. In an embroidery pavilion, a beautiful young woman in light pink looked at the lines of small words on a piece of paper in front of her and couldn't help but murmur. These were the poems that Li Zishuan recited at the Han family manor and the words he said at the wedding. Now, these few lines had already spread in certain circles in the capital. Why can't I, Gu Fian, meet such a good husband? I don't know what good deeds this Han Yushi accumulated in her previous life to be able to marry Li Xian'an. I'm so envious of people with poor lives. This woman was Baihua Building's top courtesan, Yena. She had even gone to watch Li Zishuan's wedding procession yesterday. Li Zishuan's wedding yesterday and those poems made many young ladies of the boudoir look at themselves in self-pity and envy. Changel Palace. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Changel supported her chin with her hand and looked at the makeup-urging poem that Li Zishuan composed yesterday on the table. She couldn't help but think of the grand and lively wedding she saw with her own eyes at the Li residence yesterday. The sea of flowers and the words that Li Zishuan said to Han Yushi made Changel feel deeply intoxicated. In this era that didn't understand romance, no girl could resist yesterday's romantic wedding. In the heavens we're willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we're willing to be intertwined branches. Brother Xiaoxian is so good to Sister Yushi. He even spent so much effort on the wedding. I'm afraid that in the future, there won't be a wedding that can surpass this grand occasion, right? I don't know what kind of husband father will find for Changel in the future. Will there be anyone who dotes on her like Brother Xiaoxian? After a long time, Changel sighed softly and muttered to herself. Li Zishuan didn't know that he had stolen a poem from Li Shangyin to hasten the makeup, but it had harmed countless young ladies and caused them to fall into lovesickness. Many young ladies began to use him as a benchmark and set standards for themselves to choose a husband. Chapter 399. After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard to rest. After all, it was summer and the sun was at its hottest at noon. No one had the energy to do anything serious. However, Lanner's unintentional words in the morning scared Li Zishuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Lanner wanted to play with sister-in-law this morning, but father and mother stopped me. Lanner will go secretly next time. This way father and mother won't know. Brother, what do you think? Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, in the future, every time I enter the house the first thing I have to do is lock the door from the inside. Otherwise, if my little sister suddenly barges in and sees something she shouldn't see, where will I put my old face? Maybe my wife will be traumatized because of this. I have to take this seriously in the future. Although he used to make up a story about a door demon to trick Lan Er into knocking on the door before entering, who knew if Lan Er would forget about this and barge in one day. On the way back to the house, Li Zixuan kept reminding himself that for his future, sexual, happiness he must remember to lock the door at all times. Husband, father and mother have such good temperaments. This concubine was worried that father and mother would be unhappy. When they returned to the house, Han Yushi took the initiative to pull Li Zixuan's arm and said excitedly. Although she had been to the Li residence before and had a few pleasant interactions with father and mother Li, she had interacted with them as an outsider after all. Today was the first time she met her parents-in-law as a daughter-in-law, and the process was unexpectedly smooth. This made Han Yushi heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also sighed at how kind and benevolent father and mother Li were. As Li Zixuan went to lock the door sneakily, he smiled at his wife and said, "Of course my father and mother are gentle by nature. They are the kind of good people who have never been jealous of others. Wife, you are so gentle and lovely. Of course my father and mother like you and are willing to treat you well." Hearing Li Zixuan's sweet words, Han Yushi was slightly shy and said, "Husband, you're making me happy again. I think father and mother are only treating me like this because I'm your wife. But even so, I'm still very happy. From now on, not only will my husband dote on me, but there will also be 2 more people who will care about me. Ever since I married my husband yesterday, I feel that even the scorching sun has become lovely and amiable." Simple words of love were the most moving. When Li Zixuan saw Han Yushi's cute appearance, he couldn't help but step forward and pull her into his arms. He intimately placed his chin on her forehead and said gently, "Our days have only just begun. Wife, you're already so excited. What will happen in the future? Do you remember what I told you earlier? We will be the most loving and blissful couple in the Great Tang, and everyone in the world will envy us." Han Yushi meekly pressed her cheek against Li Zixuan's chest and said softly, "But I already feel that I'm the happiest woman in the world now. My husband's talent and the grand wedding that you prepared for me yesterday, countless women are envious. Yushi is neither talented nor virtuous, and I'm not from a prestigious family. I'm so worried that I'm not worthy of my husband's deep affection. In the past, I didn't care about the pain of losing because I didn't get it. Now that I have such a good husband and such good parents, I'm really worried that my husband will despise me." Sigh, this wife of his was really gentler than water. Little fool. What did my husband say last night? With a wife like this, I will never leave or abandon you. I will accompany you in life and death and grow old together. Wife, you're already very good. I like you very much. You mustn't belittle yourself in the future. If you're really the daughter of one of those wealthy families, I won't take a fancy to you." Han Yushi giggled and looked up to ask, "Why do you say that, my husband?" Yushi heard that all men in the world regard marrying a woman with 5 surnames as a supreme honor. "Why don't you take a fancy to me?" "Ah, that's because they're stupid. Rich young ladies with 5 surnames are used to being arrogant and domineering. Although they're indeed gentle and pleasant on the surface, they still can't change their unruly and willful nature. They're not as gentle and virtuous as my wife, nor are their thoughts as pure as yours." As Li Zixuan spoke, his claws secretly reached for the protruding part under the S line. Han Yushi was listening attentively to her lover's analysis. However, she was completely unaware of the wolf's claws invading her body. When she heard what he said, she said shyly, "I'm not as good as you say. We already met openly last night. Whether my wife is good or not, my husband knows best in your heart." Li Zixuan chuckled sinisterly. His hands naturally didn't stop. That wonderful touch really made him unable to let go. "My husband, how can you say such embarrassing things in broad daylight? How embarrassing." "My husband, why are your hands there?" Han Yushi said coquettishly. Suddenly, she felt something strange behind her and hurriedly tried to break free from Li Zixuan's wolf's claws. Li Zixuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He increased the strength of his arms and didn't let his wife break free from his embrace. He smiled sinisterly and said, "My wife didn't rest well in the morning. Why don't you continue to rest now?" Hearing Li Zixuan's tone, how could Han Yushi not know what Li Zixuan meant by rest? She hurriedly tried to push Li Zixuan away with her hands and said, my husband is in the middle of the night." "Husband, that won't do. It's still daytime and that place is still hurting." Li Zixuan, who originally only wanted to tease her, didn't expect his wife to take it seriously. When he heard Han Yushi's slightly sobbing pleading voice, Li Zixuan blamed himself slightly and hurriedly said, "Haha, my wife, what are you thinking about? This rest is not that kind of rest. I'm afraid that you're tired. I really want you to rest for a while. Really? Of course, it's more real than real gold. Oh, my husband is so good. Haha. My wife, go and take a nap. Oh. The couple came to the bed and prepared to take a pure afternoon nap. Suddenly, how could I forget about this? It's so embarrassing. My husband, quickly turn around. Don't look. It was Han Yushi who had lifted the brocade quilt. A cold plum blossom stood proudly and entered her sight. She was immediately embarrassed and hurriedly pulled Li Zixuan's body, wanting her lover to quickly turn around. Han Yushi woke up in a hurry this morning and forgot to cut this thing down and put it away. Who drew the plum blossom on this bedsheet? Look at the dots of plum blossoms, the color is bright and the layers are distinct. The snow-white silk next to it is like white snow, setting off the proud plum blossom that bloomed alone to the extreme. It has a profound meaning and is extremely interesting. It's as if the proud plum blossom is right in front of your eyes. It's really a rare painting scroll. Sigh. My wife, don't stop me. Let me collect it properly and pass it down to my descendants. Li Zixuan was very proud in his heart. It couldn't be helped. Any man would be proud in this situation, but his face was serious as if he was really appreciating the painting. My husband, you're too bad. I beg you don't look, it's so embarrassing. This bad guy with a wicked smile in front of her looked at the white silk that was stained with her precious first night's red blood and looked like he was investigating. He kept praising Ling Han for blooming alone. It was simply asking for Han Yushi's life. Han Yushi felt that her soul had left her. She was really ashamed and angry to death. She pulled Li Zixuan with all her strength and said. Chapter 400. After teasing the shy little lady for a while, Li Zixuan stopped while he was ahead. He walked to the side and turned his back, letting Han Yushi clean up the proud and aloof plum blossom alone. Otherwise, wouldn't this girl die of embarrassment? After nearly half an hour, Han Yushi cut the plum blossom, put it away and changed the new bedsheets. Li Zixuan saw that her face was so red that it was about to drip water, so he didn't say those strange words to tease her. He just held her slender arm and said, "Okay, wife, take a nap. This nap can not only relieve fatigue, but also slow down the aging of the skin." Han Yushi's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Really? Of course it's true. Go to sleep." Li Zixuan stroked Han Yushi's soft hair and said softly with a smile. In order to cultivate his wife to be a sleeping goddess like him, this guy also put in a lot of effort. Yes. Han Yushi nodded, took off her shoes happily and climbed into bed to sleep. Youth and beauty were the most attractive poison for all women, and Han Yushi was no exception. Li Zixuan smiled, took off his shoes and lay next to Han Yushi, ready to take a pure afternoon nap. Although it was a hot summer outside, there was an ice basin in the room to cool down. Not only was it not hot, but it was also a little cool. The husband and wife were covered with a thin quilt, hugging each other, and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Li Zixuan was very obedient this time because he knew that Han Yushi was injured. At this time he could not just care about his own selfish desires and ignore the pain of others. He could not bear to torture this cute wife like this. Don't worry. Haha. What are the Empress and my beloved concubine talking about? They are actually chatting so happily? Even though I'm far away, I can still hear the laughter in the hall. Li Er came to Li Zheng Hall after the morning court. He planned to have lunch with Empress Zhang's son, but he didn't expect concubine Yang to also be here. She was even talking and laughing with Zhang's son. Your concubine greets your majesty. When the two beauties saw Li Er coming, they hurriedly got up and bowed. Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous, ha. Zhen is just walking around, you can continue chatting. It just so happens that I can listen from the side." Perhaps Emperor Li Er, who worked day and night on state affairs, could only find some fun and relax in the harem. Knowing that Li Er came here to freeload and listen to gossip to relieve his boredom, Zhang's son considerately called a palace maid and ordered her to go to the imperial kitchen to have lunch sent over. Then she sat beside Li Er and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I was just talking to my sister about yesterday's wedding." "Oh? It's that brat again. I've also heard about yesterday's wedding. That stinking brat actually used Datong Daily to advertise his wedding. Yu Shernan even came to me yesterday to complain." When Li Er heard this, he immediately ridiculed in annoyance. Zhang's son covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "It was because of Li Er's advertisement on Datong Daily that yesterday's wedding was so lively. Your Majesty, you don't know, but until now the people of Chang and city are still talking about yesterday's wedding." "That's right. I heard that the Li family received tens of thousands of bouquets of flowers yesterday. Just the chickens alone were given out more than 10,000 sets. If we calculate according to the usual price per set, the Li family lost more than 10,000 strings of cash. It's no wonder that yesterday's wedding was so lively. Concubine Yang heard this and interjected with a smile. Ah, that's not how the accounts are calculated. That brat is ruthless. The cost of the chickens from Drunken Immortal restaurant is only about 200 copper coins. Giving out more than 10,000 sets, that brat only lost 2 to 3,000 strings of cash. Li Er had more information than Concubine Yang, who had lived in the palace for a long time. He shook his head and analyzed. Concubine Yang covered her mouth and laughed. After hearing what your majesty said, it's true. That Li Er is really cunning. He only used 2 to 3,000 strings of cash to make tens of thousands of people in Chang and city celebrate his wedding. This business is really worth it. Haha. I've said it before, that brat is most suitable to be a profiteer. At this time the palace maids had already served the dishes. Li Er, Zhang Sun and Concubine Yang sat down and started eating. Zhang Sun suddenly thought of something and smiled, saying, Your Majesty, the most popular thing in Chang and city now besides Li Er's wedding yesterday is the wedding poem that Li Er composed. Li Er asked curiously, Oh? Doesn't that brat hate making a fuss? He can even compose poems? Let Mei Guanyin read it for me. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Empress Zhang Sun got up and went to the small table next to her, taking a piece of rice paper with tiny words written on it. Although the poem was good, as the empress of a country of course, she wouldn't be so bored as to memorize a love poem. Then she softly read, Last night's stars and last night's wind on the west side of the painting building on the east side of the Kasha Hall. I don't have the wings of the colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. Next seat, send the hook of spring wine to warm up, separate chow shoot to cover the red candles. I'll listen to the drum to answer the official, walk the horse and the orchid to turn the pung. I don't have the wings of the colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. Good poem. Although Li Er didn't compose poems, it didn't mean that he didn't understand poems. He seriously tasted it for a while and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, he clapped his hands and praised, This poem reminds me of the scene when I first met the Empress and my beloved concubine. At that time I was often fighting on the front line, but I always had you in my heart. Perhaps this is what it means to be as one. Tieske Li Zishuan's poem is good. It can be considered to have written out my thoughts. Li Er shamelessly took Li Zishuan's masterpiece for his own use and used it to express his feelings to his wife. Empress Zhang Sun and Concubine Yang looked at each other, somewhat confused by Li Er's sudden romance. We sisters will remember your Majesty's kindness in our hearts and will never forget it. Zhang Sun reacted more quickly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, she quickly cooperated with Li Er and said emotionally, Sister is right. As the ruler of a country, your Majesty is busy with state affairs all day long. You can still treat us sisters like this. This concubine is satisfied in this life. Concubine Yang wasn't stupid. After Empress Zhang Sun finished speaking, she also understood that Li Er was borrowing poems from them today, so she quickly cooperated. They couldn't not cooperate. They couldn't let Li Er embarrass himself, right? That would hurt old Li. Ha! Empress, my beloved concubine are too polite. I have the two of you in this life, and my heart is satisfied. Ah! The old pervert Li Er lied against his conscience. Today, after old Li saw Li Zishuan's romantic poem, he didn't know what was wrong with him, but he also wanted to be romantic for his two wives. However, Li Er, who was good at both civil and martial arts, was too far away from Li Zishuan in the field of romantic flirting. He almost made the atmosphere stiff. Chapter 401. And? Husband, did you wake up long ago? Last night, after being tormented by Li Zishuan for most of the night, Han Yushi's whole body was about to fall apart. In the morning, if she didn't think that she had to get up to serve tea to her parents-in-law, she wouldn't get up even if the sky fell down. She was really sleepy. She fell asleep not long after lying in bed at noon. Li Zishuan was afraid that the sunlight outside would affect his wife's sleep, so he specially put on the divine weapon that he used to sleep in, the eye mask, for Han Yushi. Therefore, Han Yushi slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As for Li Zishuan himself, of course he didn't wear the eye mask. This was the only one in the family. In other words, he was the only one in the family who liked to sleep in, so there was no need to get so many. In fact, Li Zishuan wasn't very sleepy. Although he was tormented until the second half of the night last night, this guy was the type who became more and more energetic. If it wasn't for his wife's first time, this beast might have tormented until even later. There were 4 great joys in life: sweet dew after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the time to pass the imperial examination. Li Zixuan, who had just experienced one of the 4 great joys of life, was only excited in his heart. How could he be sleepy? So he only slept for an hour before waking up. The reason why he didn't wake Han Yushi up was because a beauty looked really good when she slept. Although he couldn't eat it now, he could secretly kiss his wife when she was asleep, take advantage of her mouth, and gently touch her with his claws. It was also a different kind of fun to take advantage of her hand. As for the other reason, Li Zixuan thought that since his wife could fall asleep, then he would let her sleep as much as she wanted. If she slept too much during the day, she would naturally not be able to sleep at night. At that time they could talk about life together. It had to be said that ever since she took care of her virginity last night and obtained the first blood, this fellow was now eating marrow, knowing, taste, essence, worm, brain, filled with dirty thoughts. The pure and kind Han Yushi had fallen into the devil's claws, just like that. Perhaps it was because Li Zixuan's claws were too strong, or perhaps it was because she had really slept enough. Han Yushi stretched lazily and opened her eyes. She realized that it was pitch black in front of her. Then she felt that there was something covering her eyes. After she reached out to pull off the blindfold, she saw her lover staring at her with his eyes. She was shy and happy, so she asked, "Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. How was it? Did you sleep well?" Li Zixuan put away his dirty thoughts just now and said, "Oh, that's not right." How could he say that he had dirty thoughts? Wasn't it natural for him to want to do shameful things with his wife? Li Zixuan indicated that they were a legal couple. An illegal couple. This guy finally convinced himself in his heart. "And I slept very well. Husband, what is this? It looks weird." Han Yushi held the eye mask and asked curiously, This thing is called an eye mask. It's worn on the eyes. This is a good thing. If I hadn't helped you put this on just now, you might have been woken up by the sunlight outside," Li Zixuan said proudly. Han Yushi heard this and widened her eyes. She said speechlessly, "Husband, did you specially make this thing to sleep during the day?" "That's right." "Wife, what's with your expression?" Han Yushi looked at the eye mask, then looked at her lover and said hesitantly, "Husband, I know that you have great wisdom. The curved plow, the scooter, the paper machine, Hanyu Pinyin, and so on. These things that benefit the people were all invented by you. I am proud to be able to marry such a husband. But, husband, can you use your great wisdom on the right path?" This girl knows how to speak with restraint first and then praise later. Han Yushi praised Li Zixuan in the first half of the sentence, and then began to persuade Li Zixuan to turn over a new leaf. This was a typical case of restraining first and then praising later. Li Zixuan snappily pinched the little beauty's nose and said, "That's right. Who said that this eye mask is not the right path? Only when a person has a good rest can he work well. Only when he works well can he earn more money. With more money he can live a good life. And this eye mask of mine can let people rest well. Do you think this thing is important? Is it the right path?" "Watch. It hurts." "Husband, let go of me first." Han Yushi removed Li Zixuan's hand from her nose, then smiled mischievously and said, "Hee. Husband, you're twisting words and forcing logics. Actually, you just want to use this to sleep in." Li Zixuan was furious. He hugged Han Yushi and was about to punish her. "Oh, twisting words and forcing logic? Who's twisting words and forcing logic? Say it again?" Hee. "Husband, stop scratching. It's itchy, ha. It's so itchy. Stop scratching. Stop scratching. Do you know your mistake?" "Oh, I know my mistake. Ah, husband, let go of me." Han Yushi was scratched all over. Her long hair was scattered everywhere and the front of her chest was also open. What a picture of a lazy beauty. Gulp. "You can't let go even if you know your mistake." Li Zixuan glared and shouted. Before Han Yushi could react, his mouth had already moved closer. 50,000 words omitted here. Ugh. "Husband, why are you doing this in broad daylight?" After a round of hugging, kissing, cough, of course, it was just a kiss. Li Zixuan couldn't bear to let his wife get hurt even more. Han Yushi's hair was messy, and her cheeks were red. She rolled her eyes at her lover and said coquettishly. In just 2 days of intimate interaction, she understood that Li Zixuan, who had always been sunny and upright, was actually so lecherous. It was just that she liked this kind of lecherousness very much. "Ah, wife, you mean that your husband can play tricks at night?" Li Zixuan teased. No. Husband, you're bullying me on purpose. Han Yushi pouted and said aggrievedly. Ah. Wife, don't cry, kiss. No kiss. After Li Zixuan instilled a whole night of messy knowledge, how could Han Yushi not know what kiss meant? She hurriedly turned her face to the side, not daring to look at Li Zixuan again. In fact, she really didn't dare to kiss again. She was afraid that she would be unable to control herself and let Li Zixuan have his way again. Cough cough. Since you don't want to kiss, then we'll kiss in the future. It was getting harder and harder to coax his wife. Li Zixuan could only say gloomily. By the way, wife, turn around. I have something very important to ask you. Chapter 402. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. My husband must be lying to me again. Han Yushi covered her ears and shook her head with her back facing Li Zixuan. She had learned to be smart now and was always on guard against Li Zixuan setting a trap for her. Stop fooling around, I'm really not lying to you. Wife, quickly turn around, I really have something serious to tell you. Li Zixuan was speechless. Why didn't anyone believe him when he told the truth? He turned sideways and forced Han Yushi to turn around. Han Yushi said in disbelief, Husband, you really didn't lie to me? Mua. I didn't lie to you at first. I really wanted to tell you something serious, but since you don't believe your husband so much, then how can I disappoint you? Li Zixuan kissed Han Yushi's rosy little lips angrily and then smiled proudly. Bad husband, I knew you were lying. Han Yushi slapped Li Zixuan's chest in embarrassment and anger, trying to push him away. Wife, you still don't believe me? Li Zixuan pressed against Han Yushi's forehead and said with a smile. I believe. I believe. Husband, quickly say it. Looking at Li Zixuan's posture, how could Han Yushi not know what would happen if she said that she didn't believe him, so she quickly nodded. That's more like it. Li Zixuan chuckled and took the opportunity to touch Han Yushi's perky butt. Naturally, it caused the beauty to be coquettish, angry, again. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about serious matters. Li Zixuan sat up and leaned on the bed. Han Yushi saw that her lover really had something to say to her, so she quickly tidied her hair and leaned on Li Zixuan's shoulder and said, Husband, say it. Li Zixuan said seriously, Yushi, when did your last period come? Oh, your menstruation? Han Yushi, who was waiting for Li Zixuan to get down to business, almost broke down when she heard this. Her first reaction was that Li Zixuan was deliberately teasing her again. Moreover, he was teasing her with such an embarrassing matter. This was too much. Husband, you lied to me again. How can this kind of shameful thing be considered proper business? Han Yushi was so angry that her eyes were a little red, and there was a trace of anger in her voice. Cough cough. Wife, don't misunderstand. I really didn't mean to make fun of you. Hurry up and tell me, this is really important to me. Li Zixuan had long expected that Han Yushi would misunderstand. After all, ancient girls were not as open as modern girls. This kind of thing was very embarrassing for them. In order to make Han Yushi believe it as soon as possible, he could only put on a solemn expression and explain it seriously. But husband, why are you asking such an embarrassing question? Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan didn't seem to be joking. She was a little convinced, but she still asked hesitantly. Wife, don't ask about this first. Tell me first and I'll tell you later. Li Zixuan waved his hand. Han Yushi stammered for a while and said embarrassedly, I should have my period on the 6th day. Phew. That's good, that's good. It should be fine. Li Zixuan heard and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, Li Zixuan was calculating his wife's safe period. As the saying goes, 7 days before and 8 days after. Last night happened to be in the safe period. Although there was a probability of pregnancy during the safe period, the probability was much lower, wasn't it? Li Zixuan didn't intend to let Han Yushi, who was not even 15 years old, have a child so soon. This wasn't good for her body and the child's health. How did Li Zixuan know all this contraceptive knowledge? Although he was an engineering otaku in his previous life, he also had a girlfriend, okay? He had checked the basic knowledge that should be checked, although he was still a virgin in the end. Because his girlfriend was afraid of pain, he also felt sorry for his girlfriend. In the end, the two of them didn't take that last step. Husband? What do you mean by fine? What were you mumbling about just now? Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan kept saying things that others couldn't understand like a lunatic, so she asked hurriedly. Husband, I was just calculating whether my wife would get pregnant after we did that kind of thing last night based on my wife's period time. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Li Zixuan also didn't want to hide it. He also wanted to take the opportunity to popularize Han Yushi's knowledge. Hearing Li Zixuan mention last night's consummation in the bridal chamber, Han Yushi was embarrassed. However, hearing that Li Zixuan could calculate whether she could get pregnant based on the time of her period made Han Yushi a little incredulous. Husband, you're talking nonsense. When that comes, what does it have to do with being pregnant? Hey, of course it has a lot to do with it. Generally, it's not easy for a woman to get pregnant in the 7 days before and 8 days after the arrival of her period. Do you understand? Li Zixuan began to give his wife a biology lesson. Han Yushi nodded as if she understood. Then she saw her counting her fingers. A moment later she exclaimed, "Ah? If it's like this, then after we did that last night, wouldn't I not get pregnant?" Wife, what do you mean by that expression? Don't tell me you want to be a mother so soon? Li Zixuan poked her forehead and said in annoyance. Of course. Husband, you caused me so much pain last night. In the end I couldn't get pregnant. What a loss. Han Yushi rubbed her forehead and said with an aggrieved expression. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. How could things like giving birth to a child be calculated like this? Wife, you're still young. It's not suitable for you to have a child. If you give birth now, it's not good for you and the child. Husband, you're bluffing again. How am I young? The people in the village who are younger than me already have children and I'm fine. Han Yushi pouted and said unconvinced. She felt that Li Zixuan was depriving her of the right to be a mother. Although it had been less than 2 days since she married into the Li family, Han Yushi had fallen deeply in love with this place because there were parents-in-law who doted on her and a husband who doted on her. Although her husband always liked to play tricks on her, she liked this kind of intimate feeling. Therefore, she was also eager to give birth to a child for her lover. Li Zixuan said that she was too young to give birth at this time. Of course, she was anxious. Wife, have you heard of how many pregnant women die of dystocia every year in Chang'an City? Li Zixuan said with a serious expression. Han Yushi's face turned pale. Wife, even if you don't know the specific number, you should have heard of many similar cases, right? Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Li Zixuan continued. When a woman is 13 or 14 years old, her body is not mature yet. How can she give birth to the next generation? At this time, the risk of giving birth is doubled. This is why more than 30% of pregnant women in Chang'an City die of dystocia every year. Wife, you love me and want to give birth to a child for me earlier. I understand and am very grateful. But I, Li Zixuan, married Han Yushi because I like this person, not to marry a birth tool. No matter what, your safety is the most important. We can give birth to a child later. You and I still have a long way to go. Have you forgotten? We still have to be the happiest couple in the Tang dynasty. In ancient times, the death rate of pregnant women in dystocia had always been high. In addition to poor medical conditions, another important reason was that women's childbearing age was too young. Li Zixuan could accept early marriage, but his wife had to give birth later. Chapter 403. After seriously teaching Han Yushi about physiology for nearly an hour, he finally made this girl understand the huge disadvantages of giving birth too early. Li Zixuan was about to let out a sigh of relief when Han Yushi's next sentence almost choked him half to death. Husband, how do you know so much about us women's affairs? Have you been studying this for many years? Li Zixuan was speechless. How could a man like him study women giving birth to babies every day? These were all things he saw on the internet or in novels in his previous life. Cough cough. Wife, there's something I want to tell you, but you must not tell anyone. Li Zixuan was silent for a long time before he suddenly said with a struggling expression. Husband, please tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Han Yushi's eyes lit up and she quickly promised. Being able to share the secret in her lover's heart made her feel very excited. Looking at the flames of gossip burning in his wife's eyes, Li Zixuan was speechless. Sure enough, women liked to listen to such nonsense. It was the same in ancient times and modern times. My master once had a female confidant who specialized in medicine. She was especially good at treating women's illnesses. Back then, I had followed my master to the residence of that female senior several times. What I told you earlier was all from her medical notes. Then husband, what was the name of your master's female confidant? Did she end up with your master in the end? Han Yushi turned around and looked at Li Zixuan with sparkling eyes. It could be seen that she really wanted to know the answer to this question. Li Zixuan choked. He really wanted to say, wife, you're digressing. We're talking about medical problems now. Why are we suddenly talking about emotional problems? A female confidant is ultimately just a female confidant. My master pursued the heavenly Tao all his life and had no interest in romantic relationships. Every time he met up with that female senior, it was only purely for medical discussions. In the end, it was a love lost but heartless flowing water. That female senior was called Hong Yuan. She was an expert in medicine and her attainments in medicine were not below my master's. Huh? How could this be? Why can't lovers be together? Senior Hong Yuan is so pitiful. Han Yushi tearfully grabbed Li Zixuan's hand and said sadly. Li Zixuan looked at the beautiful woman's pitiful appearance and regretted that he had been too free just now. Asterisk cough cough asterisk that's right, what he said was all made up by this fellow. The main thing was that this fellow got a little carried away while chatting, and the topic got further and further away. Now that it was like this, it was a little difficult to clean up the mess. Cough cough. Although Senior Hong Yuan has a favorable impression of my master, she has never thought of marrying him. Why is that? If you like someone, shouldn't you marry him? Han Yushi frowned and asked in confusion. What she didn't know was that in Li Zixuan's eyes, her expression was very cute and moving. Li Zixuan resisted the urge to kiss her and continued to talk nonsense with a serious face. Wife, not all the infatuated people in this world can be like you and me, having a smooth sailing life and finally getting married. Senior Hong Yuan's original name was Gu Ziyuan. It was said that when she was young she was extremely beautiful. However, because she was born with a red Yuan aura, no one within 100 miles dared to marry her. Senior Hong Yuan was heartbroken and changed her name to Hong Yuan, determined not to marry for the rest of her life. Later she ran away from home and visited a famous teacher. She was engrossed in medicine and helped the dying and the injured. By chance she met my master by chance. They had a lot in common in medicine and became close friends. However, between the two of them, one had no interest in love, and the other didn't want to harm the other party because of personal feelings, so they were separated for the rest of their lives. After my master passed away, Senior Hong Yuan sat quietly in front of my master's body for a day and a night. Then, she took the zither that my master left behind and played a song before leaving silently. There was no news of her after that. In his previous life, he had accompanied his girlfriend to watch so many melodramatic and bitter dramas. Finally, he hadn't watched them in vain. A love story full of melodramatic and routine slowly came out of Li Zixuan's mouth. It was just that his master in the underworld had suffered. For no reason at all, his evil disciple had created a piece of gossip. If this story were to spread, then spiritual master Ling Su's illustrious reputation would be destroyed in an instant. Wu, husband, Senior Hong Yuan is so pitiful. Wu, husband, will you be like your master in the future and abandon me to pursue the heavenly Tao? Wu, I can't bear to part with husband. Han Yushi, who was born and raised in the Tang dynasty, had never experienced the baptism of the melodramatic dramas of the later generations. The story that modern people felt was very melodramatic was instead an incomparably strange fate filled with twists and turns in her ears. Therefore, when Li Zixuan finished speaking, this lady immediately burst into tears and tightly hugged Li Zixuan, not daring to let go. Seeing his wife crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt in his heart. He had gone overboard with his fabrications. However, the beautiful lady throwing herself into his arms and the wonderful feeling coming from her body made him feel secretly pleased. Especially since this era didn't have that kind of underwear. When Han Yushi pressed herself against him, Li Zixuan could immediately feel those two small nubs. At this moment he hesitated. He didn't know if his nonsense was right or not. There were advantages and disadvantages. However, wasn't using this method to take advantage of his wife a bit shameless? Wife, don't cry, wife, don't cry. Husband will definitely not leave you. The way of heaven is vague. There are thousands of cultivators in the world, but how many of them can finally attain Tao? Mortals look up at the sky, there is no tomorrow, the moon hides and the 4 seasons change. In the netherworld all things follow the cause and effect. Eternity is the way of heaven. Husband, I don't cultivate the way of heaven, I only cultivate the way of humanity. With such a good wife, such good parents and such a cute little sister, why would I, Li Zixuan, pursue the way of heaven? Wife, we have agreed that we won't leave each other and will follow each other in life and death. This sentence I will do what I said. Li Zixuan originally just wanted to comfort Han Yushi, but as he spoke, he unknowingly brought up the way of heaven and the way of humanity. His master in this life had indeed spent his entire life pursuing the way of heaven. This point, what he said before, was indeed true. Li Zixuan certainly scoffed at the illusory concepts of gods, demons, ghosts, and the way of heaven in his previous life. However, now that he had experienced such a bizarre thing as transmigration, these mysterious things like the way of heaven might really exist. But even if the way of heaven did exist, so what? Now that he had such a warm family and such a gentle and lovely wife, how could he abandon all the people he cared about to pursue the way of heaven, which might not even exist? In his previous life, when he played The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4, a sentence from the Fairy of Ninth Heaven at the end left a deep impression on him. If you want to cultivate the way of immortality, you must first cultivate the way of humanity. If you can't cultivate the way of immortality, how can you become an immortal? Therefore, no matter from any point of view, it was impossible for him to pursue the way of heaven with all his energy like his master. Otherwise he would definitely not be in Chang'an now but in Dragon Tiger Mountain. Really? Husband, you are so nice. Han Yushi raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes. Then wife, shouldn't you give husband some rewards? Li Zixuan squinted his eyes and smiled evilly. His wretched appearance was just short of the word pervert written on his forehead. No, husband, stop fooling around. It's time to get up. Oh no, the sun seems to be setting. We will definitely be laughed at by others when we go out. Chapter 404. Newlyweds always liked to be entangled together. Even if they didn't do anything, just whispering sweet nothings to each other, it was still quite addictive. The excitement of marriage and falling in love were obviously different, and it was even more so for the ancient people. Although the customs of the Tang dynasty were more open, marriage was still a big matter and could not be avoided by parents and matchmakers. 90% of the couples would get married first and then fall in love. The husband and wife did not know each other before marriage. After marriage they would slowly get used to each other. If they got used to each other well, they would be happy for the rest of their lives. If they didn't get used to each other, they could only change to another person. Of course, this referred to the man, so many people liked to marry concubines. It was probably because they didn't get along well with the first wife. Li Zixuan and Han Yushi were lucky. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, they had experienced a lot of things together. They met, knew each other, fell in love, and finally got married. Therefore, once the two of them got married, they were inseparable and couldn't be separated no matter how hard they tried. The young couple did some shameless things in the room and only left the room at 5 in the afternoon. Li Zixuan felt that Xiao He and Xiao Shi were looking at him strangely, as if they were looking at an animal. Li Zixuan opened his mouth and wanted to argue with the two maidservants, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. If he was an animal, then so be it. At least it was better than being single. During dinner, Li Zixuan found that there was an extra dish on the table. It was a dish that he had never seen before. It was a dish that had never appeared in the Li family before. Come, Xin, try this soup. It's very good for your health. Madame Li was full of smiles. She stood up and picked up the small bowl in front of Li Zixuan and filled it to the brim. Li Zixuan was speechless. He was just about to ask what kind of soup it was when his mother gave him a bowl. He felt that there was something wrong with it. The soup in front of him looked black. There were a few pieces of spring onion floating on the surface of the soup, and there seemed to be a few pieces of meat and bones at the bottom. Although the appearance was a little bad, it smelled quite good. Mother, what soup is this? How come I've never seen it in our house? Although his mother would not harm him, Li Zixuan still wanted to ask. After all, everyone was curious. This is a soup made from a few different types of meat and a few herbs that can clear away heat. This is my first time making this soup, so it might not look good, but it's especially good for the body. Xin, drink some. Mrs. Li blushed and said embarrassedly. Mother, this soup smells so good. Let me try it too. Seeing that Mrs. Li's expression was a little unnatural, she thought that she was embarrassed because it was her first time making such a soup. As a daughter-in-law, Han Yushi naturally had to stand up and support her mother-in-law at this time. In her opinion, even if the soup her mother-in-law made for her for the first time tasted terrible, she would just have to endure it. It would be fine as long as her mother-in-law was happy. Mrs. Li's expression froze. Mr. Li, who was next to her, moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Han Yushi blinked in confusion, not knowing what went wrong. Ahem, Yushi. It's my first time making this kind of soup, so I might not have a good grasp of the heat. Let Xin drink it. In the future, when I'm familiar with it, I'll make it for you. Mrs. Li saw that her son and daughter-in-law were looking at her hesitantly and hurriedly explained. After that, she glared at her son and said sternly, Xin, why aren't you drinking it? Do you want your wife to taste the soup for me personally? Brother, drink it quickly. If it tastes good, Lan, wants to drink it too. Lan, smelled the fragrance of the soup and wanted to get a bowl, but after hearing what her mother said to her sister-in-law, she immediately sat down and urged her brother to taste it for her. It turned out that his mother was using him as a guinea pig to test the new soup. But why did she have to make it so strange? Li Zixuan was a little confused, but since his mother had already said so, and there was a mischievous girl beside her urging him, it would be unmanly of him to refuse. Thus, Li Zixuan tragically became a guinea pig. He picked up the small bowl in front of him and drank the soup clean in a few mouthfuls. He also picked up a few pieces of meat and ate them. In the end, this guy even smacked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Oh, delicious. Li Zixuan gave a thumbs up under the expectant gazes of the crowd and praised, "Mother, although this soup doesn't look very good, the taste is very good. Mother, you are really too talented. Even though it's your first time making it, you made it so well." This was definitely not Li Zixuan deliberately flattering his mother. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. It was just that in this soup, other than chicken, duck, and goose, he felt that there was another type of meat, but he couldn't taste it. Wow. Is it really that good? Then Lan wants to drink it too. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, the snack vendor Lan was the first to stand up impatiently to scoop the soup. Li Jingma's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled violently. Then he quickly snatched the spoon from Lan's hand and said, "Lan, you can't drink this soup." What? Lan looked at her father in confusion. In her impression, her father wasn't so stingy with her. Ahem, this soup is specially made by your mother to nourish your brother's body. Your brother has been running around for the past few days to get married and is exhausted. Lan, don't fight with your brother for it. Perhaps realizing that his tone was a little inappropriate, Li Jingma put on a smiling face and patiently explained to his daughter, "Father, there's still so much soup. I can't finish it alone. Let's all have a bowl each." Li Zixuan looked at the nameless soup that was more than a caddy in front of him and was speechless. "No, Xian, this is the soup that your mother boiled for the entire afternoon. Hurry up and finish it. Don't let down your mother's painstaking efforts. If Lan and Yushi want to drink it, your mother can make it tomorrow. Moreover, tomorrow's soup will definitely be better than this." Li Jingma quickly retorted, "Yes. Xian, hurry up and drink it. Today's soup is just for me to try my hand. I'll make more tomorrow. Everyone will have a share. You can drink today's soup first." Madame Li also hurriedly said, "Mother is right. Husband, you've worked hard these past few days. Hurry up and drink this soup. I can drink it tomorrow." Han Yushi also turned around and advised after hearing her parents-in-law's words, "Oh, then hurry up and drink it, brother. Lan won't fight with you." Lan glanced at him and generously waved her small hand and said, "All right. Thank you, mother." Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. If he finished such a big bowl of soup, then what was he going to eat later? However, with 4 pairs of eyes staring at him, he had to drink it even if he didn't want to. Thus, Li Zixuan didn't eat anything for dinner because he was full. Madame Li nodded her head in relief when she saw this. Most of the soup's recipe that she just mentioned was true. It was just that she added a few pieces of sheep's penis to the meat and a few more aphrodisiacs to the medicine. She couldn't be blamed for this. In the afternoon, she heard from the servants that her son and daughter-in-law only left the room at 5 in the afternoon. She was worried that her son would overindulge and his body wouldn't be able to take it. Therefore, the Li family had such a new dish for tonight's banquet. It had to be said that Madame Li was worried sick for her son. However, Li Zixuan was wrongly accused. In the afternoon, other than hugging and kissing in the room, he and Han Yushi didn't run amok like his mother thought. In this way, the innocent Han Yushi would have to suffer again tonight. Chapter 405. It's really blue. When he woke up, the person beside him had already disappeared. After asking Xiaoxi, he found out that his wife had already woken up and was now learning how to do accounts from his mother in the east courtyard. Although Li Zixuan was in charge of the Li family now, his mother would still calculate the accounts of some of the shops every once in a while. She was worried that her son would be fooled by the shopkeeper. After all, it wasn't as if the evil servant had never bullied the master before. Li Zixuan persuaded his mother a few times that she didn't have to work so hard. Now that he had a noble title, which evil servant would dare to bully him? However, his mother didn't listen to him and insisted on her own views. Li Zixuan could only give up trying to persuade her. Now the Li family welcomed a new mistress. Mrs. Li wanted to hand over the accounts of the shops in her hands and even the management of the Li family's internal affairs to Han Yushi. As for herself, she would live a leisurely life and quietly wait to hold her grandson. However, Han Yushi had just married into the family. It was obviously unrealistic for her to take over so many things at once. Therefore, Madame Li started a training class for her daughter-in-law from today onwards. Han Yushi was also very willing to learn. On one hand, she could use this opportunity to integrate into the Li family and become the mistress of the family as soon as possible. On the other hand, although Li Zixuan didn't care about her family background and loved her unconditionally, she didn't want to be a useless person. She wanted to share Li Zixuan's burdens. However, her student had dark circles under her eyes today. After Madame Li saw it, she was secretly pleased. It seemed that the tonic soup she made for her son last night was effective. Han Yushi, on the other hand, was complaining in her heart that Li Zixuan had tormented her again last night. He was as energetic as an animal, but she did not know that the real culprit was actually the mother-in-law who was teaching her by her side. Li Zixuan stood in front of the courtyard and twisted his waist a few times. He looked up happily and exclaimed that the sky of Tang Empire was really blue. Last night, when he felt the heat in his lower abdomen, coupled with the strange reaction of the two elders at the dining table, he understood that the soup that his mother made for him had added ingredients. The effect should be similar to the legendary all-nourishing soup. Li Zixuan, who had figured out the crux of the matter, really did not know whether to laugh or cry last night. Han Yushi's injury had not recovered, and he could not torment her there. Therefore, Li Zixuan, whose heart was burning, could only let his wife use other places to think of a way. Since he had a good night's sleep, he naturally felt refreshed when he woke up in the morning. However, did he go overboard last night? Li Zixuan scratched his head embarrassedly when he remembered his wife's bitter face last night. "Young master, I'll get the kitchen to heat up your meal." After she poured away Li Zixuan's face wash water, she came over and said considerately, "Oh, there's no need to heat it up. It's better to eat cold food on a hot day." Li Zixuan waved his hand and went to eat breakfast. Since his wife was busy with serious matters, then shouldn't he also do some serious matters today? The architectural design for Yanhuang College had not even been finalized, and there were still a lot of things to arrange. He had been indulging in the life of a married couple for the past 2 days, and he had become a little dispirited. However, he could not continue to be dispirited like this. Previously, he had resigned from the Imperial College in order to do something big. Of course, he also had the intention of using Yanhuang College to strengthen himself so that others would not dare to bully him casually in the future. Last time it was the 8 professors who stirred up trouble. He might have been able to handle it, but what if the 8 assistant ministers stirred up trouble together next time? At the end of the day, his foundation was still too shallow. His current nobility was only obtained by relying on a few important inventions to Tang dynasty. Compared to those nobles who obtained their nobility through military achievements, his current position was obviously not very stable. The reason why he was still living a comfortable life was completely because of Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and the other nobles who came from the family of generals. However, in life, how could one rely on others to lift them up? One had to be strong to forge iron. Yanhuang College was an important breakthrough for him to gain a foothold in Tang dynasty. As a transmigrator, if one were to talk about what advantages he had compared to the ancient people, being an official in politics and mingling in the imperial court was definitely not a match for old foxes like Zhang Sun Wuji. However, it was not impossible for him to lead an army and kill the enemy. In any case, he was now a martial arts expert who was half a step into Zhongshe realm and was no longer a weak scholar. However, there were currently no important battles that required him to participate in personally. The battle that destroyed the Eastern Turkic Khaganate 3 years ago was still far away. Thus, his most outstanding advantage should be his knowledge that was ahead of the times. In his previous life, even though he did not dare to say that he was a top student, he still had a solid grasp of engineering knowledge. In his profession he had dabbled in optics, mechanics, electricity and mathematics. Even if he had forgotten some of it, he could use his perverse mental strength to recall it. With such a good prerequisite, of course he would not waste it. Thus he wanted to establish Yanhuang College. He wanted to establish his own sect and become the founder of engineering in Tang dynasty, a grandmaster of his generation. He wanted to nurture a large batch of outstanding engineering students and turn them into his comrades. Together, they would use engineering to change the entire Tang dynasty. At that time, with Yanhuang College as his foundation and a large batch of engineering students as his backing, who would be so blind as to find trouble with him? His family and future children would also have a solid guarantee. Just as Li Zixuan was complacently preparing to start the construction of Yanhuang College, Sanbao reported that Chonghua Workshop's Chao Wendong had requested to meet him. As for Chao Wendong, Li Zixuan had heard from Sun Huayuan and Ma Zhou that this person's repeated actions were deliberately to curry favor with him. Li Zixuan had never believed that there was love without a reason in this world, so he was sure that this Chao Wendong must have some ulterior motive. However, he had been busy with marriage and being lovey-dovey with his wife recently, so he had temporarily put this person at the back of his mind. He did not expect that Chao Wendong would come just as he had time. This person was really in a hurry. Bring him in, Li Zixuan ordered softly. Regardless of whether Chao Wendong had other requests or not, since he had taken the initiative to express his goodwill, he had to meet him. As for whether he would agree to the other party's request, he could only wait and see when the time came. Yes, young master. A moment later, a slightly plump middle-aged man in purple followed San Bao into the hall. Young master, Boss Chao is here. San Bao cupped her hands and said, Li Zixuan nodded and gestured for San Bao to leave. Then he carefully sized up the person in front of him. Other than his slightly large belly, Chao Wendong's appearance was considered average. At the very least, he was not very annoying. Greetings, Lord Ju. I hope Lord Ju can forgive my rudeness for coming uninvited. Li Zixuan could size up Chao Wendong, but Chao Wendong did not dare to look at Li Zixuan so unscrupulously. Once he entered the room, he kept his head down and looked at his feet obediently. He shuffled to Li Zixuan in small steps and bowed respectfully. Chapter 406. Boss Chao, you don't have to be so courteous. Li Zixuan helped him up and smiled politely. Then he said, Boss Chao, you threw 2,000 strings of cash to support the new carriage of the Strange Taste Pavilion. The day before yesterday, you threw 1,000 strings of cash to send over 100 pots of Luoyang Red at my wedding banquet. I have yet to thank Boss Chao for his righteous actions. How can I blame you for anything? Chao Wendong was relieved when he heard that. The money he spent earlier wasn't wasted. With a good start to the conversation, it would be much easier to negotiate the rest. Lord Ju, please don't flatter me. It's only a few thousand strings of coins. To Lord Ju, it's probably just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, I really like the new carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. That's why I didn't hesitate to raise the price to buy it. Thus, I really don't deserve Lord Ju's thanks. Chao Wendong cupped his hands and spoke politely to Li Zixuan. Scholars, farmers, businessmen all had a strict hierarchy. He had no choice but to be polite. Earlier at Strange Taste Pavilion, he did intend to help Li Zixuan with his new carriage. However, this kind of thing could be done but could not be said. Otherwise, the effect of the gift would be greatly reduced. It might even have the opposite effect. Chao Wendong, who had been at the bottom of society for so many years, was very familiar with the ways of officialdom. As expected, a faint smile appeared on Li Zixuan's face. Previously, he had retreated in order to advance. He had indeed intended to test Chao Wendong. Whether it was the Strange Taste Pavilion raising the price of the new carriage or the extravagant gift of 1,000 strings of peonies at the wedding, it was all voluntary by Chao Wendong. It wasn't Li Zixuan who forced it. If Chao Wendong wanted to repay the kindness because of this, Li Zixuan could only flick his sleeves and send him off. He didn't want to be friends with such a scheming person. Fortunately, Chao Wendong's response satisfied Li Zixuan. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was sensible and knew how to adapt to circumstances. He was a hero. Boss Chao, you really are a broad-minded person. However, no matter what, Boss Chao did put in a lot of effort during my wedding, so I'm very grateful. I just don't know why Boss Chao is here today. After probing a little, Li Zixuan felt that Chao Wendong's character was not bad, so he did not beat around the bush and said directly. Chao Wendong was stunned for a moment. The speed at which Li Zixuan cut to the chase was much faster than the officials he had interacted with in the past. This was somewhat different from the general reserved and tactful style of conversation in the current officialdom. Lord Ju, to tell you the truth, I'm only here for one thing. I'm hoping that Lord Ju can come forward and form a Chamber of Commerce. The members of the Chamber of Commerce can prioritize cooperation with each other. I've always wanted to cooperate with Lord Ju regarding the scooter, Drunken Immortal, Gentle Softness, Detong Daily, and all the books from Strange Culture. However, I have no way to do so and can only wait at home. Since Li Zixuan did not beat around the bush, Chao Wendong decided not to dawdle and went straight to the point. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He could understand why Chao Wendong wanted to cooperate with him. After all, the businesses under him were all monopolies. Many people wanted to come in and take a share of the profits, but not everyone was qualified to enter. What surprised him was that Chao Wendong actually wanted him to form a Chamber of Commerce. Was this guy trying to cause trouble? Boss Chao, why do you want to form a Chamber of Commerce? Chao Wendong struggled for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, I've had several business dealings with your father, Master Li, but I didn't expect that the Li family would have such a young hero like Lord Ju. In just a few months, he became the founding father of the Tang dynasty and took up an important position in the imperial college. He broke the iron law that has always been in our dynasty that merchants and their children can't enter the imperial court as officials. I and the other merchants all admire you and think that Lord Ju is the hope of us merchants. Therefore, I'd like to be bold and ask Lord Ju to lead us merchants to do something big to eliminate the prejudice of the imperial court and the people of the world against merchants. After Chao Wendong finished speaking, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Zixuan. He kept his upper body bent at a 90-degree angle and didn't get up. Li Zixuan was speechless. Logically speaking, this was the first time he heard that merchants in the Tang dynasty couldn't be officials. He had heard that the status of merchants in ancient times was low, but he didn't expect it to be low to this extent. They were being ostracized by all the classes in the world. According to historical records, the 4 classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were divided according to the spring and autumn period by the Prime Minister of the state of Qi, Guanzhong. He advocated that the people be divided into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. They would live in fixed areas according to their respective professions. This was called the 4 classes of occupations. This kind of specialized commodity economy model was respected as the basic form and guiding principle since the Han Dynasty. On the surface, the 4 classes of occupations seemed to be an inheritance of the ancient system of the Zhou Dynasty. In fact, there was a big difference. The fundamental difference was that the industrial and commercial and farmers were placed side by side, and they were all regarded as the stone people of the country. Therefore, when Guanzhong first divided the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. The ancient people of China didn't seem to take commerce lightly. The people of Shang clan who established the Shang dynasty after the Xia dynasty were actually the earliest merchants. This is also the root of why we call them merchants. During the Yin Shang dynasty, people were happy and good at doing business and engaged in handicraft manufacturing. Later, when the founders of the Zhou dynasty reflected on the lesson of the fall of the Shang dynasty, they believed that the fall of the Yin Shang dynasty was due to the people's enthusiasm for industry and commerce. This caused the people's impetuousness and the country's foundation to be unstable. Therefore, they turned to the agricultural policy of despising industry and commerce. In the Zhou dynasty, the status of industry and commerce became very low. Workers were often placed side by side with the status of slaves, male and female slaves. In the later dynasties, as the rulers continued to suppress merchants, the status of merchants became lower and lower. During the Qin dynasty, even if merchants were rich, they couldn't wear silk clothes. During the Han dynasty, merchants couldn't be officials and handicraftsmen were untouchables. Their property had to be declared to the imperial court. If the declaration wasn't true, their property would be confiscated. During the Tang dynasty, merchants couldn't enter the imperial court as officials. It wasn't until the Ming and Qing dynasties that the status of merchants changed. From rich merchants without an official career path to rich merchants with an official career path. China's merchants had successfully turned the tables. Therefore, for Li Zixuan to be able to obtain an official position as the son of a merchant, it could be considered an unprecedented stroke of luck. The main reason was that he had made enough contributions. Moreover, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin had always treated him as a junior and had constantly promoted that reward. In addition, he was the last disciple of the present-age expert, spiritual master. This identity had almost completely washed away his identity as a merchant and added a lot of points to Li Er's impression. Therefore, he was able to obtain his current status as a baron. It could be said that his success couldn't be replicated by the thousands of merchants in the Tang dynasty. Even if Chao Wendong was envious, he couldn't do anything. Chapter 407. Boss Chao, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. My Li family is no longer a merchant's family. There are a few shops in my family that are managed by the servants. This duke and my family are not directly involved. As for what Boss Chao said about improving the status of merchants and changing the impression of merchants in everyone's eyes, this duke can't take on such an important and sacred task. Boss Chao, you'd better find someone else. In the Li residence's hall, Li Zixuan lowered his head and pondered for a long time before shaking his head and refusing. This Chao Wendong only paid a few thousand strings of coins and wanted him, Li Zixuan, to lead this group of merchants in a revolution. It was really a bit whimsical. To be honest, Li Zixuan sympathized with the unfair treatment of the merchants, but it was only sympathy. He wasn't willing to be the leader of the merchants and cause trouble. First, it wasn't worth it. If he wanted to break the 1,000-year-old class system of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, he would have to pay too much of a price. Moreover, it wouldn't benefit him at all. He was now in the scholar class and could be considered to be the beneficiary of this class system. How could he be hot-blooded enough to stand up for the merchants just because of Chao Wendong's words? He wasn't an impulsive and brainless brat. Second, his current focus wasn't on this. His most important task right now was to do well in his Yanhuang college. He wasn't interested in these irrelevant things at all. So, why would he do something that didn't benefit him and wasn't interested in? He couldn't be obedient just because Chao Wendong had helped him a few times before, right? It was impossible. Chao Wendong's arms suddenly trembled when he heard this, and his expression quickly turned gloomy. He smiled bitterly as he cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, "It seems this Chao has been rude. I hope Lord Zhu can forgive me. This Chao will take his leave now." Wait. Li Zixuan stretched out his hand. Although this noble cannot personally establish a chamber of commerce, this matter of cooperation is still possible. Boss Chao, if you have any feasible plans for cooperation, feel free to go to the workshop and discuss them with Faubert and Ma Zhou. In addition, this noble has no prejudice against merchants. On the contrary, this noble believes that if the Great Tang wants to progress and the people of the realm want to live a happier life, they cannot do without merchants. I think Mr. Chao is a man with his own ideas. Although I can't personally participate in the Chamber of Commerce you mentioned, I'm still very willing to give you some support within my abilities. These words came from the bottom of Li Zixuan's heart. Historically, Chinese people had the most rigid view of merchants in the world. The low status of merchants was the result of thousands of years of stigmatization. Why did they stigmatize businessmen? Perhaps many people would think of the emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce policy of the past dynasties, but first of all, they had to understand that suppressing commerce referred to the merchants of the people, not the official merchants. Under the high-sounding excuses, they actually had the heart to monopolize the market. Therefore, emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce was an extremely hypocritical proposition. Just like the modern, purifying the internet environment and establishing a new style of civilization, it was a propaganda slogan of the people in power who were awe-inspiring righteousness while the people involved were cursing. If 1,000 years later there was a joker who interpreted it literally and believed that the net cleansing campaign protected the physical and mental health of the people, one would probably laugh their heads off. Unfortunately, history was not written by merchants. In order to maintain their market advantage and prevent the disclosure of trade secrets, merchants were unwilling to write books and spread their ideas and experiences. This gave the people in power a propaganda advantage. They could stand on the moral high ground and wantonly distort the role of merchants to gain an advantage in public opinion by tarnishing the reputation of the other party. As a result, for many years most people actually believed it to be true. But in fact, the role of merchants in promoting social progress was unquestionable. The greatness of merchants could not be overemphasized. The so-called merchants do not create value was the biggest prejudice. Merchants created value but labor did not. Merchants were the first driving force of social progress. Merchants brought vitality to society and promoted freedom, fairness, and democracy. Merchants invented and maintained the business system and logistics network, promoting the exchange and spread of ideas, people, and culture. For example, in the late Xia dynasty, it was West Asian merchants who introduced wheat, bronze, and mathematics to China. The glorious achievements of human civilization such as science, technology, law, and art were all byproducts of the business system. History was political and incomplete. Only by looking at history from the business perspective could history be restored to its original form. Therefore, from the perspective of social progress, Li Zixuan was very willing to see the status of merchants rise a little and the business of Tang become more prosperous. But if he was asked to be the vanguard of a revolution, then forget it. You could say that he was cold-blooded and heartless, but he had people he needed to protect. He would not take risks for something that was not related to him. That's great. In that case, I thank Lord Zhu for your help and guidance. Chao Wendong expressed his gratitude excitedly. Although this result was still a little far from his ideal, it was still better than nothing. At least he had something to look forward to. Hee. Take care, Boss Chao. Father, husband, try this fried chicken meatball and see how it tastes? No. The family gathered around the table and ate their lunch warmly. However, the dishes on the table today were obviously different from before. Li Zixuan could smell it with one sniff. It was definitely not made by the kitchen maid at home, Auntie Zhao, nor did it seem like it was made by his mother. That's right. Old Master, Xian today's lunch was all prepared by Yushi alone. She put in a lot of effort. Mrs. Li narrowed her eyes and looked at her daughter-in-law with a smile. Don't we have a kitchen maid at home? Yushi, why did you cook the dishes yourself? Old Master Li frowned and asked. He thought that the servants did not do a good job. Father, I just wanted to do my best. It has nothing to do with Andy Zhao. Father, quickly try it. Is it delicious? Husband, you should try it as well. There are several dishes here that this concubine made based on the chicken, braised pork and meatballs that you ate before. Husband, see if they are to your liking. Han Yushi smiled sweetly as she picked up some food for Li Zishuan and said. Li Zishuan looked at the golden and tender chicken meatballs that were the size of pigeon eggs and had 2 or 3 green onions on the outside. He was a little surprised. Wasn't this similar to the salted crispy chicken that was eaten in the modern world? And it was a high-quality version of salted crispy chicken. If Han Yushi had not said that she imitated the dishes that he had invented previously, Li Zishuan would definitely have thought that his wife had also transmigrated. Damn it, his wife's learning ability was heaven-defying. She could even comprehend by analogy based on existing dishes. She was really a genius. Just looking at the appearance of these dishes is very appetizing. Let me try it. Li Zishuan smiled, then picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Instantly, his mouth was filled with fragrance. He gave a thumbs up and said, delicious. It's really too delicious. Wife, it's lucky that I married you. Otherwise, our family's drunken immortal restaurant would definitely be losing money now. Chapter 408. Lan wants to eat too. Lan wants to eat too. Also, why did brother say that if we don't marry sister-in-law, our drunken immortal restaurant will suffer a loss? Lan stood up and asked curiously as she picked up some salted crispy chicken for herself. Han Yushi also wanted to ask, but when she heard Lan ask on her behalf, she sat quietly at the side and looked at her husband's handsome face, waiting for an answer. What's there to be confused about? Li Zishuan chewed on the delicious food in his mouth as he explained, our drunken immortal restaurant's sudden rise is all because of those new dishes I came up with. If your sister-in-law opens a restaurant of her own, every time we come up with a new dish, she only needs to taste it to figure out how to make it. Moreover, she can also make other similar dishes by analogy. In terms of taste, it can even reach a higher level. In this way, what advantage does our drunken immortal restaurant have? We can only suffer a loss. Shinner is right. This marriage has become a blessing for the drunken immortal restaurant. Old Man Li said half-jokingly, causing everyone to laugh. Thinking about it, Xian you have a good eye for choosing a wife. Madame Li covered her mouth and laughed. Husband, father, mother, you must be joking. How can Yushi's insignificant culinary skills be considered elegant? Not to mention opening a restaurant. I'm already very satisfied to be able to cook some food for husband and mother. Han Yushi heard everyone's praise. Although she was delighted, she still spoke modestly. Sister-in-law is really modest. Lan thinks that this dish is much better than the chicken that brother made. The snack seller Lana had eaten this salted crispy chicken for the first time, and she immediately changed sides and betrayed. From then on, she became Han Yushi's loyal hardcore fan. Imperial College. A major event had happened today. The Imperial College's doctor, Cui Shanyu, had recovered from his illness and returned. However, other than the 7 doctors who had joined him in impeaching Li Zishuan, the others didn't seem to like him very much. Even the students of the Imperial College looked at him strangely. There was doubt, disdain in their eyes. Yes, disdain. Ever since Li Zishuan stopped coming to the Imperial College recently, most of the other students of the mathematics school also stopped coming to school. Without the weird and happy team from the mathematics school, the Imperial College immediately lost a lot of its vitality. Later on, news of Li Zishuan's resignation from the Imperial College spread. Many people were shocked and went to verify the authenticity of the news. To be honest, they had a very good impression of this young and talented person who had brought about a major change in the Imperial College's teaching methods and teaching system. Previously, Li Zishuan had created the Red List and Black List. The students of the other schools had been talking about it for a long time. Most of the students who could enter the Imperial College had a strong family background. In less than half a day, the news of Li Zishuan's resignation from the Imperial College was verified. Not only that, even the details of his resignation were dug up by some students. Suddenly many students were outraged. The 7 professors, Zhu Qinglu, Sima Minglang, Gu Fengyan, Shangguan Yufeng, Lu Yinyu, Zheng Zhanli, and Xikong Linghao, had been attacked by many unknown pebbles in the Imperial College over the past few days. Now the culprit, Cui Shanyu, had returned. As students of the Imperial College, they naturally felt very ashamed. Some of the more daring second generations even looked at Cui Shanyu with a hint of eagerness. In this strange atmosphere, Cui Shanyu finally finished his morning class. The moment he stepped out, he saw the 7 fellow sufferers waiting for him. "Brother Cui, did you just finish your class?" Zheng Zhanli smiled. "What are you all doing here?" Cui Shanyu looked at the 7 people who were lined up neatly in front of him and was puzzled. Cough cough. "Brother Cui, you don't know. The security in the Imperial College is not very good recently. It's not safe to go out alone." Lu Yenyu smiled bitterly as he walked. There was still a walnut-sized bump on the back of his head. "Oh, why is that? I've only left the Imperial College for less than half a month. Why would such a strange thing happen?" Cui Shanyu stroked his beard and wondered. Let's not talk about these small matters for now. Now that Brother Cui has returned, the position of Secretary of the Imperial College should be in the bag, right? Zheng Zhanli chuckled. Lu Yenyu heard this and looked at Cui Shanyu enviously. What Brother Zheng said is right. That's right, didn't Brother Cui bring our joint recommendation to the Chancellor's place in the morning? How was it? What did the Chancellor say? The others also looked at Cui Shanyu curiously. What do you mean by, in the bag? It's still too early to talk about this. Before the morning court assembly this morning, I sent your joint recommendations to the Chancellor. The Chancellor didn't say anything at that time. He only asked me to wait patiently for His Majesty's decision. So, don't say anything like, in the bag now. Don't make a fool of yourself if I don't become the Secretary of the Imperial College. Cui Shanyu smiled reservedly. But from the expression on his face, he probably felt that he was in the bag too. Brother Cui, don't be modest. Other than Li Zixuan, all the previous secretaries only needed the joint recommendations of 6 professors. I don't think His Majesty would have any different opinions. Brother Cui, this is what everyone wants. Zheng Zhanli laughed loudly. Gu Fengyan nodded and said, "Indeed. I think Chancellor Kong will definitely return to the Imperial College in the afternoon. When that time comes, Brother Cui will definitely become the Secretary of the Imperial College. We can also bask in the glory. Yes. Brother Cui, don't forget about us when that time comes." The rest of the people also went up and smiled as they complimented him. The flattery in their tone was obvious. Cui Shanyu pretended to be heroic as he waved his hand and smiled. "What are you all saying? Even if I, Cui Shanyu, forget someone, I won't forget you all." This sentence finally exposed the true thoughts in Cui Shanyu's heart. From what he said, he was already certain that he would be able to gain Li Er's favor and become the Secretary of the Imperial College. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the Imperial College's canteen. In the afternoon. After lunch, Cui Shanyu came to Kong Yingda's office. He had forgotten that Kong Yingda had the habit of taking afternoon naps. However, Kong Yingda didn't take an afternoon nap today. This could be considered as Cui Shanyu's good luck. Otherwise, if he interrupted Kong Yingda's rest, he would definitely be in trouble in the future. "Professor Cui, I think you're here to ask about the results of the appointment?" After opening the door and letting Cui Shanyu in, Kong Yingda asked straightforwardly. Cough cough. "That is indeed the case. I've made a fool of myself in front of Chancellor." Cui Shanyu felt a trace of awkwardness as he said awkwardly. "Here, this is the result of His Majesty's Imperial Decree this morning. Professor Cui, you can take it out and take a look yourself. This old man needs to rest." Kong Yingda directly took out a piece of bright yellow square silk cloth and handed it over as he said. Then Chancellor, please rest. This Cui will take his leave." Cui Shanyu received the silk cloth with unusual agitation and cupped his hands to bid farewell. When he reached the door, he impatiently opened the silk cloth and saw the words written on it, "Not allowed." How can a person who only knows how to fight for power and profit and scheme against others take up this heavy responsibility? The position of Secretary of the Imperial College will continue to be vacant and await a worthy talent. Chapter 409. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news that the 7 academicians had recommended Cui Shanyu for the position of Minister of the Imperial College but had been mercilessly rejected by Li Er had spread like wildfire in less than an afternoon. There were those who were shocked, those who were lamenting, and even more who were clapping and cheering. "Ha! That old bastard Cui Shanyu is really shameless. He wants to be the Secretary of the Imperial College as soon as he comes back. He really overestimates himself." In the Imperial College, a flat-faced boy squinted his eyes and laughed loudly. It was the end of class, and the previous class wasn't Cui Shanyu's class, So this guy had no scruples and started to act recklessly. He even called Cui Shanyu by his name and called him an old bastard. Ha! So Yuanjin, you're so bold now? If Professor Cui was here, would you still dare to say that? Bah! What's there to be afraid of? Even if that old bastard Cui Shanyu heard it, what can he do to me? He can complain about Li Sai behind his back, but I can't scold him behind his back? I heard that a lot of children pooped in front of Cui Shanyu's house a while ago. They pooped really well. Sai, if I had known, I would have pooped too. What a pity. Su Yuanjin shook his head and said with a regretful expression. Kai Yuenging, who had just finished his class, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead when he heard Su Yuanjin's words. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't agree to Cui Shanyu's suggestion to impeach Li Zixuan. Otherwise, wouldn't he have become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up? That's right, Kai Yuenging was also one of the 5 professors of the Imperial College. He was older than Cui Shanyu, but he kept a low profile and didn't show off like Cui Shanyu. He didn't think that Li Zixuan's actions in the Imperial College was a big deal, and it even improved the learning atmosphere and learning efficiency of the Imperial College. So when Cui Shanyu came to him, he rejected him. He wasn't afraid of a crooked shadow anyway, and Cui Shanyu couldn't take revenge on him. Su Yuanjin, do you really want to poop in front of Professor Cui's house? Of course. It's not like you don't know how interesting Li Sai's lectures are and how many novel ideas he has. He's such a good teacher, but he was forced to leave by that old bastard Cui Shanyu. Fortunately, His Majesty's divine eyes are like torches and saw through this fellow's true colors. Otherwise, if this old thing really became the Minister of War, then wouldn't our days in the future become as boring as before? That's right, if Professor Cui becomes Li Sai, he might really wipe out the new system that Li Sai brought. What do you mean maybe? That would definitely be the case. Actually, I've long wanted to transfer to the School of Mathematics, but my stubborn old man didn't agree. Fine, even if he agrees now, I won't go to the School of Mathematics. Without Li Sai, what's the point of going to the School of Mathematics? Su Yuanshao shook his head and curled his lips in regret. This fellow was also a weirdo. He actually dared to talk about his own father in public. There was no one else like him. Actually, Yuan Shao, it's not like you don't have a chance. I heard that Li Sai is going to build his own college called Yanhuang College. His Majesty even wants to personally carry a plaque for it. Build his own college? No, what future does the college have? My old man definitely won't let me go. He won't even let me go to the School of Mathematics. If I tell him that I want to go to a private college, my old man will beat me to death. You can't say that. I heard that more than half of the 44 students in the School of Mathematics are going to follow Li Sai to Yanhuang College. His Royal Highness Prince Wei is also among them. Yuan Shao, do you dare to say that the college has no future? Now that you mention it, I really want to go. But my old man doesn't buy it. I already told him that even Prince Wei is going to the School of Mathematics, but he just didn't agree. Don't you think that he's a stubborn old man? If Uncle Su hears you talk about him like that, he will beat you to death. Yanfu, what do you say? Didn't you say that you want to transfer to the School of Mathematics? Are you still going to transfer? In the classroom of the Imperial Academy, Yuan Shua, who was sitting in the middle row on the right, turned his head and asked Chu Yanfu after hearing the students in front of him talking loudly. Sai. My father agreed 2 days ago, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Now that Li Sai is gone, the School of Mathematics will definitely not be the lively School of Mathematics that it used to be. Why should I go there? Chu Yanfu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course, Chu Suiliang was not a pedantic person. Previously, when Chu Yanfu had brought up the idea of transferring schools, he had seriously considered it for 2 days and felt that going to the School of Mathematics was not a bad idea. He himself had some understanding of Li Zixuan's character. Most importantly, Li Qingqian held Li Zixuan in high esteem. As a member of the Crown Prince faction, what was there to hesitate about? It was just that he was really unlucky. He had just agreed and Li Zixuan had already jumped ship to build his own school. The tragic Chu Yanfu would probably have to go home and apply for another transfer to his father, and Chu Suiliang would probably have to face another choice. Then Yanfu, are you interested in the Yanhuang College that Li Sai wants to build? Do you want to go? Yuan Shua looked at the regretful expression on his good friend's face and suddenly thought of a crooked idea, so he suggested. Go. I missed the opportunity once and I can't miss it again. Yuan Shua, you don't know how much more motivated the students have become after Li Sai came to the School of Mathematics. Moreover, Li Sai's teaching method is also full of tricks. It's completely different from the professors in our Imperial Academy who only know how to read books all day long. Chu Yanfu thought for a moment and suddenly said firmly, "Oh, Yanfu, you can't be serious, right? Don't you know the morals of the schools in our Tang dynasty? If you go there, what will your future be like? Moreover, your father will definitely not agree." Yuan Shua was really shocked. He had only said it casually and never expected Chu Yanfu to actually dare to do this. He was really too daring. "Of course I'm serious. I don't care about the other schools, but I believe that Li Sai's school will definitely be different from theirs. You saw Li Sai's wedding 2 days ago, right? That scene, that spirit, that creativity. I don't believe that someone who can arrange such a grand wedding will build a small school. Perhaps when Li Sai's school is completed, it will be even bigger than the Imperial Academy. As for my father, I will definitely convince him," Chu Yanfu said confidently. As he spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was a kind of expectation and yearning for a bright and beautiful future. Speaking of which, this child could be considered as the first student attracted by Yanhuang College other than the students of the School of Mathematics. Chapter 410. Yanfu, you're actually so confident in Yanhuang College? 2 days ago, Li Sai's wedding was the talk of the town. Of course I saw it. It was indeed the grandest wedding in the history of the Tang Empire. However, building a college is not the same as holding a wedding, right? Yuan Shua was stunned speechless. He really admired his good friend's way of thinking. Although it's not the same, I can completely see Li Sai's huge and grand vision of the situation from this grand wedding. That's enough. Chu Yanfu smiled and said confidently. Yuan Shua shook his head. He saw that Chu Yanfu had already made up his mind that he couldn't persuade him, so he simply stopped trying. In fact, he also had a glimmer of hope for Yanhuang College. Perhaps in a few years, Yanhuang College could also soar into the sky and become an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Imperial College. Perhaps this could also be considered Li Zishuan's personal charm? There were always some people who had an inexplicable trust in him. Your Majesty, today's morning court, why did you? Empress Zhangsun was in Li Er's arms and suddenly asked in the Empress's bedroom in Li Jing Palace. That's right, the couple had taken an afternoon nap together after lunch. Of course, only God knew if anything embarrassing had happened in between. Guanyin Maid wants to ask why I didn't agree with those people recommending Cui Shanyu as the new minister of the Imperial College, right? Li Er said with a smile as he held Empress Zhangsun's back that was as smooth as jade and silk. Yes, but I'm just asking casually. After all, according to the previous practice, Cui Shanyu should be able to win the joint recommendation of so many doctors. Empress Zhangsun explained without leaving a trace. She had always strictly adhered to the bottom line of the harem not being allowed to interfere in politics. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Li Er's love for her never waned. She was sensible, knew when to advance and retreat, and was virtuous and virtuous. No man would dislike such a woman. Guanyin Maid doesn't need to explain. You and I have been husband and wife for so many years. How can I not understand you? Li Er was so astute, how could he not understand the meaning behind those words? He patted Empress Zhangsun's back and then said with a cold chuckle, Cui Shanyu himself can't compete with Li Zishuan in terms of ability, so he wants to use a joint impeachment to drag down Li Zishuan through my blade. Then he himself can become a minister of the Imperial College. Dream on. What he doesn't know is that this Emperor's saber is double-edged. If he injures others, he won't have an easy time either. The director of the Imperial College? He's not qualified. Zhang Sun patted Li Er's strong chest, wanting to soothe her husband's anger. She smiled and said, Cui Shanyu can be considered unlucky. If the news gets out, I'm afraid he won't have an easy time in the future. But Your Majesty, by doing this, aren't you telling everyone that you're on Li Zishuan's side? That's right. I want to tell them that I only choose people based on their abilities. I don't need those imperial court parasites who only know how to play tricks and scheme all day long. Li Zishuan, that brat, has been wrong this time. I can't let him be bitterly disappointed, can I? Yes. If that child knows that Your Majesty has put in so much effort, he might be overjoyed. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed. Hearing this, Li Er snorted and said, that brat won't be so conscientious. After a moment he thought and continued, but I'm really looking forward to what that brat's Yanhuang College will be like. If the wedding can be so grand, the college can't be bad. Maybe he really will give us all a big surprise. Empress Zhangsun was right. The most important thing about Cui Shanyu's failure to be a minister of the Imperial College was not the matter itself, but the deeper meaning behind it. Li Er was obviously supporting Li Zishuan. This made those who heard that Li Zishuan had been kicked out of the Imperial College and thought that Li Zishuan had lost the emperor's favor and his future was bleak. At the same time, more and more people began to pay attention to the Yanhuang College that Li Zishuan was about to establish. The radicals had already begun to think of ways to send their children to Yanhuang College. After all, if one wanted to establish a college, one must have knowledge and a view of the big picture. Li Zishuan had both and he had the support of Li Er. Such a potential stock was worth investing in. The conservatives were still waiting for Li Zishuan to establish the college before making a decision. Being in the whirlpool of the storm, Li Zishuan heard that Zheng Zhanli, Lu Yinyu, and the others had jointly recommended Cui Shanyu to be a minister of the Imperial College but had been rejected. He just smiled and thought that Zheng Zhanli was not muddle-headed and knew who to use and who not to use. Even if Cui Shanyu was his subordinate, he would not put him in an important position. What he lacked the most and what he liked the most was people like Ma Zhou who were both talented and hard-working. Only such people could bring economic benefits. If it had been in the past, Li Zishuan might have written an article in the newspaper to ridicule Cui Shanyu. But now he would not do that. First, he was now married and could be considered an adult, so he had become more mature. Second, there was an internal investigation department in Datong Daily. If he really did that, Yu Shernan and the others would definitely not agree and he could not reason with Li Er because he did not have the right to. Third, he did not have time now. He was busy designing his future foundation, Yanhuang College. As a young engineering student in the 21st century, Li Zishuan certainly had a plan. There were so many institutions of higher learning in the country, and there were all kinds of famous buildings and famous scenic spots. If he just copied a few, it would be enough to shock everyone. The scenic spots were not so bad, but the buildings were generally very large in size. If he only relied on his spiritual power to construct a three-dimensional model in his mind, it would be too torturous. Li Zishuan expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. He now deeply felt the inconvenience caused by his low level of martial arts. This was because he only dared to meditate for 2 hours in the afternoon, and he had to rest more than 10 times in the middle. As a result, the efficiency was greatly reduced. Fortunately, although the building was large in size, the structure of the general building was relatively simple. There were many repeated units. In terms of complexity, the internal structure of a building was not as complicated as the internal structure of a car. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan could barely recall the three-dimensional model of a high-rise building with only the spiritual power of the 5th level of the Taishin Sutra. Sigh. I can't meditate anymore or I'll faint again. Let's go see what my wife is cooking for dinner. Li Zishuan rubbed his swollen head, put away the half-finished blueprint, and walked out of the door to the kitchen. Chapter 411. Husband, it's time to get up. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Han Yushi opened her eyes and felt the weight on her naked body. She knew that it was her lover's arms and legs. She had recovered from her injuries last night. As newlyweds, the two of them couldn't help but be passionate. When she thought of the complete nonsense last night and the passionate entanglement, Han Yushi couldn't help but blush. Her body went soft and she didn't even want to move a finger. But when she thought that she had to go back with her husband today, she couldn't help but prop herself up and wake Li Zishuan up. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if Xiao He and Xiao Shi came over to wake him up. She didn't know that the two little maidservants sleeping in the outer room were still sleeping soundly. Last night, the two of them were tormented by the sounds inside and didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. Oh, it's still early. Sleep a little more. Even the emperor hasn't woken up yet. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window. When he realized that the sun hadn't come out yet, he couldn't help but grumble. He hugged his wife's hand tighter and closed his eyes to sleep again. Husband. Seeing Li Zishuan's lazy look, Han Yushi was embarrassed and couldn't help but push his arm. She said anxiously, Husband, we have to go back today. If we don't wake up early, we won't be able to make it. Didn't we agree on it last night? Go back. Then I'll get up. In a daze, Li Zishuan remembered that there was indeed such a thing. He hurriedly propped himself up and got up. Suddenly, he looked at the beauty on the bed and teased, Why does my wife look so energetic? No wonder people say that there are only cows that are plowed but no fields that are plowed. You're courting death. The gentle and virtuous Han Yushi could not stand such hateful words. Hearing this, she immediately came over and pinched the soft flesh on Li Zishuan's waist. Who said she wasn't tired? She was also exhausted last night. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to return home to visit her relatives today, she also wanted to stay in bed and not get up. She didn't expect to be teased by her husband like this. Wife quickly let go. I owe my old waist. Li Zixuan immediately bared his teeth and screamed. After breakfast, the couple took their gifts and matchmaker song with them and embarked on their journey back to Ning City. Returning to peace was also known as visiting, returning home, or returning to the home of the three dynasties. It originated very early, and there were related records in the Book of Songs. Generally, it referred to newlyweds who brought gifts to visit the bride's family on the third day of their marriage. At this time, the bride's family also had to prepare a banquet, usually at noon, known as the Returning to Peace Banquet, or inviting the son-in-law. After the Returning to Peace Banquet was over, the matchmaker's work would come to an end, and the man would have to send gifts to the matchmaker to express his gratitude. Therefore, Matchmaker Song woke up early today and rushed to the Li family because the debt from before hadn't been settled yet. Compared to other newlyweds, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi's Returning to Peace Banquet today was slightly more complicated. Their first stop was the Qin Manor, which was what the two elders had instructed them to do yesterday afternoon. After all, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin both treated Han Yushi as their biological daughter and helped a lot in this wedding. They also supported the Li and Han families a lot. If the Qin Manor could be considered half of Han Yushi's family, it wouldn't be too much at all. On the contrary, if they didn't go today, it would really be a bit too much. There was no other reason why they chose to go to the Qin Manor first. The main reason was that the Qin Manor was closer to the Li family. After they were done, they could go to the Han family for the Returning to Peace Banquet. Previously, Li Zixuan had sent someone to the Qin Manor to deliver a letter, so when they arrived at the door, they saw Qin Huayu waiting there. Ah, Brother Huayu. Li Zixuan got off the carriage with his wife and quickly walked over to Qin Huayu. He laughed heartily as he greeted him. He hadn't forgotten how his four good brothers had helped him drink on the night of his wedding. Hey, little Xin, you left me and Chimo alone that day. That wasn't very kind of you. Qin Huayu bore a grudge and punched Li Zixuan in the chest as he joked. Ah, that night your little brother couldn't hold his liquor. Didn't I come to visit you today? Li Zixuan shamelessly spouted nonsense. Greetings, sworn brother. Han Yushi stepped forward and bowed to Qin Huayu. Ah, you don't have to be so polite, sworn sister. Go in quickly. My father and mother are waiting for you. Qin Huayu originally wanted to scold Li Zixuan, but since Han Yushi came over to greet him, he couldn't continue scolding him. He could only lead the couple in front of him into the manor. As expected, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin were sitting in the living room waiting for them. Qin Xiong was wearing a thin black shirt, and his face was flushed. Li Zixuan could feel the heat from his body even from far away. He probably just finished his morning exercise. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Qin Xiong was already so old, but he still hadn't given up on martial arts. He hadn't gotten up early to practice martial arts in a long time. After he had a wife, he couldn't bear to part with his wife in the morning. Yesterday, when he was recalling the three-dimensional model of modern university buildings, he was still complaining that his mental strength wasn't enough. It seemed that he should hurry up and practice martial arts starting tomorrow. Li Zixuan secretly encouraged himself. Greetings, Godfather. Greetings, Godmother. Han Yushi didn't have such complicated thoughts. She followed Li Zixuan to Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin and bowed gracefully. Ah, good girl, get up. Mrs. Qin's face was like a blooming flower. She quickly went forward and pulled Han Yushi to sit beside her. She looked at Han Yushi carefully and couldn't help but laugh when she saw that Han Yushi's face was rosy and full of energy. Yushi, how are you doing in the Li family? Xiao Xian didn't bully you, right? If he really did, tell me. Your godfather and I won't let him off. Well, that's right. The Qin family is your maiden home. Yushi, if you suffer any grievances at Xiao Xian's place, feel free to tell your godfather. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and smiled. Yes. Godsister, if Xiao Xian bullies you, I won't let him off easily either. It was rare to have the opportunity to pretend to be rich in front of Li Zixuan, so Qin Huayu also joined in the fun. Li Zixuan was speechless. It was supposed to be a good gwinning event to visit relatives. How did it become a meeting to criticize him? Thank you, Godfather and Godmother, for your concern. My husband treats me very well and didn't bully me. Han Yushi quickly explained with a smile when she saw Li Zixuan's embarrassed look. Ahem, even though Li Zixuan had just bullied her last night, this kind of private matter obviously couldn't be told to outsiders.